Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Awakens Saiyan Pride. Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Everyone in their little town knew about the family that lived upon the side of the mountains nearby. Within a small little dwelling resided a mother, her son, and her father. They would periodically visit town for supplies, usually just the mother, but occasionally the father too. They were polite and moved with a grace that one wouldn't expect from hermits. Naturally, they drew the attention from everyone around them. Ochako, however, was more interested in the son. She rarely saw him playing in the woods, but when she did, he would smile and wave, and Ochako would do the same. She was too shy to run up and ask to play, but he didn't seem to mind her watching him when she could. Ochako was the youngest kid in their town, if you could even call it that. It was barely a village, mostly just a roadside stop for people traveling through Mie. Their gas station was one of 4 different businesses in their location, and the residents lived in a small cluster of houses that sat near a mountain trail that led further up the mountainside. Naturally, since all the other kids were older and uninterested in playing with her, she settled for watching the strange boy play in the woods. He had jet black curly hair and usually wore a gi of a rich forest green. His skin was faintly tanned from his time spent outdoors, but his most striking feature was a simian tail that wagged from behind him. Ochako simply guessed that it was his quirk, but she wasn't so sure, given that his mom and grandfather both lacked a tail of their own. Regardless, her own parents were generally friendly with the family, and would often try to speak to them on their visits to town. The mother, Inko, was a very sweet and friendly woman who spoke softly and gazed softly at those she spoke to. Her own mother, Iko, quickly grew fond of her and often followed her on her grocery trips, talking about the news or whatever other topic seemed interesting to her, while Inko would listen. Inko didn't talk much, but when she did, her words came out in a low, soft tone that calmed Ochako any time she heard her. She spoke bluntly and directly, never rude or mean, but never embellished or flamboyant. Ochako rarely tried to approach her out of shyness, but when she did, Inko would give her a sweet smile and listen intently to whatever the 4-year-old had to say, before providing whatever answer or insight she could. Needless to say, the Uraraka family were quite fond of Inko Midoriya, so when she invited the 3 over to tea at her father's home one night, they eagerly accepted the invitation. Inko led them down a winding forest path, beaten in from how often she would visit town. The walk was relaxing in a way, hearing the sounds of the chittering creatures of the forest and looking up and being able to see the night sky between the leaves. They finally arrived at the house, a small building with an ornate, blue roof. It was situated in a clearing at the edge of the woods. A little ways off, the cliffside was visible, as was a river that ran across the valley at the bottom of the cliff. It was quiet and peaceful, as though it was unaware of the outside world. Standing outside the house, arms behind his back, was Inko's father, Gohan, as she had called him. He was on the shorter side with a bald head and a thick white mustache. He wore a black shirt and pants under a long orange vest with a circular pattern adorning it. He smiles as he sees them approach. "Ah, hello there," he greets. "I trust my daughter didn't lead you all through any rough paths on the way here." "No, she was a great guide," Ochako's father, Gata, said, holding out his hand to shake. "It's nice to formally meet you. I've seen you around town a few times, but we've never spoken." "Ah, I did think you looked familiar." He turns to Iko. "Hello, Ms. Uraraka. My daughter has told me much about you. She says you two are like peas in a pod." He smiles. Iko scratches the back of her head bashfully. She wouldn't say they were that close, but she did enjoy her company more than most other people, even friends she had known longer. "It's nice to meet you, Mr. Midoriya." "Ah, please call me Gohan." Mr. Midoriya was her husband. He says, gesturing to Inko. "My surname is Sun, but I don't see a reason to use it now." "Oh," Iko says, remembering that Inko had said her husband had died in a confrontation a few years back. "Oh, are they here?" A new, higher voice calls out from the side of the house. The tailed boy ran up to where the adults and the other child were clustered together. He was wearing his normal forest green GI and had his tail wagging behind him like a dog might when seeing something interesting. Ochako, who had been hiding behind her mother's leg out of shyness, peeks her head around to see the new arrival. Gohan waves his grandson over. "Ah, yes, this is my grandson Izuku," he says as the boy in question runs up to the group. "Hi." The boy greets. The adults continue to talk, but Izuku and Ochako meet eyes and Izuku begins to approach the young girl with a curious expression. The two say nothing for a little bit, Izuku out of curiosity and Ochako out of shyness, until Izuku breaks the silence. "Hi. What's your name?" He spoke very well for a 4-year-old, with only the early childhood lisps slightly hindering his speech. Ochako hesitated for a few seconds before her mother gently nudged her, kneeling down next to her and putting a hand upon her shoulder. "It's okay, dear. Why don't you tell him your name?" "Okay," she says in a soft voice. "I'm Chako," she says, not fully enunciating her name. "Ochako." Her mother corrects, looking at Izuku. "Sorry, she's a bit shy. Why don't you two go play while us grown-ups have some tea and talk, okay? I brought some cookies for you two to share later." The mention of cookies causes Izuku's tail to start wagging. "Really?" "Yes, but you can have them later." She then turns to her daughter. "You two, now why don't you two go have fun, alright?" Ochako slowly nods and begins to follow the excited monkey boy as he begins to run off behind the house. "Stay within earshot." Gohan hollers. "Yes, sir." Izuku replies. After their kids wander off behind the house, Gohan and Inko invite the Urarakas inside and begin pouring the tea. Quaint was certainly a word that could describe the place. It was not very large, only containing a small kitchen area, a table in the middle, and a few beds and nightstands off to the side. There was an outhouse outside the home, so a restroom was not necessary. There was enough room for them, but not much. Still, far be it from them to reject an offer of hospitality from someone who they considered a friend. The 4 adults sat down at the table and Inko poured them all some tea, which had a very pleasant aroma. After they each begin to drink, Gata begins to ask a few questions. "So, Gohan, what made you decide to live out here? It's very remote," he inquires. "Exactly for that reason." Gohan replies. "I used to live in a city once, but with all the people around, it gets suffocating. Out here though, it's quite relaxing. Plus, it's cheaper." Inko chimes in. Always the frugal one. "Bah, money isn't really a concern." Gohan says. "Oh." Inko says. "What do, or did you do for a living if you don't mind me asking?" "Oh me? I was a martial artist." Gohan answers simply. "I didn't know they made a lot of money." Gata says. "Well, they only do if you're good. Money comes from prizes in tournaments, of which I won my fair share of. I even, once, participated in the Tenkaichi Budokai, though I only got up to the semifinals." The Uraraka's eyes widened at that. The Tenkaichi Budokai was renowned as the most elite martial art tournament in the world, held every 5 years on the 7th of May. Fighters from around the world would travel to Japan to prove themselves as masters of their chosen discipline. Hundreds would enter, but only the top 8 left the preliminaries and were shown to the world. It is one of the most highly televised events on the planet, up there with the Olympics, and another Japanese-based competition, the UA Sports Festival. Noticing their expressions, Gohan let out a chuckle. "Yes, I know I don't look like much nowadays, but I can still move pretty well for an old man." "Well, it's just the Tenkaichi Budokai." Gata asks. "That's amazing. And you got in the top 4? "Yup. I've been trying to convince my daughter to try out for the next one. It's a whole lot of fun." Gohan pats Inko on the back. "I don't know, tournaments never really appealed to me." Inko says. "Wait, you're a martial artist too?" Aiko inquires. "You never said anything about that." "Well, I mostly practiced for self-defense. I lost interest in competitions when I had Izuku." She explains. "My child was more important than any trophies." Aiko smiles. "He is a lovely boy. He talks really well for his age. You said he was 4? That's the same as Ochako. He's a fast learner." Gohan explains. Surprisingly strong for his age too. He definitely has some quirk mutation. Nothing he has resembles any of the quirks in our family. Inko nods, looking towards her father, who nods in some unspoken agreement with his daughter. He's started copying father's kata when he practices out back. He's been showing interest in martial arts himself. At 4 years old? Aiko asks. Inko simply nods. We've let him do some basic exercise and forms, but we will wait until he's older for the more advanced stuff. Gohan takes another sip of his tea. I hope in the future he grows to surpass both of us, as the next generation should. Setting his cup down, he turns to face the Urarakas. How about your daughter? Has she shown any interest in any possible future? Yes, actually. A few weeks ago, when those heroes came to town, you remember them, right, Inko? The woman in question nods. 3 weeks ago, a trio of heroes had come out to their small town to apprehend a criminal who had fled to the countryside. The villain had attempted to hold several people hostage, but was surprised and overwhelmed by the heroes, leading to his capture having no casualties. Aiko smiles. Well, when they were leaving Ochako and I just happened to be out, going to the corner store, and she saw them. They were waving and smiling, and she just couldn't keep her eyes off them. Ever since then, heroes have been on her mind. Gohan nods. When I was young, heroism was an honorable profession. I knew many good folk who went into the hero service. It's a dangerous profession though. Many die young in the field. That's what we are worried about. She says she wants to do rescue. Her quirk recently developed, and it lets her make anything she touches with all 5 fingers on one hand float weightlessly. Gata explains. Well, with a quirk like that, rescue would be easy for her. Inko says. It's a lot less dangerous too. At least compared to villain apprehension. Speaking of our daughter, Gata interrupts. Should we go check on the kids? They've been out there for a bit, and I don't want them getting lost in the forest. Gohan makes a dismissive gesture. Oh, don't worry, they'll be fine. I told Izuku to stay within earshot. He knows better than to wander off too far into the forest. Izuku and Ochako were currently playing hide and seek within the forest behind the house. They had hit it off pretty well after the adults had gone to talk in the house, leading to the two of them trying to find games that they could play together. They tried tag, but Izuku was so much faster than her, she legitimately had no way to win, so for fairness they decided to switch to hide and seek. Seeing as the area around the house was flat, Izuku suggested they enter the edge of the forest. Don't worry. I can hear when Grandpa calls. He assured her. This led her to her current situation, hiding within a bush beneath a cluster of trees. As irritating as the branches poking and scratching her were, she was determined not to lose. She could hear him teasingly calling her name as he wandered around the area for a bit. After a few minutes, his voice goes quiet, and Ochako assumes he is no longer nearby. She lets out a sigh of relief, only to then be startled as a voice calls out from right behind her. Found you! The smiling face of Izuku says, upside down as he uses his tail to hand from one of the branches in a nearby tree. Hey, how did you find me? You were over there. Ochako complains, all shyness from when the two were first introduced completely gone. I knew you were there for a while. I just wanted to surprise you. The boy giggles, before letting go of the branch with his tail and righting himself before he hits the ground. He dusts off his tiny GI before walking over to his new friend. I guess I better get to hidin', he says, resting his arms behind his head. Stay out of the trees. I can't get up there. Ochako demands. Izuku simply laughs and shakes his head. No way. I'm playing to win. Ochako gives him a playful shove, to which Izuku does the same, causing her to stumble back and fall to the ground. Izuku's eyes widen. As he reaches down to help her up, only for him to suddenly start flailing wildly as he slowly starts lifting up off the ground. Ochako starts giggling uncontrollably, wiggling her fingers in front of his face, showing off the soft pads on the tips that activate her quirk. She gets up and bops Izuku with her hand, causing him to slowly drift away. As he scrambles, trying to make swimming motions to get back to the ground, Ochako presses her hands together, and the boy faceplants into the ground, his gravity now restored. Izuku looks up at her, spitting out a mouthful of dirt, but instead of annoyance, a grin finds itself on his face. Ochako, sensing something was about to happen, turned and ran, trying to get as far away as possible, only for Izuku to catch up. Ochako finds herself lifted off the ground, seeing the brown fur of Izuku's tail wrap around her waist and hold her up. Before she can react, she finds herself thrashing around, as Izuku's arms snake under hers and begin to tickle her. Stop. Ha. She tries to reason between bouts of laughter, but it falls on deaf ears. Izuku continues to torment the poor girl as she begs to be put down. Ochako knows he is simply being playful, but it is getting a bit hard to breathe from all the laughing. One of her hands finds itself around his tail and squeezes tightly, which causes a jolt to rush through Izuku. Ochako grunts as she finds herself now sitting on the ground, his tail no longer supporting her weight. She turns to look at him to see a blank expression in his eyes. She looks at the hand gripping his tail, noting that the boy's extra limb now only limply stays wrapped around her, not actually doing anything to keep her in place. She lets go, and Izuku falls backwards, landing with a grunt and a thud. Are you okay? The girl asks, leaning over the boy's face. Izuku simply groans. When she had grabbed his tail, it was like his whole body went numb. He could still feel tingling over his entire body. He could barely move, and his vision blurred. After a few seconds, the tingling wore off and Izuku slowly sat up. When his vision refocused, he realized his new friend was clutching onto him, on the verge of tears, begging for forgiveness. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you. She clutched him tightly. It's okay, Izuku assures her, gently patting her back and trying to stand up. It just hurt when you grabbed my tail. Be gentle next time. Okay, she says. As a gesture of apology, she reaches over and gently rubs the furry tail. Does that hurt? She asks. No. I'm fine. He assures her. She giggles as the tail wraps around her wrist. It's very soft. Mom says it looks like a monkey tail. I've never seen one before, but that's what she called it. He lets go of her wrists and lets his tail move back behind him. It makes tree climbing really easy though. He bounds over to a nearby tree and couches down. Ochako sees his tail coil up beneath him like a spring right before he extends his leg and straightens his tail, launching up to one of the lower branches before quickly grabbing onto it with both his arms and his tail. After a few seconds, he orients himself to where he is sitting upright, looking down at her from within the trees with a satisfied look on his face. Ochako looks up at him with a look of awe. She'd never seen someone jump that high, especially not a boy barely taller than her. She crouched down and tried to emulate him but only got half a foot off the ground before landing and stumbling to the ground. She grunts and rolls to look up at the boy, hoping he wouldn't make fun of her, but his eyes were locked onto something further up the path into the tree line. Ochako, use your quirk to float up here with me, he calls. Instead, she turned to see what he was looking at, and her face went pale. A medium-sized Asian black bear stalked them from the trees. The beast began to approach while Ochako scrambled to get up. From Izuku's vantage point, he could see the bear beginning to break into a sprint towards the girl. Black bears were rare in this area, but not unheard of, and Izuku heard what his mom had once said about them, how they would rarely attack humans if they were hungry enough. She had told him you need to stand tall and be bigger to scare them off, but neither he nor Ochako would constitute big. Ochako, in a panic, tries to run instead of listening to Izuku, but trips again on an exposed root on the ground. Ochako! Izuku cries. This is bad. He realizes. The bear was starting to pick up speed, seeing Ochako as a vulnerable target now that she was prone. Upon seeing the great beast barreling towards her, she froze, her thanatosis reflex kicking in at the worst possible time. Izuku had to act fast, else he would lose the first friend he ever made only a few hours after they had met. He jumps backwards, but hooks his tail around the branch, keeping him from flying off. His momentum causes him to swing around the full circumference of the branch. He does it again, a third, fourth, fifth, sixth time, before finally launching himself downward towards the bear. Ha-iya! The boy cries as he tucks his limbs into himself like a ball. The bear looks up at him, confused at the monkey-tailed orb flying at him at such velocity. Right before he collides with the bear, Izuku extends his legs out into the bear's throat, the force strong enough to hurl the bear back several meters. The poor beast collides into a tree with a loud crash, but Izuku isn't satisfied. Still in a protective fury, Izuku launches into the air, before descending with his leg extended out in a heavy axe kick. He strikes the bear in the throat again, and with a sickening crunch, the bear is dead. He rolls back, panting as he observes the body of the, as of now, biggest prey he had ever hunted. Once he catches his breath, he stands up and turns back to Ochako, who is still on the ground, staring at him, her mouth agape. "Are you okay?" he asks, concern evident in his voice. "That was amazing." She cries out, quickly getting to her feet and running over to her little friend. She hugs him tightly and begins bouncing on her toes. "You saved me. You were up in the trees, the bear was right there, but you were like whoosh. And then," she continues to make onomatopoeias while punching her palm and stomping around to explain her point, her eyes practically shining in admiration. Izuku simply scratches the back of his head. "You aren't hurt or anything, are ya?" he asks, looking her over. She simply shakes her head. "I got a little scrape on my knee, but that's all," she says, looking rather satisfied with herself for coming out of that situation mostly unscathed. Izuku gently nudges the paw of the dead bear. "Well, looks like this is dinner tomorrow." Izuku states. "You're gonna eat that?" Ochako gasps. "Yeah, why not? Grandpa always says never to waste any animal you kill. It's disrespectful." Izuku crosses his arms. "Does it taste good?" Ochako asks, her eyes still shone with admiration and widened in curiosity. "I dunno. I never killed one before, and the last time Grandpa did was earlier than I can remember." He scratches his head. "Well, now we gotta move it." "I can help," she says as she walks over to the body and presses her hand on it, activating her quirk. A pink glow surrounds the bear and it slowly begins to float upwards, but a groan from Ochako indicates that something is wrong. Izuku turns just in time to see his friend double over, clutching her stomach. Her hold on the bear breaks and it falls to the ground. Izuku rushes over to Ochako, gently rubbing her back. "Are you okay?" "Yes. I don't feel so good," she admits, a nauseous look on her face. "Maybe it's too heavy for your quirk," Izuku says, easing the girl into a sitting position. "Don't worry, I can get it," he assures her. He bends down and crawls under the stomach of the creature, straining as he gets his arms and legs underneath him. Eventually, he is able to lift the bear above his head, though he is too short to lift it fully off the ground, so its back legs are still touching the ground. Once Ochako can focus again and her stomachache subsides, she notices the small boy lifting such a large animal, and her jaw drops again. "Whoa," she says, dumbfounded. "Then again," said little boy had just brought down that beast to begin with. "Let's get back home. Grandpa will be happy we got food." Izuku calls out as he begins walking, dragging the bear with him as Ochako cheerfully follows behind him, gushing about his display of power. This was bad. Inko had promised them that their daughter would be fine, but when they went outside to check, neither kid was anywhere to be found. Inko began observing the ground, hoping to find any tracks, while Gohan stands still with his hands behind his back, and the Urarakas look around worriedly. Inko turns to her father. "Aren't you going to help?" she demands. "They're fine. I know it," he says, assured of himself. "How do you know?" Aiko asks, looking at him with a desperate expression. Gohan simply puts a finger to his lips and gently shushes her. "Shoo. Listen," he says calmly. Sure enough, the faint sound of voices and laughing begin to ring out from the forest. The Uraraka's faces immediately light up as they recognize the little girl's voice, but they can't make out what she or the boy is saying. Gata and Aiko are about to run towards the forest, but Gohan puts a hand up. "You may want to wait for them to come to us," he says. Gata is about to ask why, but he notices a silhouette appear in the forest canopy. Inko notices as well, and her eyes widen and she clenches her teeth, but doesn't say anything, knowing her father is trying to be funny by surprising their guests with their children's tomfoolery. She instead sighs as the children walk out into view, the Uraraka's eyes widening with horror as they see Izuku carrying a bear over his head, while Ochako excitedly skips around him in a circle. "Hey look Grandpa! I caught dinner for tomorrow," Izuku says proudly, as Ochako runs up to her parents. "What the hell?" Gaara exclaims, turning to Gohan for an explanation, only for the older man to chuckle. "I told you your daughter was fine. After all, she was with my grandson," he says, a bit of pride showing through. "I thought you said they'd stay out of the forest," Aiko says. Gohan looks at her apologetically. "I'm sorry dear, Izuku has learned to stay around the house when he is by himself, but I guess in his excitement he wandered away with your daughter." Inko simply facepalms and shakes her head before composing herself. "Well, at least they're safe." She turns to her son and begins to scold him. Meanwhile, Ochako begins to recount what had happened to them in the forest, gesturing animatedly when she got to the part with the bear, though she didn't know what it was called since she had never seen a bear before, simply referring to it as the monster. Aiko and Gaara look as though they don't want to believe what she is saying, but a dead bear is a dead bear and Izuku did indeed have one slung over his shoulders. Gohan didn't seem to be surprised, simply kneeling down to get closer to eye level with their storyteller. "You were very brave, kiddo," he says. "A lot of kids your age would still be crying after something like that." "I can't be scared," she says, standing proudly. "I'm gonna be a hero someday." "Heroes aren't scared. Heroes get scared all of the time," Gohan says. "They just don't let that stop them." "Well, some do, but they aren't very good heroes, now are they?" Ochako exaggeratedly shakes her head left and right. "Nah. Good heroes save everyone, like Izuku did to me," she affirms. Aiko scoops up her daughter in her arms. "Izuku isn't a hero, dear. He's still just a boy." "But he still saved me," she argues. Gohan chuckles, turning to Aiko and her husband. "Honestly, I don't know if Izuku even knows what a pro-hero is. I never really talk about them, and neither does Inko. All he says is that he wants to be a martial artist like us." "Well, I'm sure Ochako can fill him in. I think these two have had enough outdoors time, especially after this whole fiasco," Gaara says. "I agree." Aiko nods. "These two should come inside and calm down." Gohan turns to his daughter, who is in the midst of explaining why wandering off in the forest is a bad idea, but the boy seems to not be paying much attention. Gohan rests his hand on Inko's shoulder. "Come on. Let's get back inside. I'm sure we could all use a little unwinding after that scare." Inko sighs and scoops up her son, carrying him back into the house with the rest of the group. After settling down back inside the small hut, the two families engaged in benign conversation, the adults simply discussing the Uraraka's family business, a construction company that was based out of Mie, while the Ochako sat down with her friend and did her best to inform him of the concept of pro-heroes. Izuku seemed to understand and remained engaged, but he clearly wasn't as interested in the topic as Ochako was. That was until she told him about how they fought criminals. Then his eyes seemed to sparkle with a bit more enthusiasm. Ochako, meanwhile, didn't seem to see any of Izuku's reactions and simply kept going with her explanations of what a hero was. "You know, you'd be a good hero, since you saved me from that monster." Ochako decides. "I dunno. What do you need to do to even be a hero?" The boy asks. "You gotta save people from villains and other things." She explains, her rather limited explanation owing to her equally limited vocabulary as a preschooler. "What's a villain?" Izuku questions. "Bad guys who hurt people with their quirks." Ochako explains. "If you became a hero, I bet you could beat all the bad guys," she says enthusiastically. Her mother, overhearing this conversation, leans in and puts a hand on her daughter's shoulder. "Dear, you need to calm down." "But yes," she turns to the boy. "You are very strong. I am grateful for you protecting my daughter." Izuku blushes, scratching the hair behind his head. "It was nothin'." She ruffles his hair and then does the same to her own daughter. "How about I break out those cookies I brought? A little snack before we head back home." Both children cheered. Meanwhile, the other adults continued their conversation for a while longer, pausing to watch the kids get excited over the idea of sweets, before continuing. However, one Aiko calms the two down and rejoins the conversation. She immediately asks a question that has been on her mind for a while. I've been meaning to ask this for a while, but what is that? She says, pointing to a vibrant orange ball resting on a pillow on Gohan's nightstand. Is it some kind of ornament? No. Nothing of the sort. Gohan says. That, my friends, is a Dragon Ball. The Urarakas stare at him blankly. Gohan chuckles. I'm not surprised you haven't heard of them, they are a bit of a legend. What is the legend about? Gotta asks. You wouldn't believe me if I told you. I just learned that a 4-year-old is capable of killing a black bear. Gotta deadpants. You can consider my disbelief suspended. Ah, all right then. Gohan sighs. The Dragon Ball are said to come in a set of 7, each one having a different number of stars. Mine is the 4-star ball. They say that once all 7 are gathered together, the dragon god Shenlong will appear and grant one wish to the collector. One wish? Any wish? Gotta asks. As far as I'm aware. I never heard of any limitations, but that doesn't mean they don't exist. Who knows if the legend is even true? Gohan shrugs. But still, one wish? That's insane. Think of all the possibilities. Gotta says, a twinkle in his eye. Aiko looks between the two and asks, what would you wish for Mr. Sun? Gohan chuckles good-naturedly. I already have all I could ever want. Inko chimes in. But wouldn't it be nice to be back in your prime? Not having to deal with back pain or anything. Yes, but I've lived a good life as is. I've seen all that I needed to. If I had to have one wish, I suppose it would simply be good fortune for both you and Izuku. Gohan says. Inko feels her eyes water at her grandfather's words, while Goddess' face falls a little, a guilty expression now adorning it. And here I was wishing for enough money to get us out of poverty. He says dejectedly. While he was the founder and CEO of a construction company, the company itself was not exactly the most lucrative job on the planet. They mostly focused on rural area construction, which, due to less people and therefore less heroes and villains destroying public property, resulted in less business. They had enough to not be homeless and starving, but not enough to be free from want. Gohan shrugs. Is it selfish to want the best for your family? Your wish is simply an altered version of my own, if you think about it. Gata smiles at the man appreciatively, while Aiko turns to Inko. What would you wish for? Mine would probably be the same as my husband's. As uncreative as it sounds, I'd probably just wish for good fortune on Izuku. He's my main priority right now. Heh, we all seem to have similar ideas. Gata says. What do you think the kids would want? Food. Inko says. Sweets. Aiko says at the same time. The two mothers look directly at each other, eyebrows raised, before beginning to laugh. I see our kids have more in common than we thought. Aiko says. No wonder they get along so well. Inko remarks, looking at the two children, who currently sit across from one another, Izuku nodding along as Ochako excitedly describes her fascination with heroes. To think, Gata says. You have such a rare thing. Where did you find it? It was just out in the mountains. I found it laying in the grass. I didn't know what it was at the time, but I thought it looked interesting. I had to do some research to find out more about it. Did the internet have anything to say about them? Gata asks. It did, but not as much as you think. Most people have never heard of the ball, so a lot of the information was based on myth and legend. Some sources even claim quirks came into existence based on a wish from the Dragon Ball. Gohan explains. Of course, it's been a bit since I looked into them. I had to use the library computers in the city last time, since only Inko has a phone out here, and internet access is a bit iffy out here. Still though, finding out that you have 1/7 of a wish at your disposal must be at least a little exciting. Aiko says. I guess. Again, I've never felt like there was anything I needed. Gohan sighs. The adults and children continue to talk for a little while longer before the two kids give out a collective yawn, before looking at each other and laughing. Aiko feels herself also beginning to yawn and tries to stifle it to no avail. Her husband takes notice. I think we've taken up enough of your time. I think it's time to get the little one home to bed. Gata says. Well, it was nice meeting you, Mr. Sun. Next time you guys come through town, feel free to stop by our place. Aiko adds. I think we will. Thanks for the invitation. Gohan nods. I'll take you guys back into town. Inko says. Thank you. Goodbye, Mr. Sun. Aiko waves before turning to the kids. All right, Ochako, say goodbye to your friend, we've got to go home now. Ochako protests for a bit before relenting. She wraps her new friend in a hug and waves back at him as long as he remains in her vision as she walks out the door. Bye. I hope I can come back soon. Izuku gives her a cheerful send-off of his own, waving and wishing her well as the parents watch on, smiling amongst themselves. The Urarakas and Inko then head out of the door and begin their path back to town. Ever since Izuku was introduced to the Urarakas, Inko had begun to take him into town with her whenever she left on errands, making sure to stop by their homes so that Izuku and Ochako could play while Inko went out. The Urarakas didn't mind at all, especially with how enthusiastic Ochako was at the prospect of having someone her age hanging around. Aiko and Gata had gained a fondness for the boy. Not only had this child managed to kill a bear in order to save their daughter, but his polite but blunt manner of speaking resulted in him occasionally making some rather humorous observations that left the two parents laughing. Izuku was certainly a blessing though, their daughter needed someone her age to talk to. While Aiko would have liked for another girl to bond with Ochako, Izuku was still a good enough influence on her. Ever since they started having playdates, she seemed to open up more, going from more timid and shy to openly waving at neighbors or passerbys when she and her mother went to the general store together. One minor complaint the two parents had with the boy was his appetite. Food was a bit tight in their house, so he often brought along a fishing pole when he visited. At first they thought it was cute that he wanted to teach Ochako how to fish, until they found the kids at the lakeside, Ochako watching in morbid fascination as the boy devoured a whole 7-band grouper, seemingly unbothered by the small rib bones, or the fact that the fish was completely raw. Regardless, despite his occasional strange habits, Ochako was completely fine with him and loved their time together, so Aiko and Gata had little else to complain about. In addition, the occasions where Inko stayed to chat with the two were always lovely as well. She was always seen as a mysterious woman who ventured into town and rarely spoke to anyone, but as they spent more time getting to know her, she gradually revealed more about herself. Evidently, while she was fine with her father's minimalistic lifestyle in the woods, she did enjoy the wonders of the modern world as well, being the only member of their family with a phone, and even enjoying watching television, an activity the Aiko often invited her to do, since she seemed to be gaining an interest in one of Aiko's favorite soap operas. She also revealed that she once studied under several martial arts disciplines, and still practiced against her father, who, despite his age, was still remarkably athletic and skilled. She mentioned that her father's mentor had been one of her masters, but she seemed to hold him in disdain. In fact, she seemed to dislike speaking about her second mentor as well, and never elaborated on whoever it was. Inko's visits to town were becoming a lot more frequent, now that she had friends to visit and wasn't just going for the occasional grocery trip. A fact that was becoming noticed by many of the people in town. Inko was certainly a beautiful woman, lethe from her years of training, and possessing a calculated grace in every action she performed. She always dressed in various silk kipayos of deep greens and blues, often sleeveless, revealing toned, pale arms. Her very presence drew onlookers, especially given how mysterious they saw her as. Aiko would never not be amused when the two of them would go for a walk, and she'd see people just staring at her friend, but Inko never noticed. Or maybe she simply didn't care. In addition to the Midoriyas visiting more often, the Urarakas often hiked up to their home to visit. After a few visits, Gohan had offered to begin teaching Ochako writing and mathematics, since he was going to be teaching Izuku soon anyway, and he figured the two would enjoy lessons more if they could spend it together, to which the Urarakas agreed. Ochako was surprisingly good at math for a kid her age, maybe due to her parents' emphasis on frugality and saving money. Meanwhile, Izuku was especially well-versed in reading, writing, and even drawing. While his art style was relatively rudimentary, given that he was a child, it showed a great talent brewing beneath his lack of experience. Both showed a fondness for learning, but it was clear that the selling point of these lessons was simply getting to spend extra time with one another. Another thing these increased visits provided Izuku was the opportunity to explore the town a bit more with the Urarakas, as he would sometimes go with them to the store when they headed out. At first, it was a little overwhelming with all the people around, but he quickly sobered up when Aiko told him that their town was incredibly small by most standards, and most cities were even larger and more crowded. During his first time in the general store, both Inko and Aiko were present and made sure to spend a few minutes beforehand making him promise he would not try to eat any snacks he saw on the shelves, knowing the financial devastation he could cause if left unattended. It was here where he learned the concept of money and how people used it as tender in exchange for items or services. Ever since then, he had wanted to contribute to the family funds by whatever means he could, despite the fact that Gohan's prize money and Inko's frugality allowed them to live a more than sustainable existence. He began to beg his mom to let him work, but given he was only 4, job prospects were not exactly the most promising. Eventually, after months of annoying his guardians, Gohan let it slip that the general store was willing to pay for firewood, not a lot of course, but enough for Izuku to feel like he was contributing to his family. So, on his next visit, when Aiko took him and Ochako to the store, Izuku asked the owner about being willing to buy firewood. Fortunately, the owner was willing to agree, though he didn't expect he'd be paying much, as what could the kid do but pick up sticks outside? His question was quickly answered when he saw the boy walk out behind his store and over to a patch of trees that had been dead for years at that point, before jumping high into the air and striking the dried-out trunk with a heavy kick, felling the tree. With another few strikes, the kid had broken the tree into usable chunks to sell for firewood. The owner, originally planning to give him a mere 150 yen, decided that 4,500 was a more agreeable price. Both Aiko and Ochako witnessed this display, but while Ochako looked on in amazement, Aiko looked on with slight horror. Fortunately, she reminded herself that this kid was best friends with her daughter and could very much protect her if need be. With Izuku's newfound income, the Midoriyas decided that it would be his version of an allowance, which he could use to buy snacks for himself and Ochako when they went into town. Furthermore, it was agreed between the two families that as long as they were together and within sight of one another, the two kids were well behaved enough to wander the town on their own and visit the store at their leisure, though if they hear about any troublemaking from either of them, that privilege would be revoked. Naturally, both kids were ecstatic about not being tethered to their parents and being able to go where they wanted to play, and immediately began enjoying their newfound freedom, romping around the streets together whenever they got the chance. So, what flavor are you going to get this time? Izuku says as he holds Ochako up on his shoulders, while she digs around inside the icebox that was too tall for her to open up on her own. I'm thinking strawberry. She replies, looking around at the assorted frozen treats on display. Which one do you want? Oh, Izuku begins to think for a few seconds. I haven't tried the grape ones yet, could you grab me one? Okay. Ochako agrees. Once she locates the two flavors, she reaches down and hands a purple package down to Izuku, while holding a pink one for herself. With Ochako still on his shoulders, Izuku makes his way over to the clerk's counter, pulling a few yen notes out of his GI, and handing Ochako the money, as they were both too short to see over the counter by themselves. The cashier chuckles to himself at the kids' hijinks before accepting the money and sending them off. Once they exit the store, Izuku sets Ochako down off his shoulders and opens his popsicle, taking a quick lick to the side to see what it tastes like. Ochako, likewise, quickly breaks into the packaging for her own. They fall into stride next to each other as the two begin to patrol the streets, Ochako's free hand gently wrapping around Izuku's tail, which in turn gently wraps around her wrist. The two walk a fair distance down the street before pausing at a nearby dumpster, both kids having already grown tired of liking the popsicles and choosing instead to eat them off the stick. Izuku leaps up to the top of the dumpster and lifts the lid, allowing Ochako to throw her stick inside, while he simply drops his from above. Hopping down from the dumpster, his tail finds Ochako's wrist again and the two continue their romp through the streets. Many of the adults in town never knew what to think of the pair whenever they were them walking down the road. Izuku by himself was an oddity due to being from the Midoriya family alone, not helped by the fact that he and the other youngest child in the area always trolloped around as though they were older than they actually were. Some of the adults thought it was adorable, seeing the two holding each other up to deal with their short height, or listening to them politely address the store clerk or any other random adult they come across. Others thought it was highly irresponsible to let two 4-year-olds wander about with no supervision. Very seldom did the latter camp actually voice this though, after it became common knowledge that the boy could topple dead trees with a kick. As they made their way back towards the Uraraka residence, they heard a commotion from one of the fenceless backyards belonging to one of the older kids' family. The older kids, within the range of 7 to 9, often played various games or sports with one another throughout the day, when they had nothing else to do and had enough people to set a full game up. The two younger kids usually made it a point to steer clear of the older kids, since in the few times they tried interacting with them, the older kids tended to try and order the younger kids around, which led to the pair getting annoyed and leaving. However, watching the group of kids running around, chasing each other, the pair had to admit to themselves that it did certainly look fun, so they decided to go see if they could join in. They stood out on the side of the yard, waiting for one of the older kids to notice them. When one finally did, he ran up to them, a confused expression on his face. "Y'all want something?" the boy asks. "Can we play too?" Izuku asks, smiling up at the boy who looks between the two before shrugging. "I guess if y'all can keep up. We're playing freeze tag." When Izuku looks at him in confusion, he takes a few seconds to explain the rules before waving them over to the kids in the yard. The boy walks up to a taller boy, seemingly the oldest, and informs them about the two new players in their game. The older boy looks annoyed but doesn't say anything. The first boy walks up and tells the two that they'd need to sit out until the current round ended, which was fine with the two, given that only 3 people were still in the game. After a minute, the final 2 runners were tagged and the next round began, with the oldest boy being it. As soon as the game begins, he beelines to the 2 youngest kids, hoping for an easy first tag, but Izuku wraps his arms around Ochako and springs off his tail and back away from the group. The chaser balks for a little bit at the display of acrobatics, but decides not to dwell on it, going straight for the nearest kid, who is tagged before he can escape, forcing him to stand in place. Izuku grabs Ochako's hand and tries to hurry them both away, but it is clear that his top speed is much higher than hers, so he stops, bends down, and motions for her to get on his back. When she does, she feels his tail wrap around her waist as he stands back up. Cargo secured, Izuku begins to sprint away from the group, staying within the yard, as demarcated by the uncut grass surrounding the area around the house, which was established as the boundary when the older boy explained the rules. One of the other kids notices him and points. "Hey, you can't have her on your back. How are you supposed to get frozen if she's always touching you?" Izuku sighs glumly and lets the girl off his back. He gives her an apologetic look, but she doesn't seem to mind. Now though, given that she is both the shortest and youngest kid there, she is an easy target for the chaser, who is now running their way. While most of the other kids scramble and scatter in various different directions, Izuku follows behind Ochako, who tries her hardest to sprint as fast as she can away from the boy. However, the chaser notices her slow speed and begins to run over to them, managing to maneuver in front of the girl and cut her off. Before he can tag her, Izuku leaps over to her and tackles her out of the way, causing the boy, who was lunging forward to tag her, to stumble and fall to the ground. Izuku quickly helps her up and pats some of the grass off her shirt. "Sorry about that, Chieko." Ochako doesn't seem bothered and instead points behind him where the kid is now rising from the ground. "Hurry," she says, grabbing his hand and pulling him away towards the other kids. As they run, they pass by a kid who had been frozen after being tagged, and unfroze him without breaking stride. Unfortunately, the boy was not exactly grateful, as soon as he was allowed to move, he shoved Ochako to the ground and ran off, in hopes of allowing her to be frozen by the approaching chaser. As she tried to get to her feet, Izuku decided to run interference to keep her from getting frozen. When the chaser got within range, Izuku leaped in front of him, startling the boy as Izuku began jumping from side to side. When the boy went to tag him, Izuku quickly ducked under his arm and shifted to his other side. Annoyed, the boy tries to extend his other arm to block him, but Izuku simply jumps over it, landing to the boy's left. The boy turns to scowl at him, but then hears Ochako, as she finally gets up and begins running. He turns and begins his pursuit, but Izuku dives right in front the boy's legs mid-stride, causing the now startled boy to trip and land off balance, falling on his stomach, while Izuku leaps to his feet and runs after his friend. Izuku almost catches up to her, but then he feels a hand on his shoulder. From the ground where the boy lay, Izuku saw that his arm had stretched an unnatural length and had tagged him from a distance. Quirk use wasn't expressly forbidden by the rules, but generally the older kids refused to use theirs to maintain a semblance of fairness. Evidently, this boy had grown tired of that sentiment. The chaser got to his feet and scowled down at the younger boy as he began to jog past him, clearly not appreciative of the younger boy making a mockery out of him. When Ochako realized Izuku wasn't behind her, she turned to see him standing in place and the boy running towards her. Briefly, her mind considered running, but she knew she'd be overtaken and frozen anyway, so she figured she'd try to save Izuku after all the effort he went through to keep her in the game. Her first task was getting to the boy, however, as the older boy now stood in front of Izuku. Ochako tried to break wide and circle to his right, but the boy no longer seemed concerned in the interest of fairness, launching his extendable arm right towards her. She stumbled back, falling on her rear and waiting for the boy to tag her with his extended arm, but instead, his arm rubber-banded back to its original position, retracting with a loud crack as though it was a whip. Izuku took note of this apparent lack of mobility after extension, hoping Ochako caught on as well. The girl in question gets back up to her feet and tries to complete her circle to get to Izuku, but the boy sends another arm flying in her direction. She manages to quickly duck under but stumbles to the side as the boy's other arm reaches out to tag her. Fortunately, it misses. Seeing this as her opportunity, she runs towards the Izuku while the chaser's arms are extended, hoping to get there in time, but as she gets close, the older boy's arms rocket back to their original length, and along the way, the boy tries to reach his hand over to tag her on the way back. The speed at which his hands retract through forces the boy's wrist to straighten, and he misses her. Now though, her main obstacle is the fact that the boy had moved to position himself directly in between her and Izuku, his stance wide so he could easily move to one side or the other. Izuku was so close, only a few feet behind the boy, so she couldn't mess this up. She notices how far the boy's feet are apart from each other, and makes her move, beginning to run forward, straight at the boy. He leans forward to try and grab her, but she dives under his arms, going right in between his legs. Izuku, amazed at the display, cheers as Ochako quickly crawls up to him and tags him, allowing him to move. He quickly grabs her, helping her to her feet, before wrapping his arms around her and jumping, sending them both over the head of the boy as he was turning around. The chaser looked around, confused for a second, before turning around, but Izuku jumped again, this time pulling both of the 4-year-olds backwards towards the rest of the runners. The older boy scowls as they begin running with the crowd of older kids, hiding themselves amongst the shifting mob. Once the 5-minute timer that had been set to determine whether the chaser wins or loses had been met, the oldest boy calls the two of them out and boots them from the group, having had enough of being humiliated by kids half his age and 2/3 his height. It didn't really matter much to the pair, though. They had their fun, and decided to head back to Izuku's place, knowing that Inko would enjoy listening about their adventures for the day. Izuku was seen as a functionable enough guide through the woods that Aiko and Gata allow Ochako to go through them if he is with her, so the two make sure to stay close and not take any detours on their way back. When the small blue-roofed house comes into view, the two notice a campfire having been lit, with a spit and a few roasted chickens hanging from it. Looks like it's chicken for dinner tonight. Izuku notes. Want some when it's done? Ochako nods enthusiastically, having taken an interest in Izuku's family's style of cooking things over an open fire. As they approach the door of the house, they hear voices arguing, belonging to both Inko and Gohan. They press their ears to the door and listen. I'm not taking him to meet that pervert, Inko exclaims. He wouldn't do anything to Izuku. Gohan counters. And besides, he can learn a lot from him. Yeah, like how to creep on women. Inko shouts. I'm not going to have him learn any of his bad habits, especially with how close he is to little Ochako. Have some faith in Izuku, he'd never ever, in a million years, do anything to hurt Ochako. Gohan says. Besides, how is Rashi any worse than those murderers you joined up with dash? Look, you know why I studied at the crane school. It was a dumb idea, but if you were in my position, having to listen to that dirty old man watch his weird, old exercise tapes in the living room of the Kame house and make annoying comments all the time, you'd want to spite him too. Inko says. I regret my decision, but while Rashi may be the better option between those two, I don't think Izuku needs to be studying under him. At least, not right now. A beat of silence passes between the two, marred only by a sigh from Gohan. At this, the two kids decide to push open the door and walk in. The two adults, startled at the noise from the door opening up, look to see the two kids walk in and smile. Hey kiddos, Gohan says. How was your day? It was okay. Ochako answers, walking in and sitting down on the floor beside the singular table in the middle of the room, Izuku quickly joining her. We got kicked out of a game of freeze tag. Izuku complains, before Ochako cuts in. Only because he was so fast the older kids got jealous. She adds, a sense of pride in her friend audible in her words. Inko sits down next to the two children, rubbing the hair of both. Well, I got some chicken roasting outside. Your mom and dad said they were going to be out late at their job tonight, so would you like to join us, dear? She asked Ochako. Yes. Ochako says happily, raising her arms in victory. Inko smiles before standing up and heading outside to get the food of the spit, while Gohan sits down across from the two. We tried a new seasoning this time. Inko was getting tired of salt and crushed peppercorns. Izuku begins salivating at the idea, while Ochako inquires what a peppercorn is, to which Gohan simply replies that it is just black pepper. Inko comes in a few seconds later holding a metal tray with the roasted chickens on it. After the two adults prepare the plates for everyone, they give the two children theirs and sit down across from them. Izuku is quick to scarf his food down with little regard for basic table manners, which gets a giggle out of Ochako but a groan out of Inko, who had tried to instill basic civility into her son, but evidently, her lessons meant nothing. Once Izuku was done, having finished long before anyone else, he decided to ask a question that had been on his mind since he got home. Hey ma, what's Rashi? Inko nearly chokes on her food, while Gohan chuckles and swallows his, preparing to explain. I thought I heard something knock against the door when we were talking. Rashi was my old master, he taught me martial arts in my youth, and he even taught your mother for a bit, though in the time between her training and mine, it seems he picked up some rather peculiar interests that I was unaware of, so your mother didn't stay with him long. What did he do? Izuku asks, prompting Inko to speak up. He was just very, she begins to search for a word that would be appropriate for two kids to hear. Weird. He said some strange things, and spent our breaks watching movies that you two would be too young to see. He never did anything to me personally, but it just got really annoying after a while, so I left and sought training elsewhere. Seeing the expression on Gohan's face, she turns, raising her index finger to stop him from speaking. Yes, I know your opinions on the crane school, but that's not important. Crane school? Ochako asks, tilting her head slightly. It's where Inko trained after Master Rashi. Gohan explains. They specialize in more speed-based combat. They also learn things like flying and telepathy. Flying? Ochako exclaims, her eyes widened. What's telepathy? Izuku asks. Yes, the crane school teaches its members how to fly. And to answer your question, Izuku, telepathy is when you speak to someone with only your mind. Inko answers. She then closes her eyes and tenses up. Like this. Her voice echoes into the two kids' minds, causing the two to jolt. Whoa, Izuku says mouth agape. So, you can fly though? Ochako asks. Inko nods, before slowly rising up over the table, her feet still sitting cross-legged in front of her. Ochako's jaw drops at the sight of Inko hovering a few feet off the ground. Izuku, meanwhile, stands up, fists clenched in excitement. Can you teach me how to do that? Izuku asks. Yeah, me too. Ochako begins bouncing up and down from her sitting position. Actually, Gohan interrupts. Me and your mother were discussing moving along your training from kata to ki control. Though, I wanted to send you to Rashi's, he's a fantastic mentor. And a terrible influence. Inko cuts in. He can go when he's older, maybe, but right now, he doesn't need to have that creep putting weird ideas in his head. She turns back to her son. I'll be teaching you about ki. The crane school focused more on ki control than the turtle school anyway. What's ki? Izuku asks, just barely cutting off Ochako, who was about to ask the same question, as evident by her quickly closing her mouth and pouting at the boy. It's hard to explain, but it allows you to do things that your body otherwise wouldn't be able to. It's rare to see people use it nowadays because quirks are an easier to master substitute, but ki can make you stronger, faster, and more healthy than even some of the strongest quirks. Izuku begins to tremble with excitement. He knew he was strong for his age, but knowing that he could grow stronger than even quirked strength was an exciting prospect for the young man. Beside him, Ochako politely raises her hand, as though to ask a question, and Inko nods to her. Will you teach me how to fly? Inko sighs. That depends. Ki control and power is based on many things, and one of them is the body's strength. You are still young, and not unnaturally strong like Izuku, and while I can train you to get stronger, your mother and father might not like that idea, but if you can get them on board, then I will happily teach you. Inko offers. Ochako nods, doing her best to ignore the possibility that her parents say no. Raising her hand one last time, she decides to ask another question, one that had been on her mind since she and Izuku began eavesdropping. One more thing, Miss Inko, what's a pervert? She asks, innocently, causing Inko to facepalm and Gohan to laugh. Izuku found that meditation for hours on end, while certainly relaxing and peaceful, was undoubtedly boring. His mother had explained to him that the key to unlocking ki was focus, and focus could be achieved through meditation, which was all well and good, but Izuku hadn't expected that they'd be spending hours on end sitting in an open field, outside, hoping to find an energy source that apparently was focused in the center of his body. It was bad enough that Ochako's family didn't want her doing any strength training yet, since she was only 4, so Izuku was alone with his mother. At least he had a goal to look forward to. However, being able to fly was certainly a great motivator, and the idea of shooting laser beams from his fingers, like his mom did when it was her turn to go hunting, was pretty exciting. After what felt like days, because it literally was due to Izuku losing focus and wandering off halfway through his first day of meditation, and then accidentally falling asleep on the second try the next day. He finally felt something. Like a dense ball of something was compressed into his chest. His mother nearly cheered when he described it, informing him that that was likely his ki that he felt within himself. Before any further lessons were instilled, however, she made him search it out again and again, a few more times, so that he'd be able to sense his own ki whenever he needed to. Once Inko was satisfied with his ability to sense his own ki, she promptly began instructing him in the ways of flight. The sky dancing art was the prime attraction of the Crane School of Martial Arts. Using one's ki to levitate off of the ground provided a huge advantage in most combat situations, provided an extra degree of motion, and to those who don't care much for pragmatism, it was simply really fun. However, it requires both control and stamina, as ki is not a limitless reserve and expels rather quickly to a novice. So found out Izuku upon his first lesson in the skies. He forced his ki down to his feet, as though it were the move of a rocket, and began to rise. He began to holler and cheer in celebration, but as a result, his control quickly slipped, and he plummeted from his position 8 feet in the air, crashing to the ground with a thud. He got back to his feet no worse for wear though, and both he and Inko laughed it off. Once he was able to hover for extended PRDS of time, Inko decided to move on to actual movement. Propulsion required using ki to maintain altitude as well as expend some in the opposite direction of which you wish to move in order to propel the user. Izuku's biggest challenge here was regulating the amount of ki he spent propelling himself, causing him to move at uncontrollable speeds and slam into objects. Fortunately, Izuku's preference for not painfully colliding with trees motivated him to quickly perfect his control. Inko was certainly impressed with the speed he was learning ki control, and also a little bit jealous. It had taken her months of training to perfect flight, while Izuku picked it up with natural ease, almost like this was second nature. Inko wasn't the only one who was jealous, however. After training, Izuku would often go to see what Ochako was doing and the two would play together, but he had neglected to tell her about his progress, hoping to surprise her with his newfound ability. One day, during a game of hide-and-seek the two were playing in the forest, Izuku spent all of his time hiding by simply floating above her the whole time, confusing her until she looked directly up and nearly jumped high enough to hit him out of shock. While she was elated at the thought of her best friend flying, she, herself, was very much a bit steamed since her parents wanted to wait until she was older before she tried training of any sort, regardless of how useful it would be to her future career. Fortunately, Izuku was a loving friend, and noticing her mild disappointment at her own perpetual grounding, decided to give her a hand, having her wrap her arms around his chest from behind, while his tail wrapped around her waist. While like this, Izuku could fly and carry her without fear of her falling. For Ochako, it was one of the greatest things she'd ever experienced in her relatively short life. While she wouldn't say it felt like she had infinite freedom, given that her fun was limited to what she could annoy the boy she was tethered to into doing by repeatedly shouting commands. Regardless, the feeling of the wind blowing her hair around and the rush of gliding over the trees was exhilarating. It almost alleviated her jealousy of not being able to fly. However, when they finally landed on the ground, her envy only grew. At least she managed to convince him to fly her back to her house, resulting in a very shocked Aiko, who had been watering the lawn shrubs outside her house, to jump in surprise as the two quickly hit the ground right behind her. After Ochako described what the two had been doing for the last 2 hours, Aiko was tempted to ban Ochako from flying with Izuku out of fear she might fall, but honestly, she knew that it wasn't going to stop them, and with Ochako's quirk, she would just lightly bounce off the ground if she fell. Instead, she simply thanked Izuku for getting her home on time, and wished him a good night, watching the boy lift off into the air as he waved goodbye before flying back home. Izuku was clearly a natural at flight-based ki, almost scarily so Inko decided he was ready for more specific energy manipulation techniques, namely the ki attacks. Izuku had always been interested in martial arts, and while Inko was hesitant to teach such powerful techniques to a child, Izuku had completely exceeded her expectations regarding flight, so she figured that he would be responsible enough to handle a few ki blasts, especially if he was merely a novice. If only the boy wasn't a savant with ki. Upon his first attempt at a basic ki blast, Izuku willed his ki forward in the shape of a ball, and fired it at a live tree. Inko had thought he would merely blow away the bark, but instead he felled the whole tree with one shot. Evidently, output control would be the main thing to focus on. It took a few days, but eventually Izuku was able to fine-tune his basic ki blast to be more akin to a ranged punch as opposed to a bomb. Still potent, but less dangerous. Once she was sure he could loose a ki blast without killing someone, she figured they could now begin integrating sparring sessions into their lessons. Izuku was very much enthused by the idea of having a full sparring session against his mother. While he had a few scuffles with his grandpa mostly just to practice form, he never really was tested in an actual fight. And after hearing from Gohan how talented his mother was, and after being trained by her, he was excited to begin practicing against her. Originally, he asked if he could do a full spar against Gohan as well, but Inko wanted him to incorporate ki into his fighting style, and Gohan preferred to do more physical attacks and had refused to learn flight in honor of his master, thus making practicing against him less of a challenge, since Izuku could outrange him. Inko had told him that ki blasts were allowed, but they had to be limited to no more powerful than a normal punch, and they were not allowed to fly above the tree line, but other than that, they could fight unrestricted, and Izuku was all for it. Their first spar was some of the most fun Izuku had ever had up to that point. They stood across from each other in a small clearing in the forest, nearly circular with the trees acting as a sort of boundary line. The clearing was about 100 feet in diameter and Izuku and Inko started about 30 feet away from one another. Gohan stood back in the tree line with a hand raised, acting as the referee giving a signal to start. With a quick chop of his hand, his descendants rushed towards each other. Inko, while holding back, had decided her son was too skilled and strong to treat as a normal child, so she was willing to put up a significant fight. Izuku, meanwhile, was excited to see his mom in action and wasn't going to disappoint her with his skills either. Inko leaps towards him with a flying kick, but Izuku slides under her legs and jumps up behind her, winding back a punch. Inko uses her flight ki to rotate herself, turning her drop kick into a roundhouse that strikes Izuku before he could land his punch. He tumbles and hits the ground but quickly scampers up on all fours before launching himself at Inko, flying up over her head in a mid-air somersault. Izuku rears back a kick and Inko moves to block, but Izuku's kick is revealed to be a feint as he quickly turns his body the opposite way, and his tail strikes Inko across the face. Inko, not taking kindly to such trickery, flies up quickly, striking Izuku's stomach with her knee and causing him to fall back to the ground, landing with a backwards roll, putting more distance between the two. Holding his palm out, Izuku fires a quick ki blast at his mother, who quickly moves her hands up to block it. With her arms moved up, her stomach is left exposed and Izuku takes advantage. Using his tail to assist him, he pushes off the ground and flies over to his mother, quickly landing a direct kick to her midsections. But Inko isn't willing to let that go unpunished. Before he can pull his leg back, Inko grabs it and pulls him closer with it, driving her knee into his stomach. Izuku flips back, landing several feet away. Inko points a finger to the ground at Izuku's feet and the tip begins to glow. Dodonpa! A thin beam of ki strikes the ground and causes dirt and grass to erupt in front of Izuku, blocking his vision. Izuku attempts to fly up to see, but Inko is already above him, and with a quick strike to the top of his head, Izuku is sent back down to the ground. That's enough. Gon says. Inko lands beside her son to examine any injuries, but she doesn't see anything major. Izuku looks at his grandfather with mild disappointment. I almost had her though, he complains. You almost had a concussion. In fact, Inko, are his eyes dilated more than they should be? Thus, she looks into her son's eyes, but nothing seems to be wrong with them. No. Well, we should still stop here now, just so no one gets too hurt. Gohan hears Izuku groan in annoyance. Don't worry boy, you'll have another spar, just not today. But that was so fun. Izuku says. You did really well, Izuku. Inko smiles proudly at her son, before cheekily adding, even if I was holding back. What? Izuku complains. Well then this fight shouldn't count. Come on grandpa, we gotta have a rematch. We gotta dash. No, Izuku, you can have your rematch another day, but you need rest. Why don't you go play with little Ochako or something? I'm sure she'd like to hear about your training so far. Izuku grumbled, but honestly, to him, hanging out with Ochako was almost as fun as what he just did, so he figured he'd go and see what she was up to. Izuku quickly ascends into the sky and flies off in the direction of town, while Gohan shakes his head and turns to Inko. That boy, he chuckles. He's got talent though. Got a pretty good licking on you with that kick, huh? He says, pointing to Inko's stomach. Yeah, it was a pretty good attack. She admits, rubbing her stomach lightly. I think it might bruise though. Sounds like someone's out of practice. Gontons. Inko scoffs and straightens her back, now appearing taller than her father. Oh really, old man, I'm the one out of practice? Seems like it to me. Gohan chuckles. Well then, perhaps you'd feel up to a spar? I'm all warmed up from that match against Izuku. Inko's eyes narrow. Unless, of course, your old age has hindered your fighting skill. She taunts. Oh, funny coming from the woman who had a run for her money by a 4-year-old. Gohan retorts. I suppose I'd be up for a good match. It was quite exciting watching you two battle it out. That's the spirit. Inko says as she gets into her fighting stance while her father does the same. Izuku would later be disappointed he missed a match between his mother and grandfather, but currently he was flying over the treetops, heading towards the Uraraka's house. Inko had taught him a way to use additional ki to increase his speed while creating a weak barrier around him so that insects and the like wouldn't get in his eyes and mouth while he was flying at high speeds. Looking down, he noticed the leaves of the trees he flew over rustling as he passed above them. Birds occasionally were startled from their perches and flew away, and other small rodents scampered away when they heard the branches rattle from the force. While flying was fun for the boy, the trip itself was rather uneventful. Since no obstacles were in his way, he could just fly straight in the direction of Ochako's house, with no need of detours. He quickly arrived at the Uraraka's property in the span of about 3 minutes, startling some passers-by from town as he flew overhead. Landing in their front yard, he happily walked up and knocked on the door. Aiko was the one to answer, and was a little confused as to why the boy's GI, which was normally kept clean, was ragged and ruffled, as though he had fallen down the side of a mountain. Knowing Izuku, however, he probably just killed another wild animal or something, so she wasn't going to question it. Aiko alerted Ochako that her friend was at the door, to which she immediately heard the patter of tiny feet running to their location. Ochako stumbles out from the hallway, barreling towards the boy who catches her in a hug as she collides with him. Aiko smiled at the exchange, watching her little girl and her best friend as Izuku began excitedly recounting what he had done for the day. Aiko was about to turn around to head back to the living room until Izuku said, "Then me and Mom had my first real sparring match." Aiko's eyes widened and she turned back around to listen in as Izuku excitedly narrates his fight against his mother, while Ochako listened with wide eyes as well. Aiko wasn't sure what to think in this situation. Normally, if a mother attacked her child in such a way that Izuku described, that would pretty clearly be signs of abuse. However, Izuku showed no distress at the situation at all. In fact, it seemed like he was disappointed that Gohan had stepped in to stop the match. Aiko rarely sat down specifically with Izuku to talk with him alone, since he seemed to take care of himself rather well, but she was honestly rather concerned. She didn't want to think ill of Inko. After all, the woman was incredibly kind and well-mannered, but she also didn't want to enable abuse. She'd need to investigate. For a while, she watched as Ochako and Izuku played out in the backyard, smiling as they both genuinely enjoyed each other's company. As a mother, she loved seeing Ochako in this state, totally happy with someone who she considered dear. Despite only knowing Izuku for a few months, it was clear he was starting to become part of the family. In fact, it was enough to make Aiko wonder if he would end up as part of the family in the future, given how close the two of them are, and how much more time they would have to strengthen that bond over the years. The thought made Aiko smile. But again, the thoughts in the back of her head were still there. Izuku was a child, a very strong and dependable child, but a child nonetheless. It made sense Inko would want to train him how to defend himself, but to actively spar with a 4-year-old as though he was a fully grown adult was more than a bit concerning. She doubted Inko was malicious. She seemed incredibly proud of her son whenever she brought him up in conversation, but perhaps she didn't realize she may have been taking his training a bit too far. Then again, however, Izuku seemed to genuinely enjoy his training, even though he looked rather roughed up when he arrived. Aiko figured she'd ask to watch the next training session, just so she can see what exactly is going on. While she didn't know exactly how she should approach the boy to ask if she could, she ultimately didn't need to, as while they were playing outside, Ochako had asked the same thing, and when they came back indoors, she begged her to come watch, hoping that after seeing what Izuku could do with some training, Aiko would allow her to train as well. Of course, she wasn't going to let her until she was older, but it did provide the perfect opportunity. So, 2 days later, Izuku came knocking at their door, letting them know he and his mother were going to be training together and they were free to watch if they still wanted. Both the mother and daughter agreed. Gata, unfortunately, had to head into the nearby city to purchase materials for their company's current project. Izuku offered to fly them both, claiming he was strong enough to lift them, but Aiko wasn't sure of the safety of him carrying 2 people, especially if one was drastically larger than him, so they simply walked to the spot Izuku was guiding them to. Reaching the spot in the forest where Izuku had first battled his mom, they find Gohan and Inko, sitting on a log, waiting for them. They smile and greet the new arrivals, making brief small talk, before the mother and son begin stretching for their battle. Aiko looks on nervously, which Gohan is quick to notice. He sits down beside her and begins to speak. "I see you're nervous." Aiko sighs and looks back at him. "He's just a kid. Don't you think this is a bit intense? I get he's really strong, but this almost seems cruel," Aiko says in a small voice. Gohan nods. "I understand your concern. Such actions towards one of his age may seem barbaric and abusive, but I want you to watch. Look at his face, his expression. Gohan raises a hand to signal the match to begin. The mother and son speed towards each other, appearing like blurs to Aiko. She had to admit, seeing Inko in action was impressive, but listening to Gohan's words, she found herself watching Izuku's face, only to find a smile. No, it was more than that, it was the gleeful expression of a giddy child being gifted a toy they've always wanted. As the two clash, she sees that expression only become more pronounced. Gohan speaks up, having to talk a little louder since Ochako was now standing up and cheering on both combatants, excited seeing her best friend and his mother in full action. He's a born fighter. I think he enjoys being able to test himself. Inko was hesitant to allow him to begin training, much like how you are with little Ochako. But from what I've seen, more fun he has never had, outside of hanging out with your daughter of course. Aiko says nothing as the fight continues, instead choosing to continue observing the boy and his mother during their match. It's almost mesmerizing to watch, the two flying at each other, doing feats that she would think were impossible. Inko had told her that her quirk was a minor telekinesis quirk which could only pull small objects towards her, but here she was, flying, shooting glowing blasts and lasers, and moving faster than anything she had ever seen. And Izuku? Aiko wasn't sure why exactly, but he was somehow keeping up. Clearly, Inko had the advantage and was holding back, as she was older, had longer limbs and more experience, but despite that, Izuku would land solid strikes onto Inko, causing her to slide back and veer off course when mid-air. Not to mention the whole flying M-blast thing as well. When her daughter had come home, asking to learn ki from Inko alongside Izuku, she had thought she was joking. After asking Inko about it, she still thought it was absurd but took it seriously enough to deny Ochako's request, since it would require her to do strenuous physical activity that she was way too young for. But now, after seeing it all in action, how fast they moved, how the wind shifted as they blitzed around, how the shadows of the forest would vanish in the light of their glowing energy, she found herself amazed. But not quite as amazed at her daughter, who stood, slack-jawed, as she desperately tried to keep up with the two fighters, jumping and flying around their little arena. She cheered loudly every time she saw one of them use an energy blast, or landed a clean hit, and clapped and squealed when they flew by where the spectators were sitting, the air pressure causing her hair to flutter around briefly. Eventually, Inko manages to win, similar to how she did in their first spar, by tricking Izuku with a fake blast to get him to move into a bad position, allowing her to get a clean strike on him. Aiko stood up in worry, ready to run up to the poor child to see if he was okay, but Inko swooped down and beat her to it. Inko began examining the boy's head and face for injury, but Izuku assured her he was fine. Still, she continued her care, before gently ruffling his hair, causing him to giggle. The tenderness of the exchange and the happy look Izuku gave his mother told Aiko all she needed to know about their relationship. It seemed that her suspicion was wrong after all. Aiko turned to look at Gohan, who simply gave a knowing smile and nodded. Ochako was quick to run up to the two combatants, excitedly recounting her observations of the fight through her childish wonder. Izuku rubbed the back of his head bashfully while Inko simply smiled and gently ruffled her hair. Aiko walked up to the trio. "I know you said you were a fighter, but I never imagined this." Inko nods. "We're quite impressive if I do say so myself. I pity the poor man who tries to hit on you on a bad day." She chuckles, getting a smile from the martial artist. "Mom won't let any man hit her, even on a bad day." Izuku exclaims. "She's too fast." "That's not what I meant." Aiko smiles at the boy's rather humorous naivety, but her heart is warmed by his utmost confidence in his mother. Inko looks at Aiko as the children began to talk excitedly amongst themselves, walking away from the two mothers to go pace around near where the sparring match just took place. Aiko turns to speak but Inko begins talking first. "You were concerned for Izuku, weren't you? How did you know?" She asks. "Because you have a child of your own. Someone who you'd take a bullet for. You felt as though I was putting him in danger." Aiko sighs. "I know he's strong but he's still only 4. Most kids his age can't even color in the lines of a coloring book and yet he can kill a bear, but that doesn't change that he's still very young. I know how you feel. Inko says. If he were a normal child, I'd probably think very similar to you. But you've seen him, he enjoys being able to use his speed and strength, he enjoys learning new techniques. I love my son, and because of that, I let him push himself. I'd be hurting him more if I denied him this. Inko's eyes turn steely and lock onto Aiko's. But know this, I would lay down my life for him. If there comes someone who tries to hurt my boy, I will kill them. I'm sure you feel the same way about your daughter. Aiko nods. I would do anything to protect her. Inko smiles. Then we are not so different. The two mothers watch as their children continue playing around in the clearing, as Gohan walks up from behind and begins speaking. Would you like to join us for dinner? I know the kids would like to spend more time together and I figured you'd be getting a bit hungry by now. Aiko nods. Honestly, while she didn't hold her daughter's admiration for the Midoriya's cooking methods, it was always an interesting experience when they invited her over. Of course, thank you. Thus, the group began to head back to the Midoriya's shack, Aiko feeling relieved at the information she had learned. Izuku was happy and his family loved him. She still would not allow Ochako to go through similar training unless she was much older and still trying to become a hero, but at least for now, she was glad her daughter and the Midoriya boy were so close. If something happened, at least she knew her daughter was safe with him. The Uraraka family seldom enjoy luxury, which makes the times that they do all the more special. Upon completion of a rather large contract in the nearest big city, repairing the damage done by a gang of villains as well as several careless heroes who pursued them, the Urarakas found themselves with a bit of extra money. Wanting to treat themselves, they scouted out a nearby hot springs resort to visit. However, given how much time they've been spending together and how close they've become over the past few months, they wanted to bring the Midoriyas along as well. They discussed their idea with the family in question to see if they were interested. Gohan didn't seem to care, but Inko was rather enthusiastic about the idea. Since the nearest resort was adults only, Gohan volunteered to stay and watch the kids while the other three went to enjoy themselves. Neither of the children seemed to mind. Izuku wanted to continue his training, and Ochako wanted to watch and hopefully pick up a few things in the process, so it was decided. For the next few days, the younger adults would take a vacation, while Gohan made sure the kids ate and didn't wander into dangerous territory in the woods. Gohan's training was much different from Inko's. While she made Izuku meditate and focus, Gohan leaned into the physical aspect of training, having Izuku carry heavy rocks while running certain distances and the like. However, Gohan made sure Izuku had plenty of rest between each session, as that was the way his master had taught him. Ochako would watch as Izuku panted heavily while carrying the stones, eventually deciding to ask Gohan if she could try. Gohan was conflicted. After all, he knew Aiko didn't want Ochako hurting herself, but Ochako seemed determined and Gohan was there to make sure nothing went wrong. So he decided to throw her a bone, and handed her a hollow log to jog around with, light enough for her to carry, heavy enough for her to sweat. While it was clear she was struggling a bit with her small wooden weight, she refused to use her quirk, simply bearing the weight with no complaint. Izuku was surprised to see her following after him as he began trying to run up a steep hill with a large rock held overhead, but he smiled and welcomed the company. Once the two had run up and down the hill a dozen times, Gohan decided to call it a day and informed the children he'd be making dinner soon. This meant the two had some downtime to kill, so they decided to go to their favorite location in the woods, a small creek with a gentle current. The two of them had discovered it a few weeks ago and had enjoyed playing in the water to cool off after any particularly warm day. Inko had caught the two of them on their third time visiting the creek, basically skinny dipping since neither of them had swim clothes, so she and Aiko made sure to remedy that the next time they visited town. Izuku flew back to his house to grab his blue swimming trunks and Ochako's red bathing suit from a bag her mother had packed for her, before flying back to deliver the clothes to her. The two hiked up to the creek, before setting their stuff down and changing into their swimwear. Izuku was the first to run into the water, happily splashing into the creek, not caring how cold the water was. Ochako was a bit slower to enter, gradually crawling in as her body gets used to the cold little by little. The water was completely clear, and they could even see small koi flowing downstream, which Izuku tried to catch out of the water and show to Ochako. Ochako herself, meanwhile, simply sat down in the water, letting it wash over her as it went up to her shoulders, the once frigid current now relaxing on her sore arms and legs. As Izuku scouts the water, his eyes scanning the currents for him to catch some poor fish off guard, Ochako decides to start a conversation. "Does lifting that rock hurt?" she asks, in reference to the drastically larger weight that he had to bear as opposed to her. "Nah, what hurts is running up the hill with it. My belly felt like it was on fire," Izuku explains. The rock, while not too heavy for him, had caused him to lean back while running a bit, resulting in his abdominal muscles getting a little strained. "My feet hurt from all that," Ochako admits, rubbing her ankles from where she knelt in the gentle current. "The water makes him feel better though." Ochako looks back at Izuku. "Does all your training hurt like this?" Izuku shakes his head. When I was learning to fly, I spent most of the time meditating." "What's that?" Ochako asks. "It's when you sit real still and think about nothing. You just feel things. Mom taught me how to do it. She says I needed to learn it to use ki, which is what I need to fly." He explains, splashing through the water as he moves closer to his friend. "Do you think you could teach me how to me?" She fumbles with the pronunciation for a bit before Izuku cuts in with the correct word. "Yeah, that and how to fly?" Izuku sits down next to her, slashing a small amount of water onto her, but she wasn't bothered. "Well, I guess meditating isn't too hard by itself. It's easier to do when you're relaxed. You want to try it here in the creek? The water is pretty relaxing." Ochako nods enthusiastically, a rush of excitement coursing through her at the idea of learning to fly. Before they began, Izuku did his best to explain the basics of meditation and what Ochako needed to do to find her ki. Then he moved to sit behind her so that they were back to back. Izuku had fallen asleep several times when meditating, and he didn't want Ochako doing the same while they were in a body of water, so with him behind her, she couldn't fall back. In addition, he wrapped his tail around her waist and his own wrist, so that she was gently pressed against him, as though it were a seatbelt, just to make sure she didn't fall forward either. Once they were ready, Izuku instructed her to close her eyes and empty her head of all distracting thoughts. Ochako was not the most focused child in the world, so it took a bit to simply just feel, rather than think. With no thoughts in her head, she could feel her aching muscles even more acutely, as well as the gentle rapids that washed over them. Izuku had said that she needed to look for something within herself, claiming it felt like a heavy ball of something within his body. As they sat together, Ochako began searching for that ball Izuku described, trying to feel it out, like one might try to hone in on a faint paper cut or stinging sensation that can easily be ignored if not actively looking. The two simply sat there for a few minutes, the sounds of the water moving beside them providing a tranquil atmosphere for the two. While the calmness of the scene was certainly a blessing, Ochako could not find within herself what Izuku had told her to, even after minutes of trying. Eventually, with an annoyed sigh, she opens her eyes and leans back against her friend who was peacefully meditating behind her. He hears her let out an irritated sigh and gently presses against her back, gently tightening his tail around her, as though he was embracing her. "It's okay. It took me a few days to get it." That made Ochako feel both a little better and worse. Izuku not mastering it instantly meant maybe it was just something that she needed to keep practicing, but the fact that it took him, the most amazing person she'd ever met, days to learn how to sense ki meant she'd likely take significantly longer. She didn't have much time to dwell on it, though, because they saw a flash of light and looked up to see a ki blast rise into the night sky, Gohan's signal to head back. Her displeasure was momentarily mitigated as Izuku picked her up and flew off over the trees, heading back to the hut. However, now that she knew what she needed to do to unlock her ki, you can bet that she would be spending every free moment desperately searching for the ki within her. The resort was honestly one of the greatest experiences Inko had been through in a long time. She had her own money stored away, and insisted on paying for herself, despite the pleas of the Urarakas to allow them to spoil a friend. Inko had never actually been to one before, and was excited to see what they were about. Prominently advertised were the massage parlor and hot springs, both of which Inko and the Urarakas made sure to visit. The massage was okay. Inko supposed. It wasn't calming to her as it was to the other two, but maybe that was due to her years of meditation and mental training, which she felt greater stress relief from. The springs were nice, however. Gata was a little nervous when Inko suggested they go to the mixed bathing section, looking to his wife, who simply gave him a sly smile. Was usually a very modest and proper person, so Aiko had no fear of her attempting to intentionally stalk her husband, and Gata, loyal husband he was, kept his eyes towards his wife as much as possible. Even though they were clad in towels, Inko possessed a radiant beauty that she seemed unaware of. Once the Midoriya matriarch had swam a bit out of earshot, Aiko leaned towards her husband. "You know I'm not gonna be angry if you look at her. I know it's hard to look away." Gata scratches his head. "I'm sorry, it's just..." Aiko gives a cheeky grin. "I know she's something, huh? I see the guys back home give her looks all the time. All that training she's done really has sculpted her into something." Gata raises his eyebrow. "Should I be the one who's concerned?" "Is." Aiko chuckles and kisses him. "No, I already have the man of my dreams." She then pauses. "Although, if I never met you, then maybe..." Her face reddens slightly at the images that come to mind. Gata isn't sure how to respond to his wife's sapphic tendencies, so he simply chooses to be glad that he got to Aiko first. After getting out and drying off, Gata decides he is tired and decides to return to their room for the night, while the women head off to the small bar at the resort, in order to get both drinks and food. Alcohol was never something that Inko really partook in throughout her life. Occasionally she drinks sake with her father, and when she studied with the turtle hermit, she tried beer, but didn't care for it. Generally speaking, Inko had never been intoxicated before. Between he heightened key keeping her body in peak condition and just generally living a healthy and active lifestyle, not to mention being slightly taller than the average Japanese woman, her alcohol tolerance was pretty high. Aiko's was not. 3 drinks in and she was already leaning against Inko, cheerfully discussing various topics to her friend while Inko just politely nodded and smiled, slightly amused at how much of a happy drunk Aiko was. She nearly fell off her stool. She was pressed up against the other woman so much. "I think you've had enough," Inko urges her, putting her arm under Aiko's and gently lifting her up. "No," Aiko futilely protests, gently pounding her hands against Inko's back. "I can keep going." "I can," she trails off, her head lolling slightly to the side. Inko continues to haul her friend out of the bar, before she is stopped by 2 men who appear to have taken interest in the pair. The first one walks up, wearing a flower-patterned shirt and blue-tinted sunglasses resting on his head. "Looks like someone's been partying," he says, gesturing to the plastered Aiko. "Tell me about it." Inko grumbles. The second one, a man with an orange button up and khaki pants, chuckles. "Well, if you're up for a little more partying, I'm sure we can work something out dash." "Not interested," Inko says, trying to walk past them, but the orange shirt guy steps in front of her. "Now hold on, you haven't heard our offer yet. We can show you ladies a real good time dash." "Don't care." Inko cuts him off. The first guy scowls, and Inko sees this is about to get nasty, so she pulls a nearby chair out and sets her friend down on it. She then turns back to face the 2 men, crossing her arms. "Come on, it'll just be one night, you'll never hear from us again after, promise?" The first guy offers. Now other customers have taken slight notice and are trying to be discreet about watching, but Inko can hear the conversations around them quiet down significantly. "She's married," Inko says, pointing at the ring on her finger. "She's also plastered. She won't remember a thing." The second guy offers, slowly walking up to Inko. "So, you'd have me knowingly let you barbarians have your way with my friend while she's vulnerable, and expect me to join in as well?" Inko's scowl deepens. "Get lost." She quickly grabs her friend and storms past the 2, walking as fast as she can to the nearest elevator. She presses the call button for the elevator and is forced to wait, so she sets Aiko down on a nearby bench. As she is about to sit down, she hears rapid footsteps approaching, turning to see the 2 guys from before run up to her. "What do you dash?" She is cut off as the orange shirt guy pushes her against the wall and tries to restrain her arms. "Listen here, you little beach. We aren't asking, you're coming with us. Inko stops paying attention as she sees the second guy grab Aiko and pull her up from her spot on the bench. Inko quickly breaks free of the man's grasp and jabs her index and middle finger into his kidney, causing the man to scream in pain. Rearing back a punch, Inko knocks the man out in a single strike to his face, before turning her attention to the second guy. He stares at her bewildered for a second, before he drops Aiko and runs at her, attempting to swing his fist at her. She easily sidesteps the attack before kneeing him so hard he slams against the wall. She scrambles over to her friend and puts her hands on her shoulders. "Are you okay, Aiko?" she asks, concern laden in her voice. Aiko can only nod dumbly as she stares in awe at her savior, her face turning slightly red. Inko called the resort security to collect the guys who had attacked them, before finally heading back up to their shared room. When they got there, Gata, who was reading a book in bed, leaped to his feet, seeing his wife both drunk and disheveled. After Inko explained what happened, Gata was both horrified and furious, wanting to strangle those two with his bare hands, but Inko assured him everything was taken care of. For now, he settled for simply laying next to his wife and holding her close while she gently snored in his arms. Inko lays down in her own bed across from them, smiling at how quickly Aiko was able to sleep despite the situation. Her friends and family were under her protection, and she refused to let anything hurt them on her watch. In the dark of the Midoriya-san residence, Ochako lay awake on the futon that had been rolled out for her and Izuku to lay together on, listening to the gentle snoring from Gohan on his bed and the occasionally grumbling from Izuku as he lay cuddled up next to her. Ochako had been trying to further meditate on what Izuku had said and had been spending every moment she could searching for her key. It had been 3 days since she had first started, and her mom and dad would be returning from their vacation with Inko, and she wasn't sure if they'd want her trying to unlock this power even if she stopped doing physical training so Gohan wouldn't get an earful from her parents. So she lay there, eyes closed, looking and looking but finding nothing. She sighs and opens her eyes. To her left, her best friend lay with his arms wrapped around her left one, so she couldn't move too much or he'd wake, so she simply chose to study his face. It was hard to imagine this boy who could fly and shoot lasers, and who could battle his mother at breakneck speeds, could look so calm when he was resting, but then again, Ochako mostly knew him when he was like this, only recently being exposed to his battle-hungry side. She wondered if one day she'd be able to fight him like that, and maybe even win. She'd need to be able to fight if she wanted to be a hero, even if she focused on rescue. If she could match him, and they both grew and improved, she'd be a phenomenal hero. But for now, this one thing eluded her, and it irritated her to no end. She wonders what it would be like to be Izuku, to be so strong, so gifted, to learn in a few days the very same thing that's been driving Ochako up the wall. But while she was envious of her friend's talent, she was grateful to him all the same. He took time out of his day to explain to her how to meditate and what to look for. He never made fun of her or tried to exert any kind of superiority. It seemed like he was genuinely invested in the progress of his friend. Ochako smiles thinking about this, gently bringing her other hand to his cheek and gently rubbing it, causing the boy to coo in his sleep. She'd soon learn to master this power, not just for herself, but also to make Izuku proud as well. After all, he was technically her first teacher, and Ochako refused to let him down. With these happy thoughts of Izuku encouraging her, and the possibility of greater power for her to learn, she closes her eyes, and gently drifts off to sleep. When the Urarakas plus Inko finally made it back to their hometown and passed through the woods so that the Urarakas could pick up their daughter, they were surprised to open the door to see the two kids sitting parallel to one another, clearly deep in meditation. Gohan was standing behind Izuku, lighting an incense burner and raising a finger in front of his mouth to request silence from the new arrivals. He gently steps around the kids, walking over to the adults without breaking their deep meditative focus. He motions them back and gently closes the door behind them, the night sky above them being ironically brighter than the dark room the kids were currently meditating in. Sorry, the kids had been focused for nearly an hour now, and little Ochako has been really interested in meditation ever since she learned how to do it. Gohan explains. Aiko looks confused as Gohan begins properly welcoming them back. Why is she so interested in meditation? Izuku told her that's how he learned how to sense his ki, and since she's been real interested in flying, she's been spending time with him, trying to feel out her ki. Gohan explains. I thought I told her I didn't want her training until she was older. Aiko gripes. Oh, she's not really training per se. She's mostly just trying to learn to use ki. Less training, more focusing your mind and spirit. Gohan deflects, conveniently forgetting that he had allowed Ochako to do basic weight training with his grandson. But I thought you said she'd need to get stronger to use that. Aiko says. Yes, but it's a bit more nuanced than that. Ki is built off of 3 aspects of one's self: vigor, courage, and right-mindedness. Of those, right-mindedness is arguably the most important, as it pertains to focus, which allows ki to even be used in the first place. Gohan explains. In addition, while one's physical strength affects their ki also affects their body, providing it with additional strength, creating a feedback loop. Working out your body empowers your ki, practicing your ki affects your body, and so on and so forth. Once she masters learning how to use ki, she'll probably be able to pick you up with little to no strength training at all. Gohan assures her. Goddess steps forward. Be that as it may, need I remind you, she is still a kid. She should be focused on playing with her friends and having fun, not training by sitting in a dark room with her eyes closed. Gohan presses his hands together. That is true, however, everything she is doing is entirely by her choice. She chose to ask Izuku to teach her this, and she desperately wants to fly. Neither me nor my grandson forced her to do anything. Quite the opposite really. She woke Izuku up in the middle of the night once so she could get some extra meditation in. He chuckles. Aiko and Gata are taken aback at their daughter's perseverance, knowing that at her age they never would have had that kind of dedication for anything. Gohan turns to look at his daughter. Well, I hope you all had a good trip at least. He says. For the most part. Inko says. Some of the patrons were rather irritating, but the springs themselves were relaxing. She briefly recounted her encounter with the 2 belligerent men at the resort, to which Gohan smiled in pride. As expected of my daughter, I'm glad to see that you are still a force to be reckoned with, even with your years away from active competition at the Crane School. She was amazing. Aiko gushes, her face turning a little red at the memory, which was a little hazy from her intoxication, but still clear enough to frame Inko as some kind of invincible grandmaster of immense skill and beauty. We owe her a lot. Gata nods in agreement. The adults continue to converse for a few more minutes until they hear the door to the cabin open and see the 2 children exit, squinting from their time having their eyes closed while in a dark room. Mom? You're back. Izuku says cheerfully, running up and giving her a tight hug, while Ochako does the same to her own parents. Did you have fun at Grandpa Gohan's place? Aiko asks. Yeah. I watched Izuku train, and then we went to play in the creek and we saw some fish, and she continues to rant about what she and her friend had done for the last 4 days, leaving the carrying wood up a hill out as per Gohan's request. Aiko scoops her daughter up while she is talking, gently bouncing her up and down in her arms. Aiko hates to interrupt, but they had to be home soon, and it was past her bedtime anyway, so she has to cut her off and say goodbye to everyone, prompting Ochako to do the same, as well as thanking Gohan for letting her stay with him. Inko leads the family back through the forest and to their home before flying back to her house, finding that in the few minutes it took to lead the Urarakas back, both her father and son had fallen asleep. She supposed it was fine, they had clearly stayed up waiting for her to return, so she'd just tell them more about the trip tomorrow. Every night since her family had gotten home, whenever she was put to bed, Ochako spent her last conscious moments of each day, continuing her meditation. She'd grown to become fond of the calming sensation and it made falling asleep a lot easier. However, while she'd mastered clearing her mind, ki was still just beyond her grasp. She no longer felt frustrated at this, however, since she internally compared herself to Izuku, who was an unnatural savant and prodigy, while she was a normal 4-year-old girl. Instead, she felt grateful that Izuku, even with all his training, still made time for her and went out of his way to help her. He was always patient, always encouraging with his remarks. He never once made fun of her for her inability to master the basics of ki, and instead seemed wholeheartedly invested in making sure she ended up mastering this power. He was, ironically, more supportive of this than her own parents. Not to say that Aiko and Gata were unsupportive, however. When they had gotten home, they explained that Gohan had informed them of Ochako's new obsession, and had asked her if she was sure that she wanted to pursue such a task at this young of an age, but seeing the determination in her eyes, they backed off and began allowing her time to meditate throughout the day. They also noticed subtle shifts in her behavior. Before, while Ochako was far from a problem child, she was certainly a rowdy one. Now though, she was usually calm and polite, unless she was stirred into excitement, usually by Izuku. Honestly, Aiko and Gata were beginning to appreciate the influence Izuku had on their daughter, since she now seemed a lot more happy than when she was back before she'd met him, and while it had only been a few months, those months felt like lifetimes by this point. The familiarity between the two families created a feeling as though the two clans had been tight since the beginning. To Ochako, however, the Midoriyas were almost like these mystical fairies that dwelled within the forest, who had power almost akin to magic, and who seemed to live in their own little world. Izuku was like some kind of lively forest spirit who played around with her, but also shielded her from harm in the woods. Gohan was like an old sage, who always had an answer to every question she could ask, and Inko was like a beautiful forest maiden, whose presence invoked a feeling of calm warmth. Ochako couldn't help but view them as magical, since they seemed to defy whatever logic seemed normal in her 4-year-old mind, making her own family seem tame and mundane by comparison. Not that that was a bad thing, she loved her family, but she also loved the strange anomalies that were the Midoriyas. Perhaps it was their influence that caused her to no longer feel frustration at even the most minor things. She'd become patient after observing Gohan and Inko try to teach Izuku more complex techniques to varying degrees of success, but not one of them showing an ounce of frustration at failure. She'd become calmer from all of the meditation she's undergone, to the point where calm seemed to become her default state of being. She'd even become braver, no longer afraid to venture into the woods by herself, and instead pathfinding through it with such ease from all the times she and Izuku have had to traverse it. So, when one day, while Ochako was visiting the Midoriya family and having a meditation session with the three, Gohan looked at her with a knowing smile. He'd seen the changes in her behavior too, going from a timid child to an excitable one to a calm and relaxed one, as well as her taking initiative to be the one to visit instead of waiting for Izuku to pick her up, even technically defying her parents' orders to do so, since they wanted to ensure she was safe. She'd honed 2 of the 3 aspects of ki, courage and right-mindedness, and once she finally unlocked it, vigor would come on its own. So during their session when Ochako suddenly jolted, opening her eyes, and an expression of joy spread across her face, Gohan knew exactly what had happened. Weeks spent in meditation, emptying her thoughts, feeling within herself, and Ochako had finally found what she was looking for, that warm ball of something Izuku had described to her. She had found her key. When Izuku dropped her off at her house, Ochako was ecstatic, excitedly hugging her mother and father while jumping up and down rapidly. The usually calm girl was completely absorbed in the euphoric sensation of success at something she'd been trying to learn for so long. Inko had promised to train her if her parents allowed it, and, much to her surprise, they did. Their reasoning was that they didn't want her walking through the forest alone to get to Izuku due to the wildlife, so she could simply fly over it. Not to mention she'd be able to quickly pick up a few things from the general store if her parents were busy. While Inko wished to train the girl in the basics of ki, Gohan decided to take his grandson out camping further into the foods, on the other side of the mountain. There they could continue his strength training, uninterrupted. Gohan and Izuku packed a couple tents, some spare clothes, and a container of salt for their trip before hugging Inko and Ochako goodbye and heading off to their destination. The trip was mostly uneventful, but was a bit of a workout in its own right. They had climbed down a small cliff that overlooked a large thicket, before trekking several kilometers out from the cliff, wandering far into the deep forest. Once Gohan decided that they had found a good spot to set up camp, the two set up tents before beginning Izuku's training. This set of training was a bit harder than before, as Gohan shot a ki blast into a tree and ordered Izuku to catch the falling timber. Holding the trunk over his head, Gohan then had him follow him on a 5-kilometer run through uneven terrain, including up a small hill and through a creek. Once that was done, it was followed by a sparring session, a brief rest PRD, and a practice session for Izuku to hone his ki blasts. It was a bit harder than what he was used to, but Izuku took it in stride, being happy to push himself further, knowing it would make him a lot stronger. After they were done with training, the two would then hunt for dinner, before setting up a campfire to cook. Gohan would regale Izuku with stories of when he and Inko were younger, when he trained under the Turtle Hermit, and even during one of his matches in the Tenkaichi Budokai. Izuku, in turn, talked about his adventures with Ochako and some of their more funny moments together. Izuku liked talking with his grandfather. It was relaxing. He spoke with a soft voice that evoked a feeling of projected friendliness, even to complete strangers. Izuku wondered if he'd ever have that kind of talent, the ability to just calm people with only words. A few days passed in their training, the same cycle day in and day out. They'd increase the difficulty by felling larger and larger trees each day, and practicing putting more power into the ki blasts, as well as Gohan throwing rocks to act as moving targets for Izuku. It was getting to the point where Izuku was legitimately getting tired at the end of the day, sweating and panting, but feeling satisfied at his progress. After both he and Gohan had laid down for the night, Izuku decided to sneak out of his tent, needing to relieve himself in the woods. Once he was done, however, he decided to sit down in front of his tent, readying himself for meditation. The sore feeling in his body melted away as his tension evaporated, and the familiar calming sensation washed over him. He lay down on his back, further taking the strain off of his shoulders and back and instead allowing the relaxing sensation creep further throughout his body. He contemplated just sleeping out here out on the dirt, where the calm wind blew gently on his face. Honestly, he thinks it'd be more comfortable unless the bugs started attacking him. The campfire was mostly embers now, and the smoke wasn't doing anything to keep them at bay, so he knew he'd probably have to head back into his tent to get away from them. He opens his eyes, ready to head back into his tent, only to notice something he'd never paid much attention to before. The clouds had parted and the moon was shining down on him like the sun did during the day, only this time, it was a full circle instead of the crescent he usually saw at night. Izuku rarely paid attention to the moon, and never for more than a passing glance, but now that he had a clear view of it, he wondered why he hadn't before. It was bright and full, easily standing out from the other celestial objects that hung above his head. Something about it seemed familiar to him, or at least, natural, like something within him was pleased at the sight of the moon. It was relaxing, it was mesmerizing. Teaching Ochako was a lot different from teaching her son, Inko decided. Since her parents preferred if she just focused on key techniques instead of strength training, exercise was limited to lightly jogging and sparring was discarded entirely. First things first, Ochako wanted to learn flight more than anything, and Inko was willing to start with that. However, unlike her son, who took to flying with ease, Ochako was a bit shaky at the start. While she could sense and manipulate her own ki, her inexperience shone through when her first attempt at flight resulted in her momentarily levitating a few inches off the ground before clumsily falling back down, stumbling back and landing on her rear. However, she technically did it. She had flown, ever so slightly, off the ground, which to her was cause for celebration. She cheered to herself for the next few minutes, vibrating with excitement while Inko watched on with amusement. For the next few hours, Ochako began to try again and again, holding herself up a little longer each time before giving out and landing back on her feet. Once Inko had decided that they were done for the day, she flew the two of them to the Uraraka residence and dropped the child off. That was the cycle they followed for the next few days. With Inko training Ochako, Aiko and Gata were able to work later into the day as well. In all, it was a perfect system for them all. As difficult as maintaining flight was for the girl, Ochako loved every second of her training. Even though she could only hover and not actually move, she'd achieved the first major step in her goal of becoming a hero. She'd be able to put this technique to good use once she mastered it. When her parents first saw it, they were astonished. It had only been a day into her training with Inko and she could already hover. Aiko almost wondered if she could learn it herself, but was more focused on helping her daughter. From what Gohan had said, she'd naturally become stronger as she mastered ki, which in turn would also end up empowering her ki further. She figured Ochako would need to eat a lot more and sleep much more as well, just in case these enhancements triggered any kind of growth spurt. While it was certainly more expensive on their budget, she made sure to start stocking up on more hearty foodstuffs, more protein-rich meats and carbohydrates for energy. Inko had told both her and Ochako that excessive ki use can make one incredibly tired, especially someone who was as young and inexperienced as her. One day, when they had a day off, Aiko and Gata decided to watch their daughter's training to see what exactly she was going through and to ask if there was anything they could do to help. Inko explained that they were doing fine as is keeping their daughter fed a healthy diet and allowing her to come over to train. And so they watch, amazed when they see their child levitate off the ground again. They, of course, have seen her do it before when she showed them, but it was still amazing, especially knowing it wasn't her quirk doing the work. Inko had graciously invited them to stay for dinner, an offer the family couldn't refuse. While Inko's cooking style was rather simple and did not feature many ingredients, after having spent years practicing out in the wilderness, using only what they could hunt or grow in their small garden, Inko had perfected her own recipes. Even Aiko, who was a little hesitant when she first tried spit-roasted meat, had fallen in love with her cooking. Inko invited the three inside and began serving them roasted boar with an herbal rub that she had concocted and a small side salad for them all before setting her own plate and sitting down to join them. Smiles were plenty as the four enjoyed their food and continued discussing the details of Ochako's training, wondering what the next step would be after flight. Inko thought about it for a second before asking them if they would be okay with Ochako learning the basics of ki attacks, so she could defend herself in the future if needed. Gata was instantly on board. He was worried about his daughter's safety in the heroics field since her quirk wasn't really that useful for straightforward combat, but knowing what Inko was capable of, and knowing that she could teach her daughter, it was a huge relief. Aiko was slightly more apprehensive, fearing knowing that kind of power could cause her to accidentally hurt herself or others, but eventually she came around to the idea when Inko explained how the ki blasts themselves can be toned down. She did insist that Ochako not use them inside of their house once she did learn them, however, not wanting to deal with a bunch of messes being made with this power. They continued to talk well into the night, even after their dinner was finished. Ochako would periodically crawl under the table and sit upright in the lap of either Inko or Aiko, equally comfortably with both her mother and her master, and even occasionally climbing up her father's back and sitting on his shoulders. The adults sat cross-legged on the ground as they talked amongst themselves, and Ochako found herself getting quite bored, hence why she frequently shuffled around from person to person. The adults, while trying their best to continue their conversation, occasionally chuckled at Ochako when she climbed up on her father's back, staring down at them from his shoulders like she was some kind of sentry. It was getting late, and Ochako was clearly tired of just listening to them discuss topics she had no interest in, so Inko decided they should wrap up the conversation. However, before she could suggest that idea, a loud, thunderous roar rattled the foundations of the house and startled everyone inside. Aiko leaped into her husband's arms, pulling her daughter close as Gata positioned himself in front of them. Meanwhile, Inko had leapt to her feet and entered the crane stance, one arm positioned in front of her body while the other was coiled by her head. Inko focused, trying to hone in on the key of whatever released that horrible roar. It couldn't have been something normal like a bear that was too loud and too destructive. "Stay here. I'm going to go check it out," Inko says, opening the door and quickly closing it behind her. Once she is outside, she scans the area, hoping to find where that sound came from, only for another roar to be heard. She turns towards the sound, looking further into where the thicket sat below the cliffside. There, in the distance, illuminated by the moonlight, she saw a large object moving around, toppling trees in its wake. She quickly began flying in its direction, afraid that Izuku and Gohan would encounter this monster. She soared forward, the leaves of the trees being torn off in her wake as she got closer. When her eyes finally could make out its shape, she couldn't help but gasp. It was a large, monstrous monkey, with piercing, glowing red eyes and humongous sharp teeth. It towered over the treetops, crushing them with its swinging fists and tail, occasionally letting out a roar that caused the rocky cliffsides to crumble. She tried to sense this monster's ki, hoping that it wasn't as strong as it looked, but it was even worse than she hoped. Compared to her, its power eclipsed her nearly 10 times. Ever since her father had taught her to sense ki, she'd never once felt anything of this power before. But there was something familiar about its energy, like it was that of someone she knew, but amplified. Her eyes flick to the monkey tail, and it all clicks into place. A cold chill runs down her spine as she realizes what exactly this was. She couldn't confront him in this state, with this power, and it seemed like he wasn't in control of himself. She'd have to observe him from a distance and maybe lure him away from the town if he started wandering over to it. But in the back of her mind, she wondered, where is my father? When Izuku awoke, two things immediately became apparent. Firstly, he was naked and lying in a muddy patch. Even before he opened his eyes, he could feel the cold wind tickling his skin. And second, his body was sore all over, like he had been stretched in every different direction until his muscles burned. Opening his eyes, he tries to sit up, hearing the wet muddy pop as his back exits the mud that had begun swallowing him up. His vision is a bit blurry, so he rubs his eyes and looks around again. His vision clears up a little and he sees he is sitting in some kind of crater, and standing at the edge of it is his mother? Why was she here? Where was Grandpa? Mom? What happened? Hearing his voice, Inko jolts, evidently in deep thought before hearing his words. She jumps down into the crater, kneeling down next to her son and gently helping him stand up. Do you remember anything? She asks, her voice a little hoarse. Strange. Well, I was just looking at the full moon and then I fell asleep. I don't know how I got here. He admits. Where is Grandpa? And why are you here? Inko quivers, tears stinging her eyes. Her son was innocent, but she now knew. Whatever his power really was, it must have been lycanthropic, and that's what turned him into. Mom? Izuku asks, seeing the sadness in her expression. Inko scoops her son up, not caring that he is covered in mud and flying him over to another crater. There were several that dotted the landscape, but inside this one, he could see Grandpa, eyes closed and lying on his back, badly bruised and bloodied. Izuku jumped out of his mother's arms and ran down to him. As he got closer, the damage seemed worse. Tears began to streak down his face as he reached for his grandfather's still hand, gripping it tightly, but feeling no pulse. Grandpa? Grandpa! Izuku cries as he throws himself down to the ground, his forehead pressed against Gohan's chest. For the first time in his life, Izuku experienced loss, and he couldn't do anything to keep himself from crying. Inko walked up behind him and kneeled down beside her father, her own tears streaming from her eyes. Her years in the crane school had taught her to keep a level head in most situations, but now she figured she was allowed to grieve. Inko gently wraps an arm around her son and cries alongside him. She has no idea what to say to comfort her child, as she cannot even find the willpower to comfort herself at this moment. Eventually, the two calm down enough for Izuku to speak. What had happened? He sniffles. Inko swallows, but she knows she cannot lie to him. If he remained unaware, he'd be a danger to others and possibly himself, so she had to tell him the truth. Izuku, I want you to k no one tt thing. She says, trying to speak through her own tears. Well, you didn't know, and none of us did, but I think when you looked at the moon, you turned into this thing. She proceeds to explain how she found him trashing around in the thicket, toppling trees and destroying small hills, but when she examined the wreckage, she found Gohan lying in one of the mud holes he'd stomped into the ground. She then followed him until dawn, when he finally began to shrink down, and immediately fell asleep upon de-transforming. Izuku, Inko begins. I want you to know that I don't blame you, she says, trying to calm her voice enough to speak clearly. You didn't know this would happen, none of us did, and now we do. Izuku feels an icy sting go throughout his body. His grandpa was dead, because of him. Because he lost control. Because he wasn't strong enough to keep himself in control. Izuku might as well have gone comatose, as he basically just sat there, so deep in shock that he can barely move. Inko sighs, trying to calm herself some more. She gently reaches down to remove her father from his spot within the earth, gently hoisting him over her shoulder so that she can carry him back to their home for a funeral. She gingerly picks up her son as well before flying back in the direction of their home, only stopping by a creek to wash the mud off her son, who seemed unaware of everything going on around him. Landing back near the house, she sets her son and her father down gently and sneaks back inside, finding the Uraraka family asleep on the floor inside. Evidently, they'd stayed there the whole night, afraid of venturing outside. Inko quickly and quietly grabs one of Izuku's GIs and a set of underwear for him, as well as a large blanket for her father, and quietly exits the house, successfully not waking anyone in the process. Returning to her family, she quickly dresses her son, who is still unresponsive, before wrapping Gohan gently and respectfully into the large white blanket, making sure to cover his face. She then kneels beside the body, choosing to remain by her father and son until the other family wakes up. It takes nearly 20 minutes, but eventually, she hears the door open from their house and turns to see the three wander outside. The Urarakas see Inko and Izuku and begin running up to them, but slow down as they see the wrapped body laying in front of them. Aiko gasps while Goddess' eyes widen. They both kneel down beside Inko while Ochako runs up and hugs Izuku, clearly unaware of the somber tone surrounding them. However, when Izuku barely reacts and she sees the human-shaped blanket as well as the lack of Gohan, her mind immediately fills in the blanks. She hugs Izuku again, this time not in greeting and cheer, but instead out of comfort and grief. No one says a word, not really sure what words could have been said at this moment. They all just kneel and grieve for son Gohan. Inko gives her father a respectful burial on one of the cliffs overlooking the forest that surrounds their home. Using Hiki, she makes precise strikes on a rock to create a stone obelisk to function as a headstone for her father. A few days pass before law enforcement arrive, hearing rumors of strange noises coming from the forest a few days prior. Not wanting to draw suspicion onto her son, she simply states that it must have come from a quirked animal, but it seemed to have left for now. The officers seemed satisfied with that explanation and left quickly, allowing Inko to think on what to do next. While it was her father who had passed, it seemed as though the one who took it the hardest was Izuku. When Aiko and Gata heard what had happened, their first instinct was to look towards the boy out of fear, but upon seeing the utterly defeated look in his eyes, they couldn't blame him for anything. He had been the one to kill his grandfather, the one who taught him the basics of martial arts, the one who had helped raise him, and who had raised his mother. From Izuku's perspective, he was both a murderer and an ingrate. But above it all, Izuku saw himself as weak, knowing that it was because he lost control that cost his grandfather his life. He should have been stronger. He should have been better. He hated looking at his tail, as it reminded him of what his mother said, that he turned into a giant, destructive monkey. He wanted to rip that wretched limb out of his spine and burn it. He truly did, even if it was a part of him, but every time he tried to grab it, his body went limp and he was racked with pain. He wasn't surprised though. Even against himself, he was too weak to do anything. He needed to get stronger, he needed to be better. He couldn't let this happen again. If he lost his mother, or Aiko, or Gata, or God forbid, no, he wouldn't allow himself to ever lose control again. He'd train and train and train, he'd train until his last breath if he had to, but not another person he loved was going to die by his hand. So with a renewed invigoration, he sought out his mother for training, only to be met with rejection. "I'm sorry, Izuku," Inko says. "I truly am, but I am not in the right state of mind to be training anyone right now," she explains. Izuku looks downtrodden. Ochako had mentioned that her flight training had been put on hold. Even in Izuku's depression, Ochako still had been a bright spot, trying to cheer him up by showing what she had learned from his mother. It had been a momentary distraction, but a welcome one nonetheless. "I need to get stronger," Izuku says, clenching his fists. I can't lose you like Grandpa." He is on the verge of tears. He needed to improve. He couldn't let this happen again. Inko looks at her son and sighs, her eyes softening, and a gentle but sad smile appears on her face. "I know you blame yourself for what happened, but it wasn't your fault. However, we both need to grieve, and people do that in many different ways. As I said, right now I cannot teach you, but I know someone who can, someone who teaches even better than I can. She didn't really want to see the old fool again, but Izuku seemed to be determined to push himself further as a way to come to terms with his grief, and as much as she hated to say it, the turtle hermit knew how to get someone to break their limits. Your grandfather wanted you to meet his master someday. I was against it, but I will put my own reservations aside to honor my father's wish. Mutant Roshi is a legendary martial artist, regardless of my own experience with him, and is even stronger than me and your grandfather. I can take you to train with him for a few months if you'd like. Izuku looks up, his tears giving way to a hopeful expression. Really? He asks. Yes. Inko nods. Thank you, he says, hugging his mother tightly, which she gingerly reciprocates. That being said, the turtle hermit's training isn't for the faint of heart. You will grow stronger, but it will be a long and painful process. If it means I never hurt anyone I care about again, I'd do it 1,000 times over. Izuku declares. Well then, I suppose we should get you packed. Fly over to the Urarakas and wish them goodbye, you won't be seeing them for a while. Okay. Izuku exits their home and flies off toward the town, while Inko gets together some clothes for Izuku to wear on his training. The Kame house was not easy to find, given it sat on a small island on the coast of Japan, but by sensing for her old master, Inko was able to fly her and her son to its shores. The house hadn't changed since she had lived there, the same pink-walled, red-roofed, two-story house with the words, Kame House, written on the front. The two land in front of the house, looking around for any sign of the turtle hermit. Not seeing him outside, Inko sighs and clamps her hands over her son's ears, much to his confusion. What Inko yelled out into the world was something she wouldn't allow anyone else to hear, especially not her son, as such invective was only worthy of being hurled at the great Kame Sennin. Izuku, even with his enhanced hearing, couldn't tell what she was saying, but evidently, it was something vile. As the earth itself seemed revolted, the sand seemed to be blowing away from them, the wind seemed to pick up, and the waves became slightly more tumultuous. After a few seconds of screaming, Inko let out a sigh and removed her hands from Izuku's head, as the door to the Kame house flew open. A short, bald old man in a baggy old orange t-shirt and white shorts, wearing red-rimmed sunglasses, comes tumbling out. What the hell was that? Oh, it was you, the turtle hermit says, his voice filled with vitriol. I wonder what brings you here, you slanderous little traitor? He says, clearly displeased at her presence. Inko scoffs and walks towards him. Oh, trust me, I wouldn't be here if it wasn't important, you degenerate, geriatric slug. Her voice is laced with matching displeasure. If it's so important, then why not go back to your little crane school you like so much instead of bothering me, you annoying, parasitic ingrate? Because, you disgusting, bald BSE, I'm here with my son at my father's request. Inko explains. Roshi's eyebrows raise as he notices the kid standing behind Inko, his face a scowl after hearing what he had said to his mother. Roshi, however, doesn't seem to notice or care. Ah, that's right. Gohan told me that you found, had a child. Izuku, was it? Yes, looking at the boy. Izuku nods, but he still is on guard, not really happy with how the conversation had been going so far. Regardless, Roshi carried on. I heard that you two had begun training the boy. I suppose you want a shell for him? Actually, I was hoping I could let you train him for a few months. He has great potential, and as much as it pains me to say it, you're the best person to bring it out. She admits. The turtle hermit cups a hand to his chin, thinking on it. You know, it's been a while since I last had a student. In fact, the last one was you. I've been out of practice for a bit, so being a teacher is not exactly in my priorities right now. Inko scowls as she sees Roshi's face take up a false pondering expression, knowing exactly what is coming. I could perhaps be convinced if you, let's say, brought me a couple Expel DVDs dash. Inko snaps, rushing forward and grabbing Kame Sennin by his shirt collar. God damn it. Why do I even bother with you? Of course, my father is dead, and I'm in no state to train my son, but all you think about is expanding your pawn collection? She roars, tears starting to form in her eyes. Kame Sennin's eyes widened. What? Gohan is... Inko puts down the old man and backs away, tears beginning to streak down her cheeks. Izuku had a quirk accident and turned into a giant monkey under the light of the full moon. That's why I brought him here. We both grieve his loss, but in our own ways I seek to calm myself, while Izuku seeks to improve himself. I had believed I could let him stay here, let him learn from you. Her expression hardens and she glares back at the turtle hermit. But I see that I was a fool for trying. Wait. Kame Sennin raises a hand. Wait. I was wrong to take advantage of a grieving daughter, especially the daughter of my prized pupil. I'll train the boy in honor of Gohan. He will undergo the rigorous training of the Kame style art under my direction. Inko's expression shifts into a small smile. Thank you, Kame Sennin. She gives a bow before turning to her son. You'll be training with him for a few months, but I may pop in every now and then to check on you. Be good, please. She gives him a gentle embrace, ruffling the top of his head. I will. I'll become a mighty warrior. He declares. That's the spirit. I'll see you later, Izuku. She gives him a kiss on the cheek before standing up. She then turns her head back to face Kame Sennin one last time. Oh, and I better not find out you've been letting him see anything inappropriate. Otherwise, you're dead. She says coldly. The old man gulps as Inko rockets off into the sky with a loud boom, leaving her son and her former master standing alone on the front porch. Rashi clears his throat. Well, boy, we can begin your training tomorrow. For now, though, make yourself comfortable. I have some spare beds upstairs and you can set your stuff down up there as well. Plus, I suppose I should introduce you to my friend Turtle. I'm sure you two will get along famously. The old man opens the door and motions for the boy to enter. Izuku smiles, ready to begin training under his grandpa and mother's teacher, hoping to gain the strength to overcome whatever had taken his grandpa away from him. When Inko said the turtle hermit's training was difficult, she was severely underselling it. Izuku was woken up at 3 in the morning to begin the day, doing some basic stretches while Kame and Turtle made some breakfast. Then it was off to train. The three step outside the Kame house as Kame Sennin presses a small button on the side of the house, and in a puff of smoke, the house is gone. On the ground, in its place, is a tiny capsule. Izuku's eyes bulge as he sees this. Is that your quirk? He asks in amazement. No, young one, I don't have a quirk. This was just a capsule home. Rashi says. He explains that one of the leading scientists on Island, a man known as Dr. Briefs, had made revolutionary advancements in storage and portability technology, and one of such advancements was the capsule, a small pod that could even fit an entire house within it if he needed. The invention was so ingenious and profitable that he created a company called Capsule Corporation to mass-produce these devices. Now, anyway, we're wasting time. We need to get a move on. Rashi puts 2 fingers in his mouth and lets off a taxi cab whistle. Kintoan. He calls. From the sky above descends a golden cloud SRNG towards them, leaving a line of golden light behind itself. The cloud lands in front of the turtle hermit, who motions to Izuku. Hop on, youngster, this baby can fly at Mach speed. The old man says excitedly. But I can already fly, Izuku says. Bah. Why bother using that rudimentary crane school garbage when you can have real speed? I guarantee you, the Nimbus is faster than either you or your mother. Besides, you can fly without wasting ki or losing focus. But be aware, only those with a pure heart can ride it. Observe. Rashi jumps high into the air, crossing his legs in a sitting position as he begins descending downward. However, instead of landing on the golden cloud, he passes right through it and lands on his rear, crying out in pain. Ow, Diamond Cloud, it needs a tune-up. Izuku chuckles but looks at the cloud curiously. Pressing his hand against it, he feels it is solid, but fluffy, like a condensed pile of feathers. He cautiously tries to climb atop it himself, and to his surprise, he is able to continue standing on it without falling through. Rashi sees this and begins to rethink his life, wondering what had led to this. Eventually, it was decided that even though Izuku could fly, he could keep the Kintoan even after he had left, since it had rejected Rashi. Instead, Rashi simply stood on the shell of Turtle, a massive sea turtle that Rashi had befriended a long time ago, while Izuku rode on the Nimbus alongside them. They eventually arrived on a nearby shore where Rashi hopped off Turtle's shell and tossed the Kame House capsule onto the ground, where it reappeared in a puff of smoke. First things first, Rashi needed to see where the kid stood, testing to see how fast he could run, how high he could jump, and whether he could lift a certain amount of weight, all of which Izuku does exceptionally well on. With that out of the way, the training could begin in full. Rashi leads Izuku to a nearby town, and over to the local dairy, grabbing several crates of milk. He then informed Izuku that for his first assignment, he'd be delivering milk across the area, both in town and in the surrounding villages, and he'd be doing it all while skipping. Rashi took the lead and led the boy to each of the destinations. Along the way, some of the various wildlife occasionally began running after them, prompting the pair to push themselves and skip faster. Rashi led the boy across rivers, through thickets, over rocky pathways, and even up a mountain. Needless to say, Izuku was winded by the time he was done. But now was not the time for him to rest. Next up, he would be helping the nearby farmers by plowing several acres of land with only his bare hands. Izuku would find this to be his least favorite task out of all of them. Repeatedly punching and clawing at the ground tore up his hands and made his back sore, but his motivation to stop this brutal torture on his body pushed him to hurry and complete the task. After another break PRD where Izuku had a second breakfast, Rashi had set up a study session for the boy. Given that the boy was still preschool age, he figured he hadn't received that much education yet. He knew the boy was far smarter than almost all of his age, but he figured it would be a good idea to foster that innate genius with his own lesson plans. When Izuku asked why, Rashi explained, "While the body is your vessel into this world, your mind is the one controlling it. Both body and mind, along with spirit, are required to make a great warrior. Perfecting one but neglecting another will hinder your progress in the long run. Besides, you are already incredibly smart for your age, don't you want to keep yourself ahead of the curve?" Finding his logic sound, Izuku continues his studies without complaint. For his lessons, Kame had pulled from a variety of textbooks from the local library, ranging from language, to mathematics, to science. After about 2 hours, Kame Sanin decides that time is up, and concludes Izuku's study time, with them both heading back in order to visit a local restaurant for lunch. Once they have finished eating, Rashi guides the aspiring martial artist to a nearby subdivision that was under construction. Negotiating with the foreman, he was able to land Izuku a job among the works as a laborer, but forbade him from using power tools, only allowing hand tools. According to him, this would act as an exercise in both physical training and real-world job experience. Not to mention, he'd be getting paid for the work, which he could then save up to buy something he wants later. Once that was done, his master led him to the shore, where a single buoy sat far out into the waves. His task, swim 10 laps from the shore to the buoy and back, seemed simple enough. Izuku shed his clothes down to his underwear and dived into the water, moving incredibly fast as he cut through the waves. However, what Rashi had neglected to mention was that certain shark varieties tended to get rather close to the shore, and the buoy out there was meant to serve as a warning to fishermen. Needless to say, Izuku was not happy with his master after he completed his laps. Lastly, dodging training. Izuku found himself tied to a tree with a limited length of rope, while Rashi stood many feet back. Picking up a small rock, Rashi nails a beehive on the tree Izuku is tied to and yells, "Begin!" Izuku jumps and twists and darts around like crazy, hoping to avoid the small bees that surround him, but unfortunately for him, several still get to him, causing small bumps to swell up on his arms and face. At least his training was over, and his master had decided that a mandatory nap time was in order. The two rested for half an hour before returning back to the Kame house. "Am I going to have to do this every day?" Izuku asks glumly. "Oh, of course not. Tomorrow, things you'll be different," Kame Sanin says. "Really?" Izuku perks up. "Of course, tomorrow, you'll also be wearing this 50-kilogram shell while you train," he says, lifting the purple stone shell off of his back and dropping it onto the ground in front of Izuku. "I've made a mistake," Izuku realizes. Ochako forgot how much of her enjoyment in life stemmed from the Midoriya family. It had been a month since Izuku had left, and now she was alone again. She'd visit Inko periodically, both with and without her parents, and meditate with the older woman, but she still claimed she was not ready to begin teaching her again. She said that she was still unfocused, which may lead to mistakes on her end while teaching, which may lead to Ochako being taught wrong, and she did not want to risk the girl's safety. So instead, Ochako just sat in her lap while the two meditated out in front of the Midoriya residence. But Ochako didn't want to simply sit there, she wanted to improve. She knew Izuku was out there right now, training with his grandfather's old master to become stronger. He wouldn't be content with just sitting here, so why should she be? Ochako leans back in her teacher's lap, her head landing on Inko's sternum as she looks up at the woman, who slowly opens her eyes to look down at her. "Are you okay, Ochako?" she asks, bringing her arms up from her sides and wrapping them around Ochako in a soft embrace. "Miss Inko," she says, "can you take me to that one school you studied at?" Inko pauses but then shakes her head. "If you mean the crane school, then no." "Why not?" "I want to get better at flying." Ochako pleads. "The crane school are not very good people." Inko says. "But you came from there, and you're amazing," the girl counters. Inko smiles but shakes her head. "I left once I realized how bad they were. We were taught many things, but we were trained to use our powers to hurt and kill people that our master didn't like. Me and my husband studied there together, and we planned to escape together, but when we left, our master's brother found us, and only I was able to make it out." Inko's eyes begin to water. Ochako turns around and hugs the older woman. "I'm sorry they did that to you." Ochako sympathizes. "It's because of them that Izuku has to grow up without a father." Inko says. "The only reason I joined them was in an act of rebellion. Mutant Rashi, the man who Izuku is studying with, is a wise and powerful old man, but he was also strange and not someone a woman wants to spend time around." "Does he not like women?" Ochako asks. "No, he likes women. The problem is that he likes them a little too much. He just said and did a lot of weird things that annoyed me, so I left and joined up with his sworn rivals, the crane school, a mistake I would come to sorely regret." "But you're so strong. I want to be strong like you." Ochako pleads. "You can be strong, but I wouldn't want you to make the mistakes I've made. The crane school is behind me. I use their techniques as my own only to honor my husband, and out of pragmatism, nothing else." Inko says. "Pragmatism?" Ochako asks. Inko chuckles at the girl's confusion. "It means doing things that serve a purpose. I use what I've learned to survive and protect, not to appease the crane school." She explains. "I'll tell you what, when Izuku gets back, maybe all three of us can train together. I'm sure Izuku would love to show you what he's learned under Kame Sennin. But in the meantime, just continue trying to practice flying. The more you practice, the better you'll get, and soon, we'll all be soaring into the sky together." Inko ruffles the girl's hair. "Do you know when Izuku will get back?" Ochako asks. "He'll be gone for another month or two, but I will make sure he's back by his birthday in July." Ochako smiles in excitement. Izuku never told her when his birthday was, and now that she knew, she wanted to get him a gift, or perhaps even see if Inko was wanting to throw him a surprise party. Running the idea by the elder Midoriya, Ochako waits patiently as Inko considers the idea. "Actually, that's a great idea, Ochako. Izuku would likely want to relax after months of training, so his birthday could also serve as a welcome home celebration. I'll pick him up that day, and we can celebrate out here. I'm sure he'd want to show you anything he's learned during his time training, and out here no one will complain." Inko says. Ochako blushes slightly from the praise. "Do you know what I should get him?" Inko shakes her head. "I think he'll simply just want you to be there. He's never been one to want toys or trinkets, though there is one gift I plan to give him, outside of a whole helping of food, of course." Ochako chuckles, remembering her friend's ferocious appetite. Inko stands up and motions for Ochako to follow her back into the small house. Once inside, Inko walks over to the back wall, where a brown thin sheath hangs from a hook. Sticking out of the sheath is a red cylindrical pole. "This was an heirloom from my father, a gift from the turtle hermit." She unhooks the sheath and removes the pole from it. The Nyobo, or as he always called it, the power pole. Inko holds the rod perpendicular to the ground as the rod suddenly extends to touch the floor, turning it into a perfect length walking stick. Father used it as a tool and a weapon, and I figured he'd want Izuku to have it, since he seeks to pursue a life of martial arts. Whoa. Ochako gently takes the pole from Inko and is startled as the pole magically reverts back to normal. How does it do that? I don't know, the turtle hermit never explained it. All I know is that it can grow as long as the wielder needs it to, and it's nearly unbreakable from what we can tell. I'm sure Izuku will certainly enjoy it. Yeah, Ochako agrees, still gawking at the magic stick in her hands. Now, we should probably get you back home soon. Your mom invited me over to dinner so we can tell her about your idea for a birthday party then. Inko says, taking the Nyobo from her and putting it back on the wall. She then gently scoops the girl up and walks out the door of her house, before lifting off into the sky and flying over the forest canopy to get to the Uraraka residence. The criminal underworld of Japan was full of various disturbing and monstrous figures, but none so much as the infamous All-for-One, the boogeyman of Japan, as some of the more superstitious lot tended to refer to him as. Very little was known about him, but his name is said to have first appeared with the dawn of quirks. Many theories and superstitions speculate as to who this monster could be. Some thought he was simply a myth, an entirely fictitious entity simply designed to cause panic among the hero community. Others claimed he was long dead, or that All-for-One was not an individual, but rather an organization of people, and the name All-for-One was a euphemism for a cult. Zen Shigaraki, the man himself, was amused when he heard what most others had thought of him, a little insulted that people didn't believe he was real, but then again, he had operated mostly from the shadows for a while now. He did enjoy that he was synonymous with fear, however. It was certainly a nice ego boost for him. There were those who knew of the real All-for-One, and either pledged allegiance to him, or had a connection to him in some way, but they were rare. Shigaraki was very careful to try and keep his existence as near to mythology as possible, so as to avoid unwanted confrontations with the HPSC and their dogs. Despite that, it was common knowledge that someone pulled the strings in the criminal underworld. Someone had intel on every faction, every splinter group, every notable person who rubbed shoulders with the unsavory types. But even though it was known, they couldn't simply perform a manhunt on a myth, could they? Well, one foe could. The symbol of peace, all might, all for one's most despised foe. Zen Shigaraki had few wants in life, but the only thing that really eluded him was his brother's quirk, as it now belonged to that lumbering meathead. Unlike every other quirk, one for all could not be stolen by his own quirk, and instead must be gifted to others by choice. All Might's personal life was not well documented, and any criminals who tried to stalk or target him were easily defeated, so intel from the underworld sources was slim. There were very few connections that he could exploit outside of other heroes, whose deaths likely wouldn't mean much given that their occupation didn't have an impressive life expectancy anyway. Even before All Might, the other users of the quirk always evaded his grasp, escaping just long enough to pawn it off onto another before dying at his hands. For decades, he'd been trying to find a way to get his hands on this quirk and bolster his power to insurmountable heights, but he could never find a way. That was until recently. There were few people who All-for-One respected, his doctor, certain bizarre and unconventional villains, and begrudgingly, even his nemesis All Might, but one person who he held such respect towards was the master information broker Jiren. Jiren may have been the only person who had more channels and networks for information gathering than he did, so if there was something to be learned, Jiren would know it. And it just so happened that Jiren knew of something so unbelievable that Shigaraki almost laughed when he heard it. And then Jiren showed him a gift he had received from a foreign lord named Pilaf, a small bright orange ball with a single red star in the center of it and a note regarding its use. The note claimed the ball was one of 7 Dragon Ball that when all were collected together and a certain code phrase was uttered, as written on the back of the note, a single wish would be granted. Jiren went on to explain that Pilaf once intended to hunt the ball himself before becoming a successful business tycoon, but Shigaraki couldn't care less. One wish, any wish. He didn't even need to fight All Might at all. He could simply wish to just rip his power away and transplant it within himself. Even if it was only a legend, such a chance was too tempting to pass up, so he rewarded Jiren handsomely for the intel, as well as buying the ball from him, which would have been expensive if money was an object to All for One. So began his search for the Dragon Ball, but he had a problem in that he had no means of locating all of them. They supposedly scatter across the whole planet each time they're used. However, once again Jiren came to the rescue, informing him of a figure simply known as the Seeker, who possessed a powerful clairvoyance quirk that enabled him to locate anything on the planet as long as he was provided a detailed description. Upon their first meeting, All for One was tempted to simply rip the quirk from his body and use it himself, but when they spoke to each other the first time, the Seeker had informed him that each use of his quirk is followed by 2 weeks of blindness, both from his eyes and his quirk. While Shigaraki had the quirks to combat this, he figured it would be better to let him suffer the drawbacks instead. The Seeker agreed to work with him, knowing that All for One would be a strong benefactor. The Seeker was an aging man with gray hair and a sickly complexion, and he was too weak to stand on his own as a villain, but with allies like Jiren and All for One, he'd have nothing to worry about moving forward. Ever since then, the Seeker would use his quirk to search for each ball individually, and they had pinpointed the locations of each one. As much as All for One wanted one for all, if he acted too hastily, All Might could become aware of his plans and seek to intervene. So instead, the two mapped out a plan of action. 2 balls were in North America, 1 was in Africa, 3 were in Asia, including the 1-star ball that he owned, and 1 was on Island. They decided to send out thugs and mercenaries to attain the ball, so as not to draw attention to themselves, making sure to use people affiliated with well-known organizations like the Creature Rejection Clan, or Yakuza organizations to throw investigators off their trail. 5 of the ball were easy, either in small households or in random locations. They'd be seen as simply burglaries and nothing more. However, 2 of them were an issue. The first one was the only ball in Japan, the 4-star ball. Given that Japan was All Might's jurisdiction, and All Might and his sidekick Sir Night Eye have trying to track him down, the stealing of such a bizarre object, especially if the owners knew its lore, would be problematic. Even if it is unlikely that the owners do know anything about the ball, it's not a risk All for One wants to take, so he'll seek that ball out last, especially since it's so close, it will take the least resources to acquire, so he can allocate more to the real challenge, the Island ball. When the Seeker used clairvoyance to find it, he was given both the precise location and a brief vision of where it was, and he could see it was in a container within one of the laboratories. Evidently, it was being researched on. Once it was stolen, it was likely that the scientists would be on high alert, not to mention the idea of someone breaking into Island was insane, so as soon as he retrieved that ball, he'd send for the Japan ball immediately. But before that, he'd need to make sure Kurojiiri was ready to use his quirk with such precision. He was still relatively unused to using map coordinates to make warp gates and maintaining them for long PRDS of time. Despite all of the wrinkles in his plan that needed to be ironed out, however, All for One was elated. He was so close to his goal he'd had for more than a century, and he was nearly frothing at the mouth. One for all was his, and he'd destroy anything that dared to halt his progress. It had been a long time since the last time Toshinori Yagi, the #1 hero All Might, received a call from David Shield, one of his oldest friends. He regretted not speaking with him for a while, but both of them were so busy with work that friendly visits were almost impossible to have. However, while he expected a friendly call hoping to catch up, he was instead left with a dodgy and cryptic message, asking him to come to Island alongside Sir Night Eye and Detective Tsukachi as soon as they could. So, as soon as he could get the other 2 to agree, All Might booked a private flight out to the technologically advanced island as fast as he could. Night Eye had grumbled about being pulled away at such short notice, and Tsukachi was concerned about leaving Mustafu for a couple days, but they figured that if David Shield had personally requested them, it must be important. When they arrived, they were greeted by the man himself, who led the trio to his laboratory. All Might wanted to ask why they were brought here, but David insisted that they speak in private. Once they walked through the doors of the lab, David pressed a button on the wall, and all of the doors closed and locked. "Now we can talk," the inventor says. "I'm sorry to pull you all away from your duties like this. I wouldn't have bothered you all if it wasn't important." It's alright, David, I'm always happy to help. The symbol of peace says, ignoring the mumbling of Night Eye behind him. Now, what seems to be the problem? 2 days ago, someone broke into this very lab, where me and my colleague, Dr. Briefs, and stole something. Sir Night Eye stepped forward, a scowl on his face. We are not private investigators. If someone stole your research, that you should contact Island's own security force instead of Dash. They didn't steal my research, they stole the object we were researching. David interrupts. It was a small golden orb with 2 red stars in them. It was known as a Dragon Ball, a powerful artifact that Dr. Briefs found during his travels. A Dragon Ball. Sir Night Eye scoffs. You mean that one fairy tale about the 7 ball that can summon dragons and grant wishes? Those are a hoax, a long-forgotten urban legend. They're real. We did tests and scans, and found out they produce a unique energy signature. David insists. We're even working on a device to track them down. But regardless, if they were a myth, then why would someone steal it from a highly secured lab? Perhaps they thought it was an ornament. Night Eye reasons. It was in a clamp with various scanners hooked up to it. If it were a simple bauble, no one would care about it, especially since it was the only thing that was stolen from this lab, meaning they likely knew what it was and where it was. I have a question. Tsukachi asks. If this Dragon Ball is so important, why is this the first time any of us are hearing about it? Hell, breaking into Island itself should be seen as an international incident and would likely be on most news stations around the world. We've been trying to keep this on the down low for as long as we can. If the public found out about some kind of wish-granting orb that was in possession of a villain, it would cause widespread panic. David says. The detective nods in understanding, while Night Eye turns to All Might. You've been awfully quiet, All Might. Is something on your mind? Yes. He leans in to whisper something to Night Eye's ear, causing the man's eyes to widen. Are you sure? This could be dangerous. It's better that he knows. All Might says, causing David to tilt his head in confusion. Better that who knows? All Might turns to his friend. David, what I'm about to tell you is very dangerous knowledge. I avoided telling you because it could put you at risk. Do you want me to continue? David nods. It's not like I'm not already in people's crosshairs. I'm your old friend, a major player in modern research. Hell, I even was sent a few death threats because I have a quirkless daughter. The danger isn't going to get any worse for me. Alright then, it's going to be a pretty long story, so bear with me. All Might inhales. He begins to explain to David about a conflict between 2 brothers from the dawn of quirks, how the older brother was a vicious tyrant and the younger brother was a rebellious dissident. The older brother had used his quirk, which could give and take the quirks of others, and bestowed a quirk onto the seemingly quirkless younger brother, an energy stockpiler, to help counteract the effects of his rather frail constitution, but discovered that he possessed another quirk, one that could be transferred to another user. The transference quirk attached itself to the stockpiling quirk and combined to create a stronger quirk known as One for All. The brother then passed the quirk to another person, which got passed along again and again. And now it rests with me. I am the 8th holder of this quirk. With each passing of the torch, it burns brighter and brighter, becoming far more powerful than before as the stockpiler builds up and stores itself between each user. When I choose my successor, they will be far stronger than I ever was. David was awestruck. This went against all that was known about quirks, but at the same time he would never consider his friend a liar. So, David says, trying to keep his composure. Why is this dangerous for me to know? Well, aside from the fact that if this ever got out, villains would target anyone close to me to try to force me to bestow my quirk to them, All Might answered. The older brother is still alive to this day. He goes by the villain name of All for One, and he seeks this quirk to further his power and to take back what he gave to his brother. However, his own quirk cannot take it, it can only be given to someone. David's eyes widened. So you think? I think that he may be behind the disappearance of this Dragon Ball you mentioned. If it really can grant wishes, then maybe it can bypass One for All's inability to be stolen, and worse yet, I wouldn't even be able to fight it off. Not to mention any other wishes his horrid mind could concoct. All Might says, his face bearing a dark expression. There's a slight bright spot. David offers. He'll only get one wish. According to the legends, the ball will only grant one wish before scattering across the planet and turning to stone for an unknown amount of time before reappearing. That's not much better, but it's something. Night Eye says. What if he just wishes for all of the quirks on the planet? Tsukachi asks. I don't know if that would count as one wish. David says. He probably wouldn't bother. From what I've seen of him and heard from my predecessor, he preferred to seek out specific quirks that he had a use for, and would avoid or pawn off the quirks he didn't need to avoid accidentally activating them. He'd likely not want to end up triggering something that could kill him by accident. All Might explains. Well, if he needs 7 of them, then we may still be able to intercept him before he gets them all. Tsukachi says. We need some kind of lead though. Night Eye says. If we can find anyone connected to him, we may be able to trace his location using my quirk. Actually, David says. Lucky for us, the security system wasn't entirely useless. There was a restraining device used to catch the person who removed the Dragon Ball from its clamp. It was a group of 3, and while the other 2 escaped with the ball through some means that the camera was not able to see, one of them is in I-Island's penal facility. Well, then we must hurry then before All for One can get any more of these ball. All Might says. Lead the way, David. The scientist nods, and leads the group outside of the lab and in the direction of the holding cells. After eating a filling breakfast and getting ready to start the day, Izuku is surprised when Rashi instead leads him outside the house and turns to face him. My boy, you've done really well these last few months. Rashi applauds him. But for right now, our time together is coming to a close. Izuku looks at him in shock. A close? But what about my training? All you had me do was basic strength stuff. Izuku complains. That basic strength stuff will serve you far better than some punch or kick. Besides, most of my martial techniques have already been taught to you by your grandfather and mother. Izuku looks down at the ground, more than a little disappointed. Ah, don't be so sad, now you can finally take off that silly shell. Izuku looks at the straps that are holding the shell to his back. A month ago, he had traded the 50-kilogram shell for a 75-kilogram shell, and it made training significantly harder. A loud crash rings out as Izuku drops the shell from his back, turning to see it embed itself into the dirt. Immediately, Izuku's back feels a lot more comfortable as his burden no longer presses down on him. Try jumping as high as you can into the air. Go on. Kame Sennin encourages. Izuku obliges, crouching low to the ground and jumping with as much force as he can muster. The ground below him forms a crater where his feet were as he rockets into the sky, far higher than he thought he would. Looking down, Izuku begins to flail, realizing he is off balance and uses his flight to slow his descent. Rashi scowls as he lands. Now boy, that's cheating. Well, it would have hurt landing if I had just fell normally. Izuku argues. Anyway, why is my training coming to a close? Izuku asks. Rashi simply tilts his head at something behind the boy as a new voice calls out, because I am here to pick you up. Izuku's eyes widen as he turns to see his mother gently floating down to meet him. He runs up and hugs her, almost knocking her over with his newfound strength. I missed you, Mom, he says. I missed you too, dear, she says, placing a hand on his shoulder as the two separate. Did you learn anything? She asks. Not really, Mr. Rashi just had me doing exercises with that turtle shell on my back. It made me super strong though. Inko looks at Kame Sennin, who scoffs. I'll have you know that I did teach the boy some academic lessons. We had study sessions every day, and I must say, the boy is pretty good at language arts and arithmetic. You may want to help him with science though. You didn't teach him anything he shouldn't know about yet, right? Inko says, glaring at the old man. Calm yourself, the boy is still a pure little snowflake. I simply grabbed some textbooks from the local town's library. Rashi insists. Inko seems satisfied with that answer, but Izuku still looks a little down. I wanted to learn some moves from you though. Like I said, Rashi says. Gohan probably taught you most of them. An idea pops into Inko's head. Wait, not all of them. She says. Show him the Kamehameha. The woo. Izuku asks, confused. Pa, you really think I could teach him that in a few minutes? It took me 50 years to develop and it took your father 7 years to master. So? He taught me and I learned it in a few months. I just never use it, it's too destructive for my tastes. Wait. Izuku interrupts. There was a move you had that you never showed me? This sounds mean, but with a technique that powerful, I didn't want you practicing it in spars near the house, it can really cause some damage. Inko says. But it was your grandfather's favorite technique, and if he were still here, I'm sure he'd teach it to you himself one day, but while we're here, I'd figure I show you what it looks like. She turns to the old man. What'd say, you old geezer, wanna have a friendly little energy handshake? She asks, cuffing her hands by her waist, a smirk adorning her face. Rashi sighs and shakes his head. Always so rash. But sure, why not? Rashi unbuttons the orange shirt he wears and sheds it, revealing his withered, shriveled frame. However, with a stomp of his foot and a grunt of exertion, it is as if his body is rejuvenated to his prime as his muscles bulk up, his body growing taller to accommodate his power. Izuku is awestruck, his biceps are larger than the boy's whole body. Whoa! Izuku says. How did you do that? He asks in awe. Rashi chuckles. It's called full release. This is my full power. It's tiring to walk around channeling this kind of energy though, so I simply remain in my normal, base form. Izuku nods in understanding as the now hulking Kame Sennin assumes the same stance as his former student, standing parallel to her. In their cuffed palms, a bright blue light begins to appear and a warbling humming sound begins emanating from them. Izuku hears his mother mutter. Me. Both martial artists give each other a nod as their energy is fully focused into their palms. In a flash, both adults move their arms forward as the blinding blue energy explodes forth from their palms. Ha! They both shout. The energy they had focused took the form of a cylindrical beam emitting from their hands, a blinding white flash with a blue aura surrounding it. The light was hard to look at from Izuku's perspective. Not only was it bright, but the shifting blue aura caused it to change in intensity rapidly, further straining his eyes. The two beams shot toward each other before colliding with one another about halfway in between the two fighters, causing the beams to connect and the energy to swell at the junction. The ground below the two beams seemed to be ripped up and torn apart, pieces floating upwards as the energy seemed to pull loose soil and debris towards it ever so slightly. Under where the bulge was, however, a crater seemed to be forming. Eventually, with one final burst of exertion, both fighters shove a large wave of energy into the attack, causing the swollen pocket between the beams to explode as the two break their stance and end the attack, sending dust flying high into the sky from the force of the explosion. When the dust settles, Izuku sees that the turtle hermit has returned to his normal form. Was that a good enough demonstration? The man asks sarcastically. That was amazing. Izuku replies. I want to try. I want to try. Hold on now, Izuku. Inko chides. I need to show you how to do it correctly, it's very difficult to perform if you haven't dash. Izuku, not listening to his mother in the slightest, assumes the same stance he saw the adults take. He channels his ki to his palms and moves them forward, watching in amazement as from his hands, the same blue and white beam from before bursts forth. Rashi, who has been standing in that direction, quickly scrambles to the side as the beam whizzes by him and shoots off out into the open sea, leaving a rift in the water just below the beam. Izuku stops providing ki to the attack and watches it fade away, the rift in the water remaining for a few moments after the blast had ended before filling itself again. Inko and Rashi are both looking at the kid in shock, before Rashi just shakes his head. Just take him. It's obvious I was never needed, he grumbles, remembering the countless hours it had taken for him to perfect that wave, only for a child to mimic him perfectly after only seeing it once. Right? Inko says, snapping out of her stupor. Come on, Izuku, we have to get going. Wait. Izuku says. You never said why we are leaving. Inko smiles. It's a surprise, but I'm sure you'll enjoy it. Okay. Izuku is unsure, but he doesn't argue, instead turning to his master. Thank you for everything, came Sanine. Izuku says with a deep bow of respect. Rashi smiles. You were an excellent pupil, my boy. I look forward to seeing you grow as a martial artist. Remember, move well, study well, play well, eat well, rest well. That is the turtle hermit way. The old master says, reciting his credo. We must master the art of peace in addition to the art of war. Izuku finishes. Very good, my boy. Rashi nods. Now farewell, and don't be afraid to visit again for more training. Oh, and feel free to keep the Kinto on if you want. Inko raises an eyebrow as the boy's eyes widen. Oh right. As if on cue, the mysterious golden cloud descends from the sky and lands before the mother and son. The boy hops on as his mother tentatively floats herself above it before gently landing on it and sitting down, looking at herself in shock. An expression of satisfaction and happiness adorns her face. Izuku waves at the old man as the cloud rockets the Midoriyas off into the sky before turning to face his mother, curious as to why is acting strange. What's wrong, Mom? Is nothing, dear. It's just, I never could ride the Nimbus before. I was pretty self-centered in my youth. I'm just glad to know that I've improved as a person and that my son is also a pure-hearted child as well. She wraps her arms around her son and holds him tightly in her lap, humming lightly as they fly back to their home in the mountains. The Seeker and all for one gaze at the map they had laid out, detailing the locations and coordinates of each of the Dragon Ball. Their thugs had managed to grab the second to last ball they needed from Island several days ago, and should be arriving at this safe house any minute. It was annoying, but for safety reasons, all for one had his servant Kurogiri teleport them to dead drop zones after they escaped with the ball, so that they could receive their payment remotely, and not risk anyone finding one of the various safe houses all for one used as bases of operation. Within a few minutes, they hear a knock at the door, followed by a pause and then 2 rapid knocks in succession. The Seeker walks over and unlocks the door, letting in their 2 henchmen. They both wear jeans and leather jackets, though one is black and one is brown. The brown jacket one wears a grayish-white welding helmet with transparent lens, while the black jacket one wears a biker helmet with the visor removed and metal plates bolted onto the front. Their attire was far from professional, or even practical, but all for one could care less. They were 2 drag-addicted thugs who could easily be bought and sent to do whatever task he needed. The one with the metal biker helmet reaches for a pouch he has hanging from his jeans, pulling forth a small, orange ball with 2 red stars in it. The Seeker takes the ball from him as all for one chuckles. Great work, you two. You've more than earned your reward. The villain says, speaking English, the preferred language of the American criminals he hired. About that, the black jacket thug says. We lost a member of our group to Island security. I noticed. All for one size. I expected this, honestly. That's why I saved it for the end, though I get the feeling you could care less about your teammate. Look, brown jacket guy says. I'm just saying, Duke and I could have come out of there a lot worse, and Daniel didn't come out of there at all. I just think that's worth a little bit extra, you know? All for one chuckles. Never had he expected these thugs to be so forward with their begging, but it was a little refreshing. Most of his subordinates were stiff with fear. Well then, Cook, complete this last little task for me, and you too will get a bonus, I assure you. What are these orbs for, anyway? Ducats. They are powerful artifacts, but I need all 7 for them to work. All for one explains. You wouldn't be able to use them though, but I assure you, once you retrieve the last one, you'll have more money than you could ever know what to do with. Well, if you're paying that much for a Christmas tree ornament, I suppose we'd be willing to grab it for ya, wouldn't we, Cook? Duke says. Yeah, sure, you said the last one's in Japan, right? The thug asks. Correct. My servant will send you to a small town near me. The ball rests within a small family home in the woods behind the town. It shouldn't be too hard to find, but I ask that you try not to bring attention to yourselves. I need this last ball, and if I lose it to your incompetence, then not getting paid will be the least of your concerns. Do I make myself clear? The villain's tone takes on an eerie, intimidating pitch. Yes, sir. The two thugs immediately agree. Good. Behind them, the seeker simply looks at the ball resting in his hand, realizing just how close they were to having them all, how close he was to having them all. All for One had immense resources at his disposal and had been a useful benefactor, but this was a golden opportunity, and one he couldn't pass up. He just needed those two criminals to succeed and then everything would fall into place. You're leaving already? 4-year-old Melissa Shield complains as her honorary uncle delivers the bad news. But you've only been here for a day, Uncle Might. I'm sorry, dear, but there's a problem I need to take care of back home in Japan. He says solemnly. When they investigated the captured thief who broke into the laboratory, they had little trouble getting information from him, as he seemed displeased with his allies for leaving him behind. The man, Daniel as he claimed his name was part of an American drag ring known as the Fiends, based in Nevada. They were contacted by a criminal from Japan who went by the name Jiren, who organized a meeting with another Japanese crime lord, one that was familiar to All Might, All for One. All for One had been working with a man called the Seeker to collect the Dragon Ball for some purpose that wasn't fully explained to him, but each time they collected a ball, they would collect their payment from a dead drop, and then call a burner phone number left at each drop to signal that they were ready to be picked up, where one of All for One's minions would use a warp quirk to send them to one of the nearby safe houses that the masterminds resided in. Daniel had been able to see the full map and locations detailed that the Seeker had marked for each and every one of the 7 Dragon Ball, and now that they had collected 6, the last one could only be in one location, the Mie district of Japan, specifically, a small house on the outside of a small village in the mountains. All of this information was verified by Tsukachi, who possessed a useful polygraph quirk that allowed him to know if someone was lying. With time against them, they couldn't stay on the island, which led to All Might having to say goodbye to his honorary niece. I'll visit again soon though. It's been too long since me and your father had a friendly meeting. All Might promises. Okay, the dejected Melissa replies, before giving her uncle a quick hug before backing away. Night Eye, who had been watching this whole scenario, walked up behind his partner and tapped him on the shoulder. I'm sorry, All Might, but we have to hurry. We can't waste any more time. All Might understood, and said his farewells to the Shield family before heading to the private jet they had flown in on. The Kintoan was incredibly fast, faster than even Izuku's own flight capabilities. The wind whipped through his hair and clothing as he raised his arms in joy as he and his mother soared through the air, back to their small home in the mountains. Izuku was almost sad when he saw their home far below them, as it meant his flying time had to come to an end. They'd been flying for just under, and it was just as amazing as the first time he'd ever attempted to fly. The Nimbus descended down in a spiral, circling around their house before landing right in front of the door. Inko wraps her arm around her son's abdomen and gently floats upwards, carrying the two of them up and off of the cloud. She gently sets him on the ground, while gently patting the cloud, as though it were a family pet. As soon as Izuku touches the ground, however, the door to the house bursts open and out comes Ochako, running towards her friend and leaping at him, wrapping her limbs around the boy, whose great strength allowed him to easily support her weight. She hugged him tightly and squealed in delight at the sight of her best friend returning from a several-month-long trip. It's so good to see ya, Izuku, she says, nuzzling her head against his neck. It's good to see you too, he says, spinning her around. When he sets her down, he notices a look of anticipation on her face, like she wants to say something but is holding herself back. Ochako's eyes flick to Inko, who gives the girl a light nod. All right, Izuku, his mother says. Let's get inside. We have to unpack your clothes, she says, taking a small bag containing the clothes he wore at Rashi's off of the Nimbus. At the mention of his wardrobe, Ochako noticed the orangish-red GI the boy wore in contrast to the green GI he normally wandered around in. It was tied at the waist with a black sash, and on the front, in a little yellow circle over his left kidney, was a kanji that read came. Whoa, she says, admiring the uniform. Koha? Mutant Rashi gave me this. It's very comfortable, he says, turning around to show off more of the uniform. Maybe I could come with you the next time you go and train with him? Ochako asks hopefully. No, not anytime soon. Inko says, shooting her down. Izuku was only allowed to train there because he was already super strong, but the turtle school is very brutal. Yeah, Rashi had me plowing whole fields and skipping up a mountain before breakfast, he says. But I want to get stronger too, she says. Inko shrugs. Maybe in a couple years, once you master ki usage, I'll take you both over there and you two can train together, but right now, your mother and father would never allow it. Ochako sags her shoulders but takes Izuku's hand and leads him over to the door of the home. As she puts her hand on the door and begins to push it open, Izuku notices that her saddened expression has been replaced with the one of anticipation she had earlier. Ochako? What's? As the door swings open, Ochako tugs his and as Inko pushes him through the threshold. Izuku stumbles in, confused, only to see that the room was lit by various candles and lanterns, and on the table in the center lay a large cake, a tea set, and one of his grandfather's old wall ornaments, a long red stick in a leather sheath. Also in his peripheral vision are the two elder Urarakas, who stand up from where they were sitting and begin clapping. The other two walk into the room behind him and close the door. Happy birthday, Izuku! The three adults cheer. Happy birthday! Ochako calls out, louder than all three of the others by miles. She glomps him in another hug from behind, while her parents begin talking to him, asking about his time away, and how he was doing, while Inko began slicing some pieces of cake off so they could eat. The Urarakas were interested to hear what he had been up to, especially when he mentioned working on a construction site without power tools. So did they just get free labor out of you? Gata asks, concerned that the boy was being taken advantage of. Not really, it was training. Besides, they paid me for the work too. He says, going to his bag of clothes and pulling out an envelope that contained many yen notes and receipts. Mutant Rashi told me to keep the receipts, so I could keep track of how much money I have. Aiko and Gata look at the receipts in shock, realizing that this 5-year-old was able to make a decent living before even entering school. Well, if you ever want a job in the future, feel free to let us know. Gata offers. Aiko looks at her husband. Come on, he's only 5. Let him have a childhood before you start putting him on the grind. Inko laughs at the pair. You two aren't trying to pilfer my son for your company, are you? I just appreciate talent when I see it. Gata argues. They continue talking for a few minutes before Inko decides to hand Izuku his gift, taking the Nyobo off of the table and handing it to her son, explaining that it was a relic that belonged to Gohan. Everyone steps outside, as Inko begins to instruct Izuku on how to use it. Izuku stands across from her, holding the pole in both hands. All right, she says. To use the staff, you have to focus on it and will it to grow. It's pretty simple, she says. Try extending the pole to touch my hand, she says, holding her hand out in front of her, palm out. Izuku puts the pole on his shoulder like a rocket launcher and begins to try and manipulate the pole. He pretends like the pole is just another limb like his tail and tries to get it to extend outwards. Much to his surprise, the pole actually listens, extending to her hand before slowing down to avoid punching a hole through her palm. Easy, right? Inko says. Yeah, well, I thought it'd be harder than this. Izuku admits. He retracts the pole and looks at it again. The real difficulty in the weapon is having a strong willpower, because, she says, pointing at the weapon. Extend. She commands it, causing it to grow in Izuku's hand, and stick into the ground, lifting the boy up with it. What? Izuku scrambles around in confusion as the pole leans sideways due to his weight, ripping itself out of the hole it was planted in and causing the boy to fall to the ground. Ochako giggles as Izuku dusts himself off. As you can see, you don't have to be holding the pole to extend it. If you have a stronger will or better focus, you can retain full control of the pole. But if you aren't careful, others may turn this tool against you. Inko warns. Though not everyone can use it as far as I know, only those who use ki are able to cause it to extend, so I doubt you'll have to worry about that very often. Ochako runs up to the boy and looks at the pole in his hands. Can I try? Sure. Izuku says, handing her the pole. She closes her eyes, and the pole extends a few feet in length. When she opens them, her eyes widen. It worked. She cheers. Hey kiddos. Inko walks up. Why don't you two go play for a while, okay? Dinner is gonna be a bit. Why don't you show her the nimbus, Izuku? Izuku's eyes widen as he remembers his other gift from Rashi. Alright? Come, Ochako, I gotta show you this. He says, putting his hands around his mouth and calling, Kinton. The familiar golden cloud flies in front of the kids, stopping just above the ground. Izuku hops onto the cloud and pats the area next to him, prompting Ochako to use her limited flight capabilities to hover onto the cloud and rest beside him. Inko smiles. Kids were generally innocent, so the nimbus likely viewed them as pure based on that fact alone, but she figured Ochako was still a very noble individual, given her dedication to wanting to be a hero, a career where one puts themselves in danger for the sake of others. This is way faster than us flying. Izuku excitedly informs her, prompting Aiko to step forward. Wait, is that safe? What if they fall? Aiko asks. Don't worry. Inko assures her. The cloud won't let them fall, and if they do, it will catch them. It seems to have some sort of sentience. Aiko still looked uneasy, but if what she said was true, that, combined with both of them being able to fly to some degree without the cloud, as well as Ochako being able to remove her weight, helped ease her mind a little. In any case, the two kids waved their parents goodbye as the cloud slowly lifted up before rocketing away over the forest, leaving a golden trail behind it as it flew. When the kids finally returned home, the sun was setting. They had an amazing time, playing around with the Niobe and the Kintoon, Ochako showing off her flying skills, and Izuku showing off his improved strength and his impressive jump. However, he decided to wait to show her the Kamehameha, wanting to show it off in action, such as the next time him and Inko were in a spar and Ochako was watching. When they got back, the smells of roasted chicken and ham permeated through the air around the house. Evidently, dinner was going to be a very protein-rich affair. Opening the door further solidified this theory, as they walked in to see the adults sitting around the table, drinking tea while slicing pieces of meat off of the roasted carcasses and putting them onto serving plates. Oh! Aiko calls out when she sees them. Y'all are back early. She points out. It was getting dark. Izuku says, plopping himself down at the table, where Ochako does the same right next to him. We had fun though. Ochako adds. Good, I'm glad. Aiko says. Dinner will be ready in a few minutes. The two wait patiently as the adults finish up, and let the meat rest for a bit before being served. However, as soon as the pair are given a plate, they ravenously devour all traces of their serving, before looking up from their plates and smiling at their parents, grease and bits off food still clinging to their mouths. It's so good! Ochako exclaims. Danku! Izuku says in gratitude. Young lady! Aiko complains. Please don't talk with your mouth full. Izuku, we have guests. Please swallow before speaking. Inko chides. The kids swallow their food before apologizing for their lack of manners. The two families continue their dinner, enjoying small talk amongst themselves and asking Izuku more about his training. They continue their conversations long after the food is finished and the leftovers are put away, with Izuku continuing to describe the brutal intensity that he had been going through every day for the last few months. However, Izuku didn't hate the training by any means. He enjoyed knowing that he was getting stronger and he enjoyed seeing the results of his effort. Their conversations are cut short by a knock at the door. Everyone pauses, confused as to who would be here at this hour. The sound was a deliberate and rhythmic 3 knocks, not something that the wind would have been able to replicate. Someone had to be at the door. Everyone stands up, a little concerned. No one else knew it was Izuku's birthday, and even if they did, no one from town would have cared. It may have been a lost hiker or something, but with the town only a short distance from the house through the forest, there would be no point in stopping by unless it was an emergency. The knock happens a second time, and Inko slowly walks over to the door. Hello? Who is it? A loud bang rings out as the door is busted open, causing Inko to jump back and enter a fighting stance. Izuku leaps next to his mother, entering the turtle stance his grandfather taught him, crouching with one hand raised behind his head and the other poised in front of him, while Inko enters the crane stance. Gata quickly pulls his wife and daughter behind him and steps forward, raising his fists in a boxer stance but with a fearful shakiness. Two men dressed in biker gear and possessing various weapons walk in, one wearing a welding screen and the other wearing a metallic biker helmet. The one with the biker helmet has a pistol drawn and appears to be looking around the room. Inko is about to strike, when the biker helmet guy points to something behind her. "Give us the Dragon Ball, and nothing bad will happen," the man says, sounding clearly rehearsed and heavy with a foreign accent. Evidently, Japanese was not his native language. Wait, hold on, Duke. Welding helmet says. "They never said there would be two beautiful women here." "Who cares? We have a mission, Cook. We grab the ball and get out of here without making too much of a scene." Duke smacks the man in the back of the head. "I care. What good is getting paid if you can't have fun while doing it?" Ignoring his perverse compatriot, Duke turns back to the families and waves the gun at them again, repeating the same phrase as before. Inko simply smiles and shakes her head. Duke sighs. "Well then, think fast," he says, firing the gun at her several times. However, Inko's hand snatches each and every one of the bullets out of midair. She jingles the caught bullets in her hand before tossing them at the feet of the criminals. Duke and Cook both recoil at the sight of this random woman catching bullets. Did All for One know? Did he save this for last on purpose? It didn't matter. She was being cocky, but Duke was an expert on breaking egos. Quickly flicking the gun to the head of the kid standing next to him, he fires a bullet straight into the forehead of Izuku, causing him to fall back. "Izuku!" All of the Urarakas plus Inko cry out. "Uo!" Izuku complains, sitting up and rubbing his head, a red dot resting on his forehead where the bullet struck. Duke's eyes widen as he inspects the gun he held, wondering if it was defective. Cook decides he's had enough, and begins rushing towards Inko, swinging his fist to strike her, but she quickly ducks under and kicks him away, sending him tumbling out of the door. Duke tries to react, but Izuku grabs the Niobe off of the table and launches himself forward, kicking with all his might and forcing the man out of the room. Inko turns back to the Urarakas. "Don't worry, we'll take care of them, stay inside until it's over." The mother and son leap after the thieves, leaving the family of construction workers behind in the small house. Duke immediately rushes towards Izuku, landing a punch on the boy and sending him tumbling back into the ground. Inko is about to react to the assault on her son when a jet of flame bursts towards her, forcing her to jump out of the way. She turned towards the culprit, Cook, the tips of his fingers radiating visible heat waves as he pointed them in her direction. She sneered. She didn't know much English, but after studying under Rashi and hearing him read the titles of certain English pornos and articles of various English magazines, she knew what the words "beautiful women" and "have fun" tended to mean in certain contexts, not helped by the face that she saw the footpad's head turn to look between her and Aiko. She had a special dislike of perverts, and unlike Rashi, this one didn't seem to have anything redeemable about him. And so she struck, swinging her fist out and striking him clean in his chest, sending him to the ground. While this happened, Izuku leaped to his feet, quickly jumping to the side as a stomp from Duke nearly crushes his head. He leaps into the air and lands a kick to the side of his helmet. The metal plate of the helmet bends in from his foot, and Duke flinches, stumbling back and away as the awful ringing sound stuns him. "Extend," Izuku says, aiming the Niobe at his chest, causing it to shoot forward and strike the already off-balanced bandit, sending him toppling over. Launching off the ground with his tail, Izuku flings himself upwards and comes down with an axe kick, but Duke rolls to the right, and Izuku's foot instead strikes the earth, sending chunks of dirt everywhere. While this battle is going on, Inko begins trying to knock Cook away from the house and the forest so that his fire causes as little damage as possible. The criminal draws a knife and lunges, attempting to stab the mother, who easily blocks the blade and kicks him hard enough to knock him down again. The man clutches his side, but throws the knife at Inko, who catches it, but is immediately forced to dive to the side as another jet of fire from his fingertips. He waves his arm around in an attempt to drive the woman away, blasting fire in random directions as he uses his other hand to push himself up and get back to his feet. Once he's on his feet, he kills the flames to see where the woman is, being unable to find her until she practically materializes in front of him, kneeing him so hard he tumbles back several yards away. Leaping to his feet, he sprays a cone of fire as a sort of smokescreen to cover his retreat as he tries to put distance between himself and his opponent. Inko launches into the air, flying above the waves of fire before coming in with a drop kick, striking the man so hard his welding helmet comes off, revealing his face, covered in grease and dirt, and littered with various cuts and scars. He coughs blood and falls down to one knee, lifting a hand in a placating motion while the other slowly creeps behind him. Yield! Inko demands, remembering another English word she learned at the Crane School meant to signal the end of a fight. Sorry, sweetheart, but I got one last ace in the hole, he says, reaching with his backhand and pressing the plunger of a syringe he had injected into his thigh. He quickly flicks up his hands, giving Inko only a split second before the ground where she was standing was torched, deep blue flames rolling out. The flames kept growing and growing, expanding farther than his previous gout. Inko knew she needed to end things fast or the whole area would be engulfed in flames. Cook presses the tips of his thumbs together and wills the fire to expand even farther, putting everything he has into this last gout. This speech was too much trouble, but the other one looked pretty docile. She'd be easier to... Suddenly, Cook feels an indescribable pain sear just under his ribs as he feels himself be lifted off of the ground. Turning his head, he sees that Inko had appeared behind him and had stabbed both of her index and middle fingers up under each side of his ribs, lifting him up off the ground. Inko's fingers glow as she channels her ki into them. Dandanpa! She cries out, sending 4 beams running upwards through the criminal's body, with them exiting out of his shoulders. Inko pulls her fingers back as the bandit drops to his knees, coughing a glob of blood. He slumps forward, wheezing. Inko knows she has to kill him, he's too injured to make it on his own, and even if he wasn't, he was a threat to her loved ones. She aims her palm at his back as it begins to glow. With a powerful ki blast, Cook is destroyed, reduced to atoms as the ground where he once sat was blasted apart. Inko knew it was a bit much, but if there was a body, she may face murder charges even if it was self-defense, since the modern world could differentiate ki from quirks. She realizes she had strayed quite far from the house. She knew Izuku could handle himself and likely didn't want her assistance, but she figured she'd observe to see if he needed help, so she begins walking back to where Izuku and Duke faced off. A few minutes prior, Izuku jumps back as Duke throws a heavy punch towards his head, before leaping forward and kicking the villain in his knee, causing him to stumble. In response, Izuku gets an elbow driven into the top of his head, which knocks him straight into the ground. Planting the pole upright into the ground, Izuku wills it to extend, launching himself upward and colliding with Duke's head, causing him to stagger away. Izuku is about to go for another pole strike, but Duke snatches the staff and yanks it out of his hand, and pulls Izuku so far forward, he lands face down on the ground. Duke laughs, clinching the pole in his hand, only to feel his arms suddenly get wrenched up, and himself get forcefully lifted off the ground. The Nyobo had extended in his grip and had quickly rocketed him 20 feet into the air before he could even react. Izuku spins from his position on the ground and kicks the pole, causing it to fall sideways, and sending Duke crashing against a nearby tree. Izuku grabs his staff as it returns to a normal size, and flings himself at the robber, landing a kick against him as he falls from the branches of the tree, slamming him against the trunk. Izuku jumps off against him and lands on his feet, brandishing his staff as the bandit slowly gets back to his feet. Duke presses the side of his head, his neck giving a loud and sicking crack as it crepitates. "Alright, you little sheet, I'm done," he mutters, taking a small vial from his belt and downing it like a shot glass. Duke possessed a minor strength enhancement quirk, which conveniently increased his durability as well, but with the amplification effects of the trigger drag, he became even stronger. His muscles began to swell, bulking up to where he looked only slightly smaller than Rashi did at his full power. Izuku moves to strike the attacker, but a brutal jab knocks the boy in the jaw, sending him flying back. Before Izuku can recognize what is happening, Duke descends upon him, landing blow after blow. The boy tries to jump and dodge, landing strikes when he can, but the American seems entirely unfazed. A brutal backhand to Izuku's side as he jumps sends the boy crashing against the ground with so much force, he actually bounces up, clamps his hands over his head, and slams them down on the boy's stomach, nearly burying him into the ground. Duke grabs the boy's arm and lifts him out of the hole he was buried in. Izuku is in pain, but is still able to fight. He sees the man's arm rear back and decides to try an old technique his grandfather used. Taking two of his fingers, Izuku jabs the man's eyes, causing him to lean back and cry out in pain, dropping the boy to the ground. "Scissors!" he calls out as he performs the attack. Landing on his feet, Izuku performs the next part of the technique, landing a heavy punch clear into the man's testes. "Rock!" The thug leans forward again, doubling over in pain reflexively, and lining up perfectly for Izuku's final hit. Jumping into the air, Izuku lands a falling karate chop on the back of the man's neck. "Paper!" "Uraraka!" Duke swings his arm up, clocking Izuku in the jaw and sending him into a brutal backflip. But he wasn't done. His arm snaps forward and snatches a hold of Izuku's tail, sending that same chilling feeling of weakness throughout his body. Thinking the boy was stunned due to the blow and not from being grabbed, Duke drives his knee into the boy's abdomen, before doing the same with his fist. Blow after blow lands on the poor boy, each one resulting in a cry of pain as blood begins to pour from the boy's nose and mouth. Duke is about to land another blow when he feels something bonk against his head. Turning around, he sees a somewhat large rock fall to the ground behind him, and further back, the small girl from earlier standing in front of the house, staring at him with an determined, yet still scared expression. Evidently, she was the one who threw the stone. Duke chuckles as he sees the girl's parents scramble to try and grab her and bring her back inside, but Duke decides he's done being nice. He wanted this to be nice and easy, but these hillbillies just had to fight back. Now they were becoming problems, and he figured leaving them as witnesses anyway was a risky move. Oh well, good thing they were out in the middle of nowhere. Dropping the boy to the ground, Duke picks up the stone which was larger than his own head before rearing back and throwing it straight at the girl. Her eyes widened as the rock flew towards her like a rocket. Duke sneered, expecting to turn the girl into paste, but a flash of light strikes the rock and it is destroyed, right before it can hit anyone. Izuku, however, doesn't see this. He only sees Duke hurling a rock at his best friend. Then he only sees red. His pain vanishes, replaced with adrenaline as his anger spikes. Duke hears an animalistic growl from behind him. Turning, he has no time to react as the boy lunges forward, striking the man in the temple with his elbow. The blow knocks the helmet off of his head and sends it flying away. Duke has barely any time to register that his head is exposed before Izuku's foot slams against his jaw. The kick rattles the man's teeth and is soon met by another to the other side of his head. Several more kicks land in rapid succession, striking his face and upper torso randomly, with Izuku using his flight to keep himself at eye level with the hulking man. Izuku spins incredibly fast, using his ki to boost his foot as he lands a brutal roundhouse into Duke's ribs, who can tell immediately that they are now shattered. But he has no time to think about that because even more kicks land in areas already bruised and broken and even one to his throat. The throat kick sends him stumbling back, his vision still fuzzy and his head foggy from the brutal beating he had just received, but Izuku still wasn't done. Quickly running in, Izuku runs right up to the villain and lands a powerful uppercut into Duke's stomach, using his tail to spring upward and put even more force into the strike. His fist sinks into Duke's abdomen, and a sickening crack is heard as the bandit coughs up blood. Duke feels his legs go numb. "The little sheet broke my spine," thinks. The man falls backwards into the ground, unable to move as Izuku launches upwards into the sky. Izuku had never in his life been so angry, and his vengeful fury bled into his attacks, making them stronger. Staring down at the paralyzed man, Izuku began charging his ki into his hands, a blue light emanating from them. "Kami!" Duke stared up in horror as the bright light grew even brighter. He knew this was the end. He never should have taken this job, he should have quit when he was ahead, Ha! Izuku roars as the wave erupts from his palms, firing downward with so much power that the earth rumbles. Duke was engulfed by the light, unable to let out so much as a scream as the ground beneath him was blasted away as well, creating a hole the size of the diameter of the Kamehameha. When the wave dies down and Izuku lands on the ground beside the hole, there is nothing left of the villain. Izuku turns to the Urarakas, expecting to see his friend in pain, or worse, but to his surprise, she is fine. They all are actually. Inko is standing behind them, arms behind her back. Izuku quickly limps up to the family and his mother, throwing his arms around Ochako. "I thought he hit you," he whimpers. Ochako doesn't know what to say. She just watched her friend kill someone, but instead of feeling fear at knowing his true strength, she felt warm, knowing that he'd go that far to protect her. Inko watched on with curiosity. The mental toll of killing someone generally sets in after the adrenaline wears off. She, even now, felt a little guilty for the death of Cook, but Izuku didn't even seem to consider that he had just killed someone, only that he'd saved his loved ones. Paired with Izuku's seemingly innate love of fighting, such a loose morality seemed like a problem, but for now, she was willing to overlook it. After all, it was an extreme situation and Japan's quirk-era self-defense laws were completely awful, and she'd rather not have to go through the effort of explaining that they didn't use quirks and instead used energy. Regardless, this revealed to her just how little she knew about her son, and what he even was to begin with. The Uraraka adults, meanwhile, had both reached a similar conclusion about the boy. They wanted him as a son-in-law, no doubt. He had pushed through brutal torture just to save their daughter from a hulking mass of muscle, and at the thought of losing her, he went all out. They already knew he could keep her safe, but now they knew just how strong he was, and how determined he was. They became a hero duo in the future, they'd be unstoppable. That is, of course, if Izuku wants to even be a hero. But even so, at least for now, with him, their daughter is in safe hands. Izuku wobbles and nearly falls over, but Ochako supports him. The Urarakas offer to let the family rest at their house, since the hinge on their door got broken off, which Inko takes them up on. Taking any valuables that they don't want lying about in an unlocked shed overnight, including the 4-star Dragon Ball, and putting them into a bag, Inko carries her son in her arms and the bag on her back, before following the Urarakas back to their place. The Seeker sits across from All for One at the table of one of their safe houses, 6 of the 7 Dragon Ball before them. The two wait and wait for the signal, but it never comes. It's been hours since they were supposed to receive a call for Kurogiri, so they can only assume that the men they sent were dead. Curious. All for One frowned. He didn't like getting his hands dirty if he could avoid it, but he felt like this was a special occasion. Whoever the guardians of the 4-star ball were, they were certainly formidable. Duke and Cook were far from pushovers. Well, no matter. Tomorrow night, he'd have his wish, and the power of one for all would be his. It was the early hours of the morning when they arrived at their destination, the armored car Hercules slowing to a stop a kilometer out from the small village which held the final Dragon Ball. All Might was a little sad that conflict was being brought to such a quiet, secluded place. There were forests for miles, as fire as the eye could see in every direction, provided the mountains didn't block your view. All Might sighed. He'd be stuck in Hercules while Night Eye and Tsukachi did some reconnaissance, trying to find anyone who knew anything about the last Dragon Ball. Unfortunately, he was too recognizable, and even with a disguise, the moment he said anything, his voice would be immediately identified, so he'd have to wait. Night Eye, while pretty distinct, was still more of a behind-the-scenes hero, who could blend in much easier than he could, and Tsukachi was experienced with this sort of thing and didn't look too out of place in any setting. The two scouts began their walk into town, Night Eye refusing to don anything other than his standard suit and tie, and Tsukachi wearing his normal beige overcoat and hat over his police equipment. The sun was only just beginning to rise, and the streets were fairly barren with only a few people out and about. Well, they'd probably have to wait a bit for more people to start coming outside, but they could begin questioning some of the people they came across. However, upon doing so, most people look on with confusion at the words Dragon Ball, either being completely unaware of their existence, or thinking they were morons for believing in such superstitions. Night Eye sighed. He knew this was going to be an annoying process. After some much-needed rest and recuperation at the Uraraka house, Inko and Aiko needed to head to the general store, Aiko for a few small groceries and Inko for supplies to fix her door, so the pair walked together. Aiko chuckled as she watched the various townsfolk become enraptured by the beauty of her friend. It was a shame Inko never seemed to care or even notice. Aiko figured that after the loss of her husband, Inko never sought further romantic companionship, instead choosing to love the family she still had, a family which now only consisted of one other person. It was a sad thought, knowing that Inko only had her son left. Aiko hoped their families would remain close. The bond between their children was strong, and hopefully it would only grow as they grew older. When they arrived at the general store, they split off in different directions, Inko heading to the back where they stored the hardware and Aiko heading to the produce area that was set up. Their town was too small to have a full-blown supermarket, so this was the best they could get. As all of the things Aiko needed to buy were in one area, and were openly displayed, she was able to grab the food she needed and pay before Inko, letting her know that she'd be at her house, while Inko continued gathering tools and a new lash. However, as Aiko exits the general store, she turns to see two figures approaching her, one in a trench coat and hat sporting a polite smile, and the other in a suit with glasses and an annoyed expression. "Excuse me, miss," the first man says. "We are looking for something around this area and we were wondering if you could help us." Aiko nods. "Sure, I got a moment, what can I help you with?" "We're looking for any kind of information regarding something called a Dragon Ball. Do you happen to know something?" Aiko's eyes widened. Could they be more thugs, like the ones from yesterday? She swallows and shakes her head. "Those are myths. You should try doing something more productive than wasting time chasing a legend." Her tone is curt. "Good day," she says hastily as quickly walks past them. Tsukachi turns to his compatriot waiting for the woman to be out of earshot. She was lying when she said they were a myth. He confirms. "Oh really?" Night Eye says sarcastically. Anyone with ears could tell she was lying. "We need to follow her. She may lead us to the ball directly." The two wait as they watch her walk further up the road before turning and passing in between two homes. They quickly close the distance while trying to remain as quiet as possible. As they stand next to the wall, they hear the woman's voice, as she apparently has begun calling someone on the phone. "Inko, yeah, sorry, I know you're busy. Look, there's these two guys outside the general store, one's wearing a trench coat and one's wearing a suit. Yeah, they asked me about the Dragon Ball." Aiko pauses for a moment. "Yeah, good idea. You might also want to head out the back exit of the store." "Yeah, no problem. Anything for you." Night Eye and Tsukachi look at each other and nod. This, Inko, likely has the intel they need, and they need to find them as fast. They quietly slipped away before running back to the general store, going around the side of the building to look for any sign of an alternate exit, finding one on the opposite side of the building from the entrance, completely out of view of everyone else. While they waited, Night Eye turned to Tsukachi. "I'll do the talking this time. These civilians aren't fazed by your good cop routine. They need a firmer hand." The detective sighs. "Just don't go overboard. The last thing we need is for them to withhold information because you were being rude. If it comes to that, I'll simply just use my quirk." Before Tsukachi can retort, the back door opens and out comes a lethe, yet toned woman wearing a green sleeveless cheongsam with matching green hair and black pants, with shin-high black boots. Tsukachi felt himself blush at the sight of this woman, but he had to stay focused. Inko was likely a woman's name, so this was probably her. The pair approach the mysterious woman, who quickly sees them and attempts to turn around and walk the other way, but Night Eye calls out, "Hey!" She stops, an annoyed look on her face. The pair walk up to her. "Are you Inko?" "Yes." "How do you know my name?" she asks, her eyes narrowing as she slowly lowers the bag of supplies she held and sets it on the ground. "We overheard your friend talk about you. We need to know about the Dragon Ball that is somewhere in this village, and from what we overheard, you're the one to ask." The pro-hero says, "You better not have hurt Aiko." She threatens. "We merely overheard her talking on the phone to you. I assure you, she is perfectly safe. Now, about the Dragon Ball Dash. They're a myth, a children's fairy tale. Nothing more." Inko says sternly. Night Eye sighs before grabbing onto the woman's arm. We know you are lying, just tell us dash. Before he can activate his quirk, or even finish his sentence, her knee drives up and slams the pro hero in the chest, causing him to rear back. A strike to the stomach sends him tumbling to the ground. Before Tsukachi can react, the woman materializes behind him, startling him. As he turns around, her arm snaps forward, punching him in his sternum and sending him to the ground right next to his cohort. Inko holds her palm out, channeling ki as it begins to glow a bright yellow. Who sent you? My son and I already killed 2 thugs yesterday, and I'm not afraid to kill 2 more. She fires the ki blast right in between Tsukachi's legs, exploding the ground and sending him scrambling back. He raises his hands and waves them in a placating gesture. We're not thugs, honest. We're not trying to steal the ball, we're just trying to make sure a particular villain doesn't get his hands on it. Tsukachi then turns to his downed companion. Next time let me do the talking. He turns back to Inko. Sorry. I'm a detective and he's an investigation hero. We omitted that information since a lot of rural areas aren't big fans of heroes. Inko lowers her guard. Oh, sorry, she says, gently helping the 2 to their feet. Like I said, yesterday, we got attacked at my son's birthday party by 2 thugs. We had to end up killing them. You know, it's not wise to admit to killing someone in front of a hero, right? Night Eye grumbles, only to be met with a piercing glare. Neither is it wise to annoy the woman who nearly killed you both. Point taken, Night Eye quiets down. Shut up, Sasaki. Tsukachi hisses. Sorry about him, he's not in a good mood right now. Anyway, like we said, we need to know where the Dragon Ball is. Right now, there is a villain out there with 6 out of the 7 Dragon Ball in his possession. If he gets his hands on yours, he'll make a terrible wish, and we cannot allow it. Inko scowls. The Dragon Ball is an heirloom from my father. I understand your plight, but I will not hand the ball over. If more thugs come, I will defend the ball on my own. You don't need to hand over the ball, or anything. We just need to confirm that it is in fact in this area, so we know where to look for any sign of this villain. And with you admitting to owning it, we've accomplished that very task. Tsukachi bows to the woman. Thank you for your cooperation. I apologize for the inconvenience it may have caused. Tsukachi begins leaving, motioning to his companion to follow. He does, but only after suspiciously eyeing the woman who had so easily bested them. Something wasn't normal about her. Inko simply picks up her supplies and begins heading back to the center of town, while the pair begin walking back to Hercules. All Might was relieved to see his friends approaching the car, hoping they bore good news. As it turned out, they did. We found someone who knows about the Dragon Ball. She says that 2 thugs came by yesterday and attempted to steal it. Excellent. All Might says. We should interrogate those criminals immediately. That's the problem. She killed them, her and her son apparently. What? It's true. My quirk detected that she wasn't lying, so unfortunately, we'll just have to wait for more minions to show up. Tsukachi says. Was she some sort of retired hero? If she was able to dispatch a few criminals, perhaps she could help us. She was no hero I've ever seen. Night Eye says. She moved incredibly fast, but also seemed to possess some sort of laser ball quirk. I couldn't even use my quirk on her in time, she already threw me to the ground. All Might looked shocked. Sir Night Eye was far from a pushover, even if his quirk wasn't used for combative purposes most of the time, he still possessed great speed and skill. If someone as skilled as him and Tsukachi were both overpowered, then this woman may be a great asset to their cause. Well, there was no longer any need for them to be incognito now that they got the information they needed, so All Might stepped out of the driver's seat and took a big stretch. It was approaching the evening, so they figured that the criminals that would be sent would work under the cover of night. Well, I suppose we should get a move on. Keep an eye out for any suspicious people in the area. The trio then begin walking back to town, All Might in the lead and Tsukachi now in his full police uniform, hoping maybe their presence would scare off any attempted robbery for the last Dragon Ball. After retrieving the materials needed to repair her door, Inko went by the Uraraka's house to grab their things and her son. However, Gata and Aiko both offered to help her fix the door, and Ochako wanted to come along to play with Izuku, so it became a whole multifamily affair. She made sure to inform Aiko of the identity of the men in town, putting her mind at ease that now they had heroes patrolling the area. By now the sun was setting. Inko chose to wait for evening so that the heat wouldn't be irritating to everyone, and they could simply just work with a relaxing breeze. While the three adults got to work, measuring the broken area and setting up the tools needed to cut the shape needed out of wood, Izuku and Ochako were tossing the Dragon Ball back and forth to each other. Izuku still had bruises from yesterday, but for some reason, most of them had faded overnight, as though he possessed some kind of minor healing quirk. Izuku didn't think much of it, he was just glad to not be in horrible pain. However, despite how peaceful the scene seemed, there was an underlying tension. While nobody else felt it, Inko felt like they were being watched or at least observed. Sending out her key sense, she feels an incredibly powerful presence back at the village. She stands up. "Hey guys, something's wrong. Let's take a break, I need to go check something in town. I'll be right back," she says to everyone. Izuku turns to his mother, looking concerned. "Do you need me?" "Yes." Inko shakes her head. "No, I need you to stay here. I'll be right back." Inko then flies up and rockets over the forest, heading quickly towards the village. Everyone is concerned as they feel the tension in the air. While they played and worked, no one noticed, but it seemed like the forest had gone quiet, and something sinister was observing them. Izuku drops the Dragon Ball on the ground and assumes his fighting stance, while the Uraraka family retreats to the inside of the house, closing the unfinished door. Izuku draws his Nyobo and begins looking around, sniffing the air to see if he can smell anything amiss. The wind seems to pick up drastically, ruffling the boy's hair and blowing the leaves from the trees right in front of him. He doesn't notice as the Dragon Ball behind him begins rolling away from him, obscured by the whirlwind of leaves. Izuku's eyes narrow as he scans the area, looking for threats. When he sees it, a silhouette in the growing shadows of the evening as it now became night, where the leaves seem to be pushed around rather than passing through. Izuku wastes zero time in sending a ki blast in that direction, only for it to be empty air. The blast strikes the side of the mountain cliff that overlooks the forest, causing a small rock slide. Turning around, Izuku looks back towards the house. Nothing seems to be over there either. He looks down and it's gone. Panicking, he begins looking around frantically, trying to see where the Dragon Ball rolled off to, but the wind seems to pick up even more. Izuku shields his eyes as more leaves pelt him from all different directions. From a distance, watching the boy flail about, All for One and the Seeker stand in the shadow of the cliffside, watching as the final Dragon Ball rolls to them. With a feeling of joy washing over him, All for One picks up the 4-star ball. Finally, it is done, he says, before activating a special quirk, Wrist Pocket, as it was called, and summons the remaining Dragon Ball from the storage pocket dimension the quirk created. "I don't see why you needed to do that. Why not just kill them, instead of wasting time with that whirlwind quirk?" But you see, once I'm done, I'd like to have a living subject to practice on. The former guardian of the 4-star ball would do nicely. Besides, I need him alive if I am to extract his quirk. The Seeker sighs, but nods before pulling out the note written by Pilaf to begin the summoning process. "Great Dragon God Shinran, come forth and grant the desire of the one who has summoned you." The wind around Izuku begins to die down, enough for him to make out the voice of someone shouting. In the distance, 2 figures who were once hidden in the shadow of night are now illuminated by the golden light of 7 glowing orbs. The Dragon Ball. Izuku realizes. He is about to rush forward, but a golden bolt of energy erupts from the wish orbs, striking the sky and causing a deep black smoke to permeate through the air, turning the already dark blue sky a jet black. From the sky, a golden strike of lightning strikes the ball, and several other areas nearby as the golden glow from the ball begins to ascend sky high. Inko bursts from the trees and quickly slides to a landing stop right in front of the energy of whoever she sensed. Who goes there dash? She is shocked to see the #1 hero of Japan, All Might, along with the 2 men from earlier. She did not know much about heroics overall, but even she knew about the symbol of peace. It seems she wasn't the only one, several of the townsfolk had crowded around him. They backed away when she appeared. All Might, meanwhile, was shocked as the most beautiful woman he had ever seen appeared before him in a blur so fast, even he couldn't react to it. The woman held a glowing palm to his face, before lowering it as she recognized him. "You are All Might, correct?" she asks, less out of confusion and more for confirmation. Yes, that's correct," he says. "Then if you're here, the villain seeking the Dragon Ball must be far more powerful than I assumed." "I'm afraid so," All Might says. "I must find him before dash." A thunderous sound rings out. The wind picks up as the sky begins to blacken even more than it already has. "Over there," Night Eye points. In the sky, a long stream of golden light shot far above the mountains and into the clouds, before descending from the smoggy darkness, its golden light fading, and giving way to the green and beige scales of the being within. Its body was long and massive, it could wrap around the mountain several times over, and its eyes were a piercing red that glowed eerily in the night sky. The townsfolk around them began to shiver and some ran indoors. The dragon god Shinran. Inko realizes. "Oh no. No. Izuku." She quickly takes off again, soaring as fast as she can over the treetops. Tsukachi turns to All Might. "All for One must have come in person. Go, we're of no help here." All Might nods. "Keep the townsfolk safe." All Might crouches low, channeling his quirk's power through his body and makes a giant leap, heading straight towards the direction of the dragon god. "You have awakened the dragon, and so you will be granted one wish. State your desire, and it shall be granted." All for One was breathless. The legend was true. The glorious voice of Shinran shook the very earth beneath them as its body continued ascending towards the sky, while its massive head looked straight down at him. All for One would never admit this, but at that moment he felt small. But such nervousness was replaced by elation. His goal was finally within his grasp, he simply had to reach out and take it. Beside him the Seeker stood mesmerized by the magnificent being before him, a being beyond heroes and villains, beyond any mortals. A being of unlimited potential. The Seeker took a deep breath, looking to his cohort, who seemed to still be taking the moment in. A smile crossed his lips. Behind them, a yell rang out as Izuku flew towards them, rushing forward with his fist raised. The voice of the boy snaps All for One out of his trance as he turns to the boy and raises a hand. "Force field projection," he shouts as a yellow translucent barrier appears between him and the boy. The boy's fist collides with it, causing cracks to appear in the force field. All for One is startled. How strong was this boy? That wall could stop bullets. He has little time to think further on the subject as he hears a familiar, annoying voice call out from above him. "All for Un." The boisterous call of All Might rings out as he, alongside a woman dressed in green, descends from the sky. All Might rears his fist back, while Inko bends her knee to prepare for a dropkick. Detroit smash. All Might yells as his fist, and Inko's leg collides with the wall. Quirk amplification. Air wall. All for One yells, activating the two quirks in tandem, the air wall slowing their attacks by adding a buffer in front of the force field, and the amplification increasing the power of both barriers. The two slowly try and break through the barrier, but the air wall is restricting their movement too much to gain any real momentum. "All Might, you should realize it's pointless by now." All for One declares, his voice filled with delight as his piercing red eyes stare down his greatest foe. "All I have to do dash." But while his attention is diverted, and his words are being directed at All Might, the Seeker makes his move. Looking up at the dragon, he spreads his arms and states his wish. "Great Shinran, I wish for each and every one of All for One's quirks, and the instinctual knowledge of how to use them." The Seeker cries to the heavens, hoping the dragon god could hear him. Fortunately for him, he did. All for One hears the Seeker shouting behind him, but is so intoxicated by the idea of defeating All Might that he only registers what was said after it was too late. Quickly looking up, he sees the eyes of the eternal dragon glow even brighter, before dying down to their normal state. He turns to see the Seeker engulfed in a glowing light. And now it is so. Your wish is granted. The 7 magic Dragon Ball begin to lift into the sky as Shenron begins to glow a bright golden light. His massive body vanishes as the Dragon Ball are launched in every direction and the sky begins to return to normal. No, 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 no. All for One is infuriated. You traitor! He says, whirling around to his defective minion. The Seeker looks at his palms, seeing 2 small holes at the center of them, one on each hand, the mark of All for One. It worked. He could feel his body and mind being gifted the instincts needed to activate each quirk held within him. This power, it's intoxicating. Consuming, no wonder you wanted more. The Seeker says. But now I possess your quirks, and I may be my own master, no longer just a glorified bloodhound. All for One roars, unleashing a powerful combination of air cannon, force multiplier, quirk amplification, and air wall to shoot a condensed bolt of air at the traitor. The Seeker's eyes widened as he created a barrier with a variety of quirks to block it. But I took your quirks, the Seeker stutters. It seems Shenron merely copied my abilities and gave them to you rather than ripping them out of me directly. How polite of him. All for One spits venomously. You stole my wish, but at least I can still double my current power by taking your copied quirks. I suppose not all is lost, for me at least. From behind him, All Might and Inko drop to the ground beside Izuku, watching as the 2 villains stand off. All for One's eyes flicker to the spectators, as he wills the barrier to surround the 2, separating them from the hero and martial artists. All Might cannot save you from my wrath, Seeker. Death will be a pleasant release after I'm done with you. I have your power, I am now your equal. I do not fear you. The Seeker says defiantly. No feeble old man is my equal. The Demon Lord of Japan growls. All Might begins to worry. All for One is incredibly powerful as is. If he collected even more quirks, effectively doubling his power, even one for all might not be enough to stop him. He looks around for some kind of gap in the barrier, but his eyes cross paths with the mother and son duo beside him. He sees the 2 nod to each other as they both back up several meters and assume a stance, cuffing their hands to their side. All Might is about to ask what they are doing, but suddenly, a blue light begins glowing from the pair's hands, growing in intensity the more time passes. The 2 villains within the bubble begin fighting, All for One seemingly having the clear advantage due to his experience and mastery of his quirks, but the Seeker keeping up and using the various regeneration and amplification quirks to stay alive. Kamehameha! The familial pair call out as 2 bright white and blue beams erupt from their hands, combining together into a larger beam that punches straight through the barrier. All Might is speechless as the blast heads right towards All for One, who himself is startled as his body receives feedback from the barrier being shattered. Seeing the bright light approaching him, he uses several quirks to morph his arm into a large fleshy shield, with many spikes and metal rivets that could protect him from most attacks. But not this one. The wave immediately burns through the mutant limb, disintegrating the flesh and sending searing pain through the man himself. He has to quickly jump to the side as his arm gets obliterated, staring in shock at the pair who did such a thing to him. Even the Seeker gave pause as he watches his equal lose an arm to these 2 random people. They began to see why the fiends failed to retrieve the 4-star ball. All for One feels excruciating pain and discomfort as his various regeneration quirks kick into gear and begin repairing his destroyed arm. Such power. He wanted it. While he may have been robbed of his brother's quirk, he was given a unique opportunity. A sinister smile crept up on his face as he, the hero, martial artist, and traitor all looked at one another, waiting to see who would make the first move. Once he had attained the other 3's quirks, All Might would be easy prey. But who to steal from first? From the windows of the Midoriya residence, the Uraraka family could see their friends, along with All Might staring down the pair of villains. When Shenron first appeared, the family huddled together, waiting to see what would happen as its voice rang out through the surrounding area. When its horrifyingly sinister voice rang out, the very foundations of the building seemed to shake. Then when Izuku went to attack the villains who summoned it, the family couldn't help but flinch as a bright yellow light appeared in the form of a wall to stop the boy from delivering his punch. But then from the sky descended both Inko and All Might? The glowing wall turned into a glowing hemisphere that covered both of the villains enough to protect them from the onslaught. And then the second villain, the one who looked like an older man, started glowing as the dragon god vanished in a flash of golden light. After a brief conflict between the two villains who had walled themselves off from the other three entirely, Izuku and Inko used an energy attack to completely eradicate the barrier and hit one of the villains with the same attack. Then it became a standoff. Nobody had moved yet. It looked like everyone was hesitating, waiting to see who'd let their guard down first. The Uraraka family silently prayed that the Midoriyas would both survive, and that All Might would pull through and save the day. The tension between the 5 fighters was intense. Not one of them had moved from where they were. All Might clenched his teeth, wanting to get the 2 civilians out of here quickly, but it looks like they were fully prepared to fight. If All Might said anything to them, All for One would no doubt go out of his way to kill them just to torment All Might. Fortunately, it seemed like they were strong enough to defend themselves, almost concerningly so. Unfortunately, the Seeker had run out of patience. Having used his newly gained version of All for One, he had been able to sift through his various quirks to see what he had available until he found a suitable combination. He had to admit his former benefactor had a most impressive reserve of quirks at his disposal. Quickly lifting up his arms, he activates his air wall quirk in conjunction with force multiplier. The wall itself is summoned directly in between Izuku and his mother, knocking the boy to the ground and blasting Inko back as the wall is then shot forward towards all 3 of the people on the other side, blowing them back as well. Taking the opportunity, the Seeker rushes towards the downed boy. He saw what he had done to All for One's arm and he wanted that power. However, right as he stood over the boy and reached down to steal his quirk, the boy springs up from the ground with his tail and delivers a brutal kick to the old man's jaw, sending him tumbling and spitting blood. All for One, now blasted away from his traitorous former subordinate, sneers at the old fool. It was fitting, even with his new cheated power, he couldn't even handle a child. Though he supposed he was being unfair to the kid. After all, this boy had power he'd never seen before in someone his age. Perhaps, if he survived this ordeal, he'd make an excellent backup plan in case Tamura didn't work out. But for now, he couldn't daydream. He had a task to complete. Turning to the number 1 hero, who watched in shock as the little boy managed to hold off the other villain, All for One begins preparing a powerful quirk combination attack. Air cannon, air compression and release, force multiplier, spring-like limbs, hypertrophy, remote detonation, extra limbs, and quirk amplification on all of them except the last one. From the palm of his hand, the extra limbs quirk begins to form a fleshy mass, as more and more miniature malformed arms and legs begin to tangle together. Behind the mass, air compression and release begins building up pressure, as does air cannon, both of which are enhanced from both force multiplier and quick amplification. His arm bulges from hypertrophy and begins to sink in on itself as the limb coils up due to spring-like limbs. With a snarl, the villain launches the fleshy mass with such force, a loud boom rings out. All Might is normally incredibly fast, but even he wasn't ready as the blob collided with his body with enough force to send him sliding back. All for One smiled as he regenerates the skin on his palm before pointing his finger at All Might to activate the remote detonation, causing the fleshy mass to glow with a glowing orange light before it violently detonates, the air trapped inside of it from the blast igniting to add even more impact. All Might is flung into the cliffside, while All for One turns to Ta. The woman was gone. Inko appears before the villain and delivers a brutal stab to the throat with her index and middle fingers, before yelling, "Dodonpa," as a beam of light skewers his neck. Fortunately, his regeneration quirks are incredible and quirk amplification only makes them stronger. He activates several strength quirks and durability enhancers into his arm, causing it to bulge grotesquely as he swings into her side, causing her to slam into a nearby tree. He must admit though, this woman, so far, was impressive. And if that boy was her son, then maybe they could both serve a purpose in his future plans. But he has no time to think as All Might quickly rockets himself back from the cliffside and rears his fist back. All for One can only turn around as he is met with a shout of "Detroit Smash," and his face collides with All Might's knuckles, causing him to also slam against a tree, cracking the trunk and causing it to fall forward with him still on it. Activating a quirk that he never had the opportunity to use very much until now, All for One brings out his arbor-station quirk, which allowed him to control the shape and growth of trees. The tree on top of his back suddenly is stripped of its limbs and leaves, the end being sharpened to a point and the bark becoming jagged and sharp. Out of All for One's back, courtesy of extra limbs, a pair of incredibly bulked-up arms tear through his suit and grab onto the trunk before flinging it at All Might like a javelin. All Might leaps to the side as the spear tears through the forest before also colliding with the mountainside. However, All for One is not done with arbor-station yet, as a rumbling is heard as the ground breaks apart, tree roots emerging from the ravines caused by their movement. One of them snakes around All Might's leg and trips him, preparing to pull him underground, but Inko shoots another Dodone ray and severs the root, allowing All Might to escape. He nods to her appreciatively. Meanwhile, Izuku and the Seeker were locked in their own fight against each other. The Seeker hated to admit it, but even with all these quirks, he struggled to land a hit on the kid. He was too small, too fast, and too unpredictable. His pole and tail made his fighting style even more awkward to fight against. Seeker also was still new to the various quirks he held, and while he had dozens and dozens of them at his disposal, he hadn't had the time to think on how to adequately use each of them, so he was forced to just use basic attacks and combinations. Izuku meanwhile was able to pelt him with various key attacks and physical strikes, but none had any lasting impact due to the old man's healing abilities. Izuku is about to launch a barrage of ki blasts when the ground below the two splits open and a mass of writhing tentacle-like roots erupt from it, reaching out and attempting to grab them. Izuku simply flies into the air, while the Seeker uses a self-immolation quirk to burn the roots off of him, but their density and moisture prevent them from catching fire. Instead, he activates hypertrophy and quirk amplification, along with several other strength quirks to rip himself free, tearing his black sweater away in the process. Leaping back, the Seeker barely avoids more roots erupting from where he stood, the ends of them being pointed enough to puncture through his body if he wasn't careful. Grabbing onto one of the root clusters, he activates a water-boiling quirk that causes the water within the roots to begin vaporizing, causing the roots to twist and deform. From the sky, Izuku begins charging up a Kamehameha, preparing to fire it at the twisted growth that was interfering with his battle. The blast easily cuts through the roots and into the ground, causing the land to rumble and sink as what lies beneath is blasted to dust. The Seeker activates an unassisted flight quirk, which allows him to avoid the ground sinking in, but Izuku quickly closes in, and with an axe kick to the top of his head, sends the villain crashing into the ground. As the two clash, All Might and Inko have begun their assault on the head villain, All Might ripping through the walls of roots that stand in his way while Inko fires ki blast at the villain from the air. All for One grabs a hold of one of the roots and activates a new quirk, Biomerge. It allowed him to fuse with another living thing, but it required a few seconds to fully work. As he began to conjure more and more roots from the ground, he began to have them connect and fuse. Just as All Might breaks through the wall of wood and is about to land an attack, All for One's biomerge is complete, as the root fuses with his skin. Rivet stab, he yells, as from the root's black, metallic tendrils erupt forth and shoot out in many different directions, including at his two attackers. All Might dodges an initial wave of them, only to flinch and jump to the side as more come from the ground itself. Fortunately for Izuku and the Seeker, the root pack attacking them was not fused to the ones around All for One, so the rivets did not appear around them, but unbeknownst to them, the two sets of roots were slowly growing over to each other, getting closer to connecting. Seeing the chaos to his left, the Seeker uses this opportunity to take a shot at his former master, slamming his hand into the ground and activating a quirk called Ground Pulse, causing the earth to violently rumble. The roots that had extended out of the ground twitch and spasm as the tremors sent through the earth pass through them too, and the ones with rivets have the black blades shatter, sending shards of black metal flying into the air. He then activates the same whirlwind quirk his former master had used to steal the Dragon Ball from the boy, causing the metal filaments to move around rapidly, like a blender, shredding through the ground, roots, and a few pelting All Might and All for One. Izuku leaps away, flying high above the airy blender, watching as the old man directs the wind to mostly focus on All for One, sending as much debris his way. To his right he spots his mom, lifting an arm in front of her face to shield her eyes. At least she's okay, Izuku thinks to himself. All Might realizes that the other villain is the cause of this disaster and channels his powerful quirk into his fist. Texas Smash. The hero yells, as the massive force of air pressure is sent at such speed that even the whirlwind can't keep up, ripping up roots and rivets, and flinging them at high velocity towards the Seeker. Ugh! The Seeker cries as he is pelted with the various objects swept up in the blast, several rocks, root pieces and rivet fragments stabbing into his flesh. His regeneration quirks kick in and begin to expel the debris lodged in his skin, but the attack causes him to lose focus on the whirling dome that surrounded them, leaving him open. Izuku dives back in, his mother following behind as the two dropkick the Seeker into the ground, dragging him through the landscape and ripping up dirt as a trench is left in his wake. The mother and son leap off of him, leaving him buried in the ground, and Inko shoots a powerful ki blast at him, causing the ground where he lay to erupt and leave a crater with the broken form of the Seeker within. All for One sees this and makes his next move. Severing the root he is attached to and ending his biomerge, All for One activates Celerity, a speed quirk, and quickly runs over to the down villain. Sparks of black and red lightning begin to appear from his body as All for One activates his original quirk, reaching down to steal what he can from the old man, but All Might intervenes. Quickly darting over, All Might lands a brutal uppercut on the villain and sends him up into the air, leaping up and landing a hammering fist straight down onto the villain's head, sending him crashing into the Seeker. However, the old man had managed to recover enough to activate several quirks, causing spikes, spines, and metal filaments to erupt from his back like a porcupine, and when All for One collides with him, he gets impaled onto his back. My turn. The Seeker snarls as he uses a quirk called hypermobility, causing his elbows to bend backwards and grab onto Shigaraki's arms. All for One can see similar red lightning to his own begin to appear and knows he only has a few seconds to act. Currently, he is upside down and impaled to the Seeker's back, his calf just behind the old man's head. Using a bird mutant quirk, he morphed his foot into a four-toed claw, the fourth toe erupting from his heel with a sharp talon at the end, ripping through his dress shoe. He bends his knee, sending the talon through the Seeker's shoulder and causing him to scream in pain. Painfully, he rips his arms free from their impalement, before swinging them towards his legs in combination with a strength quirk to rip his back off of the spikes that trapped him against the old man. He produced enough momentum to completely dislodge himself and swung over the Seeker's head, clawed talons still embedded in his shoulder, while priming his other leg for an axe kick, slamming a heel into the traitor's face. The force from the kick sent the Seeker to the ground, All for One quirky morphing his foot back to normal so he wouldn't still be connected to him. While this is going on, All Might backs up and turns to the mother and son, who stand nearby. Please, I need you both to leave. It's too dangerous. He insists. That thief stole my father's heirloom from us. We will teach him a lesson. Inko says definitely, her son standing in front of her and taking a defensive stance. That's assuming I'd let you leave. All for One's voice rings out. He appears behind Inko, hands sparking with red lightning as he attempts to siphon her quirk, only for his hand to phase right through her. His eyes widen as he hears a sound behind him. An afterimage? Is all he can think before he turns to see the bottom of Inko's boot as it collides with his face. Izuku joins in, leaping up and driving his knee into the back of his head, pressing his face even harder into Inko's kick. All Might watches in shock. She moved so fast, even he couldn't follow. Her son had also proven to be impressive. Previous holders of One for All have done significantly less to All for One in their entire lives than these two did with their combined beam attack they did at the beginning of the fight. As he watches the mother and son fight in sync, Inko using her speed and precision to target various weak points on the villain's body, while Izuku delivers crushing blows with fists that strike like cannons, a feeling of joy begins to fill him. With these two, maybe this was his chance to avenge his master's death at the hands of that monster. He can't help himself, but continues watching as his mortal enemy was being overwhelmed by two civilians. Perhaps it was selfish, Perhaps he was failing as a hero by allowing them to remain in such danger, but every strike, every blow, every spurt of blood that came from that fiend's mouth sent nothing but pure euphoria to All Might's brain. All for One was staggering, he couldn't keep up. Most of his quirks that could get him out of this situation were either too slow or not powerful enough. He tried Rivet Stab, but the boy broke the blades off his fingers with a karate chop. He tried to trip the woman as she danced around him in a circle of afterimages, but when she collided with his knee, his legs snapped at an unnatural angle and seared in agony as a hail of blows from both attackers continued raining in. He even tried to use unassisted flight to escape their kill circle, but the woman appeared above him and sent him rocketing back into the ground. Eventually, the boy decided that his mother's attack looked fun, and began performing it too, adding his own afterimages to the blur that surrounded him. Even with his celerity quirk, he was still outpaced by both of them. All Might could barely make out their attacks now, as surrounding the villain was a ring of several afterimages of the mother and son, in various different poses, like a council of people who only had two different appearances came to judge All for One. The more All Might watched, the more he realized how similar the woman looked to his former master. They shared a similar build and rather comparable facial features. When she first appeared before him, bursting out of the forest in the middle of the town, All Might had been in shock then as well. She possessed such beauty but such power and skill. He felt his face warm up a little. Why was he thinking like this now? He didn't even know her name. He admonishes himself mentally. As All Might continues to watch the fight, the Seeker, who has now fully healed given the amount of time he's had to regenerate with everyone else being occupied, stands up from the crater that had been dug by his own body. Seeing that everyone was distracted at the moment, he begins his plan. He knew he couldn't take All Might's quirk through normal means, but honestly, All Might's quirk was an afterthought. The two civilians on the other hand had such a multifaceted power set that it was nearly unbelievable. Flight, lasers, super strength and speed. He wanted it. Digging his fingers in the ground, he activates Rivet Stab and Quick Amplification, sending countless black tendrils through the ground. Through the whooshing air from the vortex created by the two martial artists, All Might can just barely make out a faint rumbling sound before the rivets erupt from the ground, enclosing them all in an ebony cylinder. Inko and Izuku are so focused on beating All for One that they don't realize what's happening until the area becomes dark as the rivets quickly fill in every gap that could let light through. From the walls of this construct, more rivets sprout from it as well as from the ground. As the spikes close in, the martial artists break away from their previous target and begin trying to break through the waves of metal shards that come their way. All Might begins plowing his way through most of the blades, his suit suffering minor tears and his skin getting scraped enough to hurt but not break the skin. Even All for One, who now is able to actually move, uses ground pulse, shattering the blades coming from the ground. Seeing All for One's attack gives Izuku an idea, prompting him to fly down near the wall of the cylinder. After breaking away the approaching blades, Izuku sets his hands on the ground and unleashes a massive ki blast, destroying the ground and shattering that entire side of the construct. The subterranean rivets that were feeding into it were crushed and blocked off, preventing the wall from reappearing fast enough. As soon as the wall was down, everyone rushed out of the rivet chamber. All for One, not taking this lying down, uses celerity and appears behind the Seeker, punching a hole through his side with his own Rivet Stab. For good measure he adds another quirk, Fulmination, to channel electricity through the rivets, shocking the traitor. He sends the same attack at Inko, activating quirk amplification to account for her speed, but she shoots a Dodone ray that shatters the rivets and also strikes All for One directly in the shoulder. All for One swings his arm that has the Seeker skewered on it towards the trio, using celerity and quirk amplification to speed up his movement. Fortunately for him, the makeshift club manages to strike Izuku, shattering the rivets and sending the boy and Seeker tumbling to the side. Inko turns to look at her son, but All for One uses this opportunity to finally land a hit. With celerity, for copies of Kinetic Booster, Spring-like Limbs, Hypertrophy, and Quirk Amplification, All for One rushes forward, arms outstretched. Inko is so focused on her son that as soon as she hears anything, her throat is impacted by a brutal clothesline from All for One, his other arm outstretched enough to hit All Might. The force of the blow is strong enough to send the pair crashing through the still-standing wall of the rivet construct, causing it to fully collapse. All for One isn't done yet, however. From the dust, pushing his advantage, he keeps up his speed combination, activating his Brawn Boost quirk and slamming his fist into All Might with such force, he is thrown sideways, slamming into Inko and sending them both crashing several meters away. Meanwhile, the Seeker manages to stagger to his feet. While his injuries rapidly heal, his body is still racked with intense pain. He turns to the boy he collided with, laying there on the ground. The boy opens his eyes, looking up at the night sky, though upon seeing it, his eyes widen before he flinches and rolls away, pointedly keeping his eyes away from the sky. The Seeker is perplexed, looking at the sky curiously. Nothing seems out of the ordinary, just some stars, a few shadowy clouds, and a rising full moon. Honestly, the sky was a beautiful backdrop to the carnage that unfolded around them. Izuku leaps to his feet, running towards the Seeker, but keeping his eyes below the horizon. Blocking his various strikes through a combination of quirks designed to improve his reflexes and produce extra arms, the old man begins to realize that the boy is refusing to look up. Is it because of the sky? Did he see something strange? Or wait, the full moon. That's the only notable thing up there that he could see. Perhaps the boy had some sort of weakness relating to it. Maybe he was hypnotized by it or something. If that was the case, then he needed to make sure that he got him to look. Izuku tossed his power pole behind him, grabbing it with his tail and enabling him to attack with both fists and his staff at once. His barrage of strikes continue, but the Seeker decides to take the fight airborne. Izuku sees him beginning to ascend, and so he makes sure to fly above him, looking downwards while fighting, making sure to avoid looking at the moon. However, this exchange is noticed by All for One. Despite his overwhelming offense at first, Inko had begun to outmaneuver him again, and All Might began striking back, punching him hard enough to knock several of his teeth out. However, now he had an out. Using a psychokinesis quirk, he launches one of his teeth towards the pair, embedding it into the Seeker's arm. Activating forced quirk activation, he forces the old man to activate a more recently attained power, warping. A disgusting taste fills All for One's mouth as a black sludge surrounds his body. All Might punches the sludge, but disappears along with the villain. They hear a disgusting gushing sound as behind the Seeker, more black sludge appears, taking the form of All for One. The Seeker turns around in shock as Shigaraki delivers a brutal punch into the other villain's sternum. His other hand reaches for the boy, activating his titular quirk to see what power he could get from this random country bumpkin, but as he grabs the boy's jaw, Izuku bites down hard into the web between All for One's hand and index finger. The momentary flinch gives Izuku a brief window to hold his palm out and shoot a blast into the villain, sending him tumbling down to the ground, where All Might awaited him, quickly grabbing his leg and slamming him into the ground once more. Inko meanwhile begins flying towards the Seeker, firing Dodone rays as she approaches. The old man creates a barrier out of various quirks, but it fails to hold up when Inko flies into it with a kick. The glowing yellow barrier shatters and disappears, but the Seeker had Inko right where he wanted her. Even though her kick managed to collide with his chest, even punching into his chest cavity, he had activated fulmination and quirk amplification, causing a painful shock to engulf her entire body. Her cry of pain causes Izuku to see red. As the Seeker puts a hand on her leg and tries to activate his quirk, Izuku roars and launches up, landing a brutal uppercut on the old man and sending a spray of blood out of his mouth. But that was exactly what the Seeker wanted. Though he managed to separate the villain from his mother, the follow-through from the attack had Izuku looking straight up and into the full moon. Izuku could barely register that he'd been looking at the sky for a full second before it was too late. His eyes widen, and he falls to the ground, landing on his knees with a thud, looking up at the sky. The Seeker smiled. He was right, the moon was the boy's weakness. It was a strange quirk he possessed, but with All for One's ability to choose when to turn quirks on and off, it was a weakness he could easily circumvent. Now he just had to puff. Everyone freezes, even All Might and All for One. The sound of a giant heartbeat rings out. Puff, puff. A chilling feeling settles over everyone as their eyes slowly shift over to the boy. They can hear his labored breathing from where they stood, several dozen meters away. Puff, puff. Inside of the Midoriya residence, huddled together, the Uraraka family can also hear the beat. Each thump seems to reverberate throughout the house. The intense noise from earlier had quieted down, and so the family slowly crept up to the window. Ochako quickly searched for Izuku, finding him kneeling at the edge of the forest, a bit away from everyone else, not moving and staring up at the sky. And then she remembered. Izuku told her that he became a monster at the full moon. Inko had warned him to keep track of the lunar cycles and never look up on a full moon. And now the monster was about to be unleashed. Everyone present, both the spectators inside the house and the other fighters, watched as Izuku's body began to swell up. His turtle hermit GI gets destroyed as his body begins to grow dark, thick fur. His tail becomes as thick as a massive oak tree, and he grows almost 20 meters tall. The monstrous ape looks up into the sky and lets out a terrible roar before turning around and looking at the hero, villains, and his mother with monstrous red eyes. The ground trembled as much as the four who stood on it before the great ape. Every breath it took was like a heavy gust of wind. Every beat of its heart was akin to a benign earthquake. No one except Inko could believe their eyes. The kid, who had been just moments ago shorter than any of them, now towered over them, nearly 60 feet up. They all knew that this creature could kill them easily, even those not attuned to ki. It emitted an aura of power that all could feel. Never in his 20 years as a hero had All Might felt this kind of pressure. Never in his 60 years of life had the Seeker been as afraid as he was now. And never in his 2 centuries of being the boogeyman of the Japanese underworld had All for One felt like he was outmatched quite like this. For once, both All Might and All for One knew true weakness compared to the abominations staring down at them. But how? How was this child so powerful? Even without this form, he still surpassed most seasoned pros in skill and strength. Inko speaks in a quiet voice. When he looks at the full moon, he turns into this. I don't know how to stop him other than to wait for the sun to rise. In all my years, I've never seen a quirk quite like this before. All for One reveals flight, lasers, super strength, a monkey's tail, and a giant transformation. This was no normal quirk, and he wanted it. The great ape opens its mouth and let out a deafening roar so intense it seemed to push them back slightly. Then it threw its head back and its mouth began to glow, a bright blue light emanating from it. Inko turns to All Might. Jump, she yells before launching herself into the sky. The other 3 follow suit as the monster throws its head forward, a giant beam akin to the Kamehameha pouring from its mouth, only much, much more powerful. The ground where they had been standing was atomized, completely obliterated, leaving nothing but a smoldering crater behind. All Might and Inko look down in shock at the crater, as All Might, the only one who can't fly, begins to descend back to the ground. The beast looks up at the moon and begins beating its fists against its sternum, each pound deafening. While the other 3 regard the monster with various degrees of confusion, concern, or fear, the Seeker decides that this was his chance, quickly flying forward and pressing his hand to the great ape's belly, activating All for One. He laughs maniacally, knowing that with this strength, all 3 of the others would easily fall before him, but after a few seconds he realizes nothing is happening. Concerned, he looks at his hand as though something is wrong with it. What? He complains. Unfortunately for him, the great ape notices. With a loud roar, it swings its hand down like a club, slamming the old man into the ground. The Seeker lay in shock and pain, half buried in the dirt, listening to the sound of his bones snapping and cracking back into place under his skin. It felt like he'd been punched by a freight train. All for One watches with concern, not for his former minion, of course. Watching him get buried was hysterical. But it showed just how strong this behemoth truly was. Even though he was inexperienced, the Seeker's raw power rivaled his own now, so he must be cautious. But he felt the pull of his quirk, his desire to steal such great power, and it was beginning to overwhelm his common sense. Activating celerity and airwalk, Shigaraki begins flying up to the creature's head. He'd seen what the Seeker was trying to do. Evidently, this creature had a stronger willpower than one would think, given his inability to steal this quirk. However, All for One's mind had been honed for many years so that almost no one could escape his quirk's allure. If this beast's willpower was too great for it, then all he needed to do was knock it unconscious. Unfortunately for him, the great ape sees his approach. Before All for One can activate a quirk combination to put this creature down, he finds himself crushed as the beast hits him with a powerful clap. When the beast withdraws his hands, All for One can barely regenerate before a hammering fist rockets him into the ground as well. Lifting one mighty foot, the monster stomps on the seeker, who lets out a pained scream. It then lifts up its other leg and does the same to All for One. It then begins jumping up and down, each time landing with a boom and an exclamation of pain from both villains. From the distance, All Might watches, wincing in sympathetic pain as the two villains get pummeled by this creature. However, he feels as though this being is a danger to the nearby town and prepares to jump in, only for Inko to stand in his way. She shakes her head. "I know what you are thinking, but he is my son, even buried within that monstrous form. I will deal with him if he starts straying away from the villains, but please don't try to hurt him." Inko pleads. All Might swallows, but the sincerity of her plea and the look on her face convinces him. Alright, he seems to be doing well against those villains. He may be able to beat them for us. "I hope so," Inko says, hoping that this form would be enough to shield her son from harm by those two. By now the beast had gotten bored of merely stomping on the villains, and had now pulled them out of the craters they lay in, one in each hand. The Seeker and All for One find themselves slammed together violently as the great ape begins crushing their bodies together. Thinking quickly, All for One activates spear-like bones and spring-like limbs, allowing his skeleton to bend with the pressure while stabbing into the beast's palms and the Seeker's body. The beast roars in pain as his fully coiled limbs begin stabbing the spears through the ape's skin, releasing the two who begin plummeting to the ground. While the monster is distracted, All for One shoots the still disoriented Seeker to the ground and runs up to the monster's foot, beginning to activate his quirk. Felt no resistance to his pull, and yet nothing happened. He's been able to steal mutant and transformation types before. Could this mean this wasn't a quirk somehow? All for One feels himself get kicked by the foot he held onto, flying into the nearby trees. This, however, gives him an idea, as he begins to activate Arbor Station again, summoning as many roots and branches as he could to restrain this monster. From where the Seeker lay, he noticed his former master standing in the forest, the red lightning of his quirk indicating that he was about to do something. Then, the monster's feet sunk beneath the ground. The tree roots began to wrap around its legs, pulling it further beneath the ground. Some even managed to reach up to its arms, but the beast quickly ripped those ones out from the ground. The Seeker activates Ground Pulse, weakening the dirt and causing the monster to sink even further into the ground, the roots now close enough to be able to sufficiently entangle its arms and pull them beneath the earth. "This is my chance," he thought as the beast roared in anger. His first attempt at stealing the quirk had gone wrong, but that had to have just been a fluke, right? Now that it was restrained, it would be easy. He began to fly forward, arm outstretched to touch the giant's sternum. Almost there, just a little closer, and boom. Inko and All Might are almost about to intervene to free the boy from the ground, when his monstrous hands rip up from the ground, slinging roots and earth in all directions before meeting right over the Seeker's body, the brutal clap being louder than a thunder strike. The air pressure from the attack throws everyone back, even All for One, as the trees around him are either cracked in half or uprooted completely. When the beast removes his hands, the Seeker is barely more than a bloody, fleshy mass. His body falls to the ground and struggles to move away as the monster begins to pull itself from the ground. However, once All for One returned to his feet and saw the mangled body of the Seeker beginning to knit itself back together, he smiled. Quickly, using as many quirks to enhance his speed as he could, he rushes over to the traitor's body. The Seeker barely seems to register what's happening until it is too late. By the time he's regenerated enough to perceive it, All for One had already activated his quirk and had begun stealing all of the gifts Shunron had given him. He made sure to take the regeneration quirks last, as the Seeker needed to be alive in order to have his quirk stolen, but everything else he took without hesitation. By the time the Seeker had fully healed, he was down to just 3 regeneration quirks and the all-for-one quirk itself. Not even his original clairvoyance quirk remained within him. He was too weak to fight as the rest of his quirks were soon taken from him, but all-for-one was not finished with him. Laughing as he feels the new power arising within him, he clasps the Seeker's neck and begins to fly upwards before the beast, which had just pulled its last leg out from the dirt, and now beat its chest like a drum. Shooting a quirk air cannon shot to anger the monster, all-for-one holds the Seeker out to his side. Seeing the monster rear its mighty fist back for a punch, all-for-one channels several strength-enhancing quirks, including some duplicates he had just stolen from the Seeker, and hurls the old man straight towards the beast. The Seeker's scream is cut short as the monstrous fist collides with his body. His body was reduced to nothing but red paste, clinging to Izuku's hand. All-for-one quickly dodged out of the way to avoid meeting a similar fate. Now his traitorous minion was fully dealt with, and this monster was next. All Might and Inko look on in concern. All Might turns to the woman. Do you think we should help him? All-for-one now has at least double his original power. I'm confident in Izuku's abilities. Both of them together couldn't stop him, and now one's dead. I doubt it will make much difference. I hope you are right. All Might says. From inside the Midoriya home, Ochako had to close her eyes when she saw Izuku's fist bearing down on the old man. When she opened them and saw no trace other than a smear on her best friend's fist, she knew he was gone for good. She couldn't help but feel conflicted about it. She loved Izuku, but this monstrous form seemed to make him forget who he was. She only hoped that he'd remember her when he was done tearing the last villain apart. All-for-one wipes some blood off of his face. He may have avoided the killing blow, but he did end up getting some bloody sludge on himself. Oh well, his suit was mostly destroyed anyway. Now, he'd get himself a quick warm-up before he took on All Might. The fool seemed to be standing back, likely because the ape was still a kid underneath all of that fur. Not that it mattered to All-for-one, he'd murder this kid and then his mother before he finished off his nemesis. And now that he had all this new power, All Might would be powerless to stop him. A brutal backhand from the ape snaps him out of his thoughts, as he is sent flying towards the cliff face. His body regenerates nearly instantly, and he reorients himself, his feet landing on the cliffside before springing off and activating several strength quirks and duplicates, his arm bulging as he slams it against the monster's head. For the first time, a strike against this beast seems to do anything as his head tilts slightly, but All-for-one feels a chill go down his spine when he realizes he still, even with all of that power, barely did anything. His eyes widen as the monster's head turns towards him. He can barely move before he finds himself pressed against the knuckles of the monster's fist, as he is sent crashing back into the mountainside. Buried within the stony cliff face, he can barely make out the huge form of the monster stomping its way over to him through the small hole his body made when he collided with the rocks. He begins trying to free himself, but the creature gets to him first, its fingers breaking through the rock and ripping them away, exposing All-for-one to the monster's piercing red eyes. He tries to scramble away, but he is flattened against the cliff by the monster's fist, rocks tumbling down as the force causes a rock slide to drop on the villain and his opponent. A second punch sends the villain even deeper into the stone with more rocks tumbling down on top of him. Then another and another. The grayish-white rocks were now stained with red. No, this wasn't right, not at all. He was the Demon Lord of Japan, the boogeyman of the underworld, and here he was, being buried alive by a giant monkey. It was humiliating. He was literally the strongest he has ever been. After absorbing the quirks from the Seeker, he had more than double his original power, and yet it wasn't enough. But he would not surrender, oh no. This was not the end of the most powerful villain in Japan. He refused to accept it. He would not have his 2 centuries of terror be cut short by a mindless ape, a child no less. As the blows hammer down on him, he formulates a plan. In order to buy a small amount of time, All-for-one pushes the rubble off of his arms and spreads them out in a T-pose, pressing his hands against the cliff face. Activated both copies of Ground Pulse, combined with all 8 copies of his kinetic boosters and both quirk amplifications, causing a large chunk of the mountainside to destabilize. The rock slide covers All for One, concealing him from the monster and allowing him to sink down towards the ground. The great ape roars in confusion as it pounds away at the spot where the villain once was, not noticing the man emerging from the powdered rubble by its feet. All for One took a deep breath, now actually having a moment to breathe. His plan now was simple but risky, and if it failed, he would die, he was sure. He knew he would not be able to overpower this monster, even if he, All Might, and that woman were to fight it together, they would all die. But that was fine, he didn't need to be stronger than the beast, he just needed one attack to be strong enough to kill it, and he knew what he needed to do. One of his countless quirks was a nifty little power called Kinetic Absorption Barrier. By itself it could create a small barrier that would absorb the kinetic force of anything that touched it and store it away in the user's body to then release it at a later time, acting as a sort of strength enhancer, but the caveat was that the activation of the ability took nearly 4 seconds, and it could only absorb as much force as a small car. He'd avoided using it until now since everyone present would simply overwhelm it with one hit, assuming that they simply stood there and let him use it. Now, however, not only was the monster's attention redirected, but he also had 2 copies of the same quirk and 2 copies of quirk amplification, which could also be used on each other. So, putting his hands together before holding them above his head, a small shimmering blue barrier appears above him. With the amplifiers affecting both themselves and both copies of the barriers, he may be able to get some use out of this quirk, but if not, he was dead, plain and simple. The great ape notices the barrier glowing amongst the rubble at his feet, and turns its attention to it. All for One swallows, praying to whatever god is out there to let this work. He hated being on the back foot, and he promised himself that if he survived this, he would never allow anything like this to happen again, he would not be overwhelmed so absolutely. Giving another loud roar, the demonic monkey slams his fist down onto the barrier, and much to All for One's surprise and relief, the barrier held, though not all was perfect. While most of the force was absorbed, even this was not enough to prevent All for One from having one of his knees buckle. He hisses in pain as his knee hits a sharp rock, but he still keeps the barrier up. He can feel the energy from that strike being stored within him, it felt electrifying. A second blow lands on the shield, driving his knee further down onto the sharp rock and making his teeth click together as his whole body jolts downward. Shigaraki spits on the ground, seeing a bloody tooth fragment among the red, mucus-wise sludge he expectorated. Another blow and another, each one more furious than before. All for One can feel his shins begin to scrape and get cut against the ground, as his dress pants are now nothing more than rags, barely protecting him from the elements. Both All Might and Inko continue watching from a safe distance. All Might is elated. As much as a hero should never seek the death of another, for the greater good this devil must be eradicated. Afterwards, all they needed to do was lure the kid away from town for the night, and all would be over. Inko, meanwhile, had a sinking feeling in her gut. Something felt like it was about to go wrong, terribly wrong. She wasn't sure if this man surviving so long was a blessing or a curse. They couldn't do anything to stop Izuku's rampage, so they needed him to find an outlet, and an immortal villain did wonders for that, but at the same time, something about that man felt unnatural, and it seemed more and more apparent by the minute. All for One had been forced onto his back now, having been punched to the point where his other knee gave out and he was now prone, but his arms were still in front of him, holding up his barrier. The monster pounded its chest once more before clasping its hands overhead and swinging them down together, slamming so hard against the barrier that All for One's arms broke. His body bounced off of the ground as the beast backed up, enraged that the man had yet to become paste against the rubble, and began beating his chest again. All for One felt his quirks painfully knit his body back together. He felt as though he now had enough energy for his ultimate attack. He leaped back to his feet, looking up at the beast. The monster's mouth began glowing, preparing another atomizing breath attack that it used when it had first transformed. One shot All for One reminded himself. This was it, his only chance. Kneeling down, he channels all of the kinetic energy he collected from those attacks into his legs, combining them with spring-like limbs to build up even more pressure, hypertrophy to increase his overall strength, and all of kinetic boosters and brawn boosts. He charges up both air cannon and air compression and release from his feet while also using his repulsion ring quirk to create a booster ring that he can fly through. He holds his hands out in front of him, activating spear-like bones to create spikes along his arms, along with rivets to create metallic bits that cover his arms, and extra limbs to create multiple of these spiky extremities. Lastly, he used both quirk amplifiers on not only themselves but every single quirk he had just activated. As the beast is about to fire its attack, All for One puts everything he has into his legs as he jumps forward, launching forward with incredible speed, moving so fast that once he passes through the booster ring, the air around him ignites. His body collides with the beast's sternum with the force of 1,000 railguns. A loud boom rings out like a clap of thunder. All Might and Inko watch in horror as All for One's mangled body flies out of the back of the great ape in a spray of blood. All Might is stunned into silence as Inko lets out a sound that is halfway between a furious scream and a heartbroken cry. Izuku's body, even as massive as it is lifted off of the ground from the force of the impact and sent flying backwards, his body beginning to shrink back to normal midair. When he hits the ground, he is back to normal with one notable exception. A 4-inch diameter hole adorns his naked body, right in the middle of his sternum. His eyes are unfocused and unblinking as he lands right before the Midoriya house. From within the house, Ochako screams and runs towards the door. Her parents try to stop her, but she manages to get to the door before they could, running out and up to her best friend, tears pouring from her eyes as she stares down at his blank expression, dropping to her knees and pressing her forehead against his. Inko runs up to her son and his friend, stumbling right before making it and crawling the rest of the way. His hands trembled, she couldn't sense his energy. She took his hand. She couldn't feel his pulse. This couldn't be happening. It couldn't. Not her son, not after she lost her father. She couldn't outlive her son. He was meant to surpass her, he was meant for so much more than dying a day after his 5th birthday. Hell, he'd only known his first and best friend for about 6 months at this point. He should have more time, but that monster took it from him. Inko and Ochako sit there trembling as All Might walks up to them, gingerly raising a hand to lay on the woman's shoulder, but deciding against it, not sure how she'd react. Aiko and Gata both emerge from the hut as well, kneeling beside their daughter as she mourned the loss of her friend. All Might sighs. This was the hardest part about being a hero, knowing that not everyone will always survive. He should have intervened even if he had to deal with the kid's rampage. His hesitation cost. All Might heard a sickening snap, turning his head to the mangled body of his arch-nemesis. All for One had survived that attack. His body snapped its bones back into place as he stood up, like some horrid zombie. He was covered in blood, both his own and Izuku's, as his extra limbs sunk back into his body. He lets out a mucus-y laugh before coughing up a chunk of blood. How does it feel, All Might? Knowing you could not save that child. His eyes flicked to the young girl, who knelt beside the corpse of the boy. He held up an hand, palm aiming towards her. Let's see if you can save this one. That was the wrong thing for him to say. Whatever restraint Inko had left her body that very moment. She materialized before him so fast, he barely registered the fact that she had already punched her arm completely through his stomach. With a roar of anger, she rips her arm out of his body and knees him in his mouth so hard his jaw shatters and he is sent several meters into the air. Inko lifts her fingers up, each one of them glowing with ki. Dodone hailstorm. She snarls as flashes of light erupt from her fingers, skewering the villain and shooting into the sky, before bending back down and passing through the villain's body again, burrowing into the ground. More and more beams fire from her fingers. Even after All for One hits the ground, she continues firing into the air, as the beams that had gone into the ground emerge and strike him from behind. The villain writhes in pain, unable to escape the unending barrage. In desperation, he activates Arbor Station, causing a tree root to emerge from the ground and wrap around Inko's leg, pulling it down into the soil. She glares down at the root, holding her palm out and blasting the ground that captured the leg, obliterating the root in the process. But this distraction allowed All for One to enhance the strength and size of one of his arms, swinging it and striking her in the jaw, causing her to stagger back, her mouth and nose bleeding from the attack. In retaliation, all of the Dodon rays that Inko had been controlling under the ground emerged upward in one concentrated blast and punched a hole through the villain's torso, but the force lifted him off the ground and he reoriented himself so that he was standing upright. From Ochako's perspective, both fighters vanished before a loud boom rang out. Then another, and then another. Eventually, the two appeared a few meters away from where they were, jumping back from one another and sliding to a stop. All Might decides he's done just standing around. He turns to the family. "Please, return inside for now, we'll handle this." Aiko and Gata nod, gently lifting up their daughter, who sniffles as she is pulled away from her friend. They too felt an immense sadness at the loss of that boy. He had done so much for them and their daughter. They still couldn't believe he was gone. They'd make sure to bury him properly after this whole ordeal, but right now they needed to get inside. With the family out of the way, All Might turned and approached the two fighters, hoping to get the jump on All for One. He quickly rushes forward, appearing behind the villain as he battles with Inko, grabbing both of his arms and pulling outwards. The villain yells in pain as his shoulders let out a sickening pop. Inko begins landing a flurry of blows on his torso now that his arms were out of the way, striking his ribs and stomach mercilessly. All for One activates air cannon, shooting it from both his back and front and pushing both fighters away. Then he disappears. He rematerializes in front of Inko, sweeping her legs out from under her. She tries to use flight to correct herself, but he clasps his arms together and slams them down on her stomach, causing her to slam into the ground hard enough to bounce. All Might rushes up from behind, landing a powerful punch on the back of Shigaraki's head, but the villain simply leans forward and with unnatural flexibility, he rotates on his hip and kicks All Might in his mouth, hard enough to knock him to the ground. This brief distraction, however, allows Inko to sweep her legs around and strike the villain's calves, tripping him to the ground. She rises to her knees, punching down directly onto the villain's mouth, once, twice, 3 times before his arm snaps up and slams her in her stomach. All Might gets to his feet just in time to see Inko get thrown directly at him. He catches her and sets her down just in front of him, but as a result, leaves both of them open for Shigaraki's next attack. Pointing a finger at the pair, he activates Rivet Stab, sending a black metal blade that pierces Inko's abdomen, just barely missing her stomach. The blade passes straight through her and slashes All Might's side as well, drawing blood but not stabbing into him. Inko coughs as the blade retracts through her body, just as the villain himself quickly closes the distance, punching her in the stomach and slamming her against All Might and knocking them both to the ground. Raising his foot, he stomps down on the two-person pile, causing Inko to fling her head forward and cough blood onto All for One's knee, while All Might simply groans in pain. All for One chuckles, kneeling down on his other leg and leaning in toward the martial artist, his foot still planted in her stomach. His face is now only a foot away from hers. "It's a shame, isn't it, that your son died for your failures?" Inko growls, but All for One twists his foot in her gut. "Don't worry though, in a moment, you and those other fools in that shack will be joining him dash." Inko snaps her arm up, grabbing him by the face before blasting as many ki blasts as she can muster at point blank. He screeches and tries to back up, but Inko's grip remains on his face, pulling off of All Might and back to her feet. All for One punches her straight into her side, but she still doesn't let go, still inflicting searing pain into his face. All Might gets to his feet, running over and joining in, punching the villain's back hard enough for an audible crack to ring out. Eventually, All for One screams and swings his leg forward, striking Inko in the side hard enough for her to finally flinch enough for him to rip his face from her grasp. As he does so, his head collides with All Might's, slamming into his nose and causing it to begin bleeding. The scorched muscle and skin begins to heal rapidly, but not before Inko can gaze upon its horrifying visage. His red eyes settled into damaged sockets, the skin surrounding it being either black and charred, or blown away completely. Fortunately, the grotesque sight is healed quickly. All for One rockets himself upwards, glaring down at the two in annoyance from nearly 20 meters up. "I've had enough of this. I've been saving this quirk for a while now. It wouldn't have worked on the monkey, but it definitely will work on you." Yellow sparks of electricity begin to form around his body, focusing into the palm of his hand. All Might turns to Inko. We have to grab those people in the house and get out of here. Come on. Inko, however, doesn't respond, instead sliding one foot back and taking up a familiar stance. His hand began to glow a brilliant white light. All for One smiles. So you chose to go down fighting. I'll admit I'm impressed. He wasn't lying. This random mountain hermit and her son had managed to put up as good of a fight as All Might had. It's a shame he wouldn't be able to nab her quirk, but at least she wouldn't be in his way anymore. This quirk was strong enough to obliterate a small town, and now that he had 2 copies and the amplifiers, he could do a lot more. Unfortunately, it was going to hurt. A lot. He moves his hand forward. Impure beam! He shouted as the yellow sparks intensified, becoming a massive bolt of energy, firing with a deafening sound that caused the ground to shake. The blast is so powerful, All for One's arm is immediately broke from the recoil, the skin peeling off of the limb and even being torn away from that side of his torso and face as well, but he smiles through the pain, knowing that at long last, One for All would no longer be able to be used against him. It was a shame he couldn't obtain it himself, but at least he... Ha! Inko shouts as she fires her Kamehameha straight into the impure beam, intercepting it before it hits the ground. She poured every last ounce of energy she held within her, all her rage from the death of her son, everything she could muster, put into this one attack. The 2 beams connect. All for One's smile drops. He expected the ground beneath him for miles out to be nothing but glass by now, but something was pushing against his attack. This is bad. He couldn't use the power continuously, it would destroy him. His own regeneration hadn't even finished the damage caused by the initial shooting. The Kamehameha began to trail up the impure beam, overwhelming and obliterating it as it got closer to the one who shot it. All for One's eyes widen as he dodges to the left, but not fast enough, as the entire right side of his torso, including his mangled arm, get caught in the blast. Turning his head to the side, he stares in horror as half of his body was completely disintegrated. Even being near the beam was ripping chunks of his skin off and pulling them within the wave, atomizing them within milliseconds. All Might sees the vulnerable All for One staring at his injuries, evidently jarred by the attack. The mysterious woman had done it. Now was his chance to end this battle. This may not kill the villain, but it would end this fight and keep everyone else safe. Channeling the power of his quirk throughout his entire body, All Might leaps into the sky, rocketing up with a sonic boom. He rears his fist back and with a mighty yell of Detroit Smash, lands a brutal punch on the sternum of the villain. All for One's rib bones were visible as his skin had peeled away from the Kamehameha, allowing All Might to see that his punch had shattered them. The force of the punch is so great that All for One is hurled out over the forest, being launched miles away from the impact. His scream dies down as he flies out of earshot. Inko's knees buckle, and she drops to the ground, panting. All Might lands on the ground and runs up to her. Are you all right? Yes. I gave everything I had for that one attack. She pants, coughing up some blood. From behind them, the door to the Midoriya residence opens and the Uraraka family come out, the adults running up to their friend and helping her to her feet. Ochako, meanwhile, stays behind, noticing something. Inko turns to see what's wrong, but then she sees Ochako kneeling by the indent Izuku made when he hit the ground, only his body was nowhere to be found. End of Act 1. Early Childhood. Act 2. The King of Worlds and the Hunt for the Dragon Ball. Inko was still despondent after the events that had just transpired. She simply just walked up to where her son should have been and kneeled down, staring blankly at the ground. Where was her son? She had already lost his life, but now she didn't even have anything to bury. She sits back, planting her hands on her forehead and exhaling. A concerned Ochako gently crawls up in her lap and hugs her, leaning against the grieving mother, while her parents kneeled down on either side of her and wrapping an arm around her. All Might simply stood there and watched, not sure what he should do. He wanted to speak to this woman, but it was clear she needed a moment to think. Clearing his throat, All Might quietly say, "I'll be back. I need to inform the town that the threat is over." Aiko and Gata nod, but Inko remains despondent. As All Might walks away, Inko slowly stands up, gently picking up the girl in her lap and setting her upright on her feet. I need a few minutes by myself. I'm sorry. Nobody says anything, but Aiko gently hugs the woman before nodding and allowing her to walk away towards the now destroyed forest. The Uraraka family huddle together and look upon the sorrowful woman as she disappears into the brush. Inko wanders through the shaded path of the forest. Even though many of the trees near the entrance were destroyed, the further she got, the less damage there was. She walked until she saw a large oak tree with roots that extended from the trunk like a little stair-step around the perimeter of the tree. She sits down against it, laying her head back against the bark. Closing her eyes, she begins to cry. She is silent as she weeps, but that does not make her any less mournful. No forest creature even attempted to approach her, as all seemed to be able to feel her sense of defeat and depression. However, it was in this moment of silence that a voice called out to her. Hey, can you hear me? The voice says. It is nasally and unpleasant to listen to, but it doesn't sound mean. Inko looks around, raising her hands in a defensive position before the voice calls out again. Oh good, you can. Oh, and I'm speaking to you telepathically, I'm not actually there, so you don't need to do the whole kung fu pose. Who's speaking? Inko asks curtly, using her own skill in telepathy to talk back to the voice. Oh right. I forgot. My name is Ko, the King of Worlds, but you can just call me King Kai. The voice says proudly. Why do you bother me, King Kai? I'm in mourning. Inko complains. Mourning? What do you mean? It's clearly night. A beat of silence follows, where Inko contemplates hunting down this clown for mocking her. Right, I suppose that was in poor taste. My mistake. The King of Worlds apologizes. Are you going to answer my question? Inko says again, even more annoyed. Ah yes. You see, I'm here to tell you that your son is fine. Inko's eyes widen and she brings her hands together, trembling. Wait, you're saying he survived that? Where did he go then? I need to find Dash. Oh no, he's definitely dead. That part's real. He's in Otherworld right now, it's where everyone goes when they die. Inko's heart drops, but the king continues. As for his body, my friend Cammy took it so your son could keep it in Otherworld, even healed it up and made him some new clothes to go with it based on the ones he wore before he turned into a giant monkey. Then why would you say he's fine if he's still dead? Inko has just about had it with this fool. Oh, that's because he'll be training with me during his time in Otherworld. Then you can bring him back with the Dragon Ball. You're gonna have to wait about a year though. Earth's Dragon Ball have a pretty long recharge PRD. Wait, train him? In the afterlife? Inko asks. I don't think I need to tell you how special your boy is, but I will say, it's a good thing you found him when you did. Most of his kind are vicious monsters, but you did a good job raising him into an upstanding young man. Since he saved that family y'all are friends with twice now, if I wasn't taking him to my planet, he'd still be a shoo-in for heaven. Inko's eyes widened. Wait, you know about Dash? Yes, your son's an alien. I know basically everything about what goes on in this galaxy. But this planet is lucky you and Mr. Sun were there. Inko swallows. Outside of Gohan and Mutant Rashi, no one knew that Izuku wasn't her actual child. They had found him 3 years ago near the mountains after a loud sound had awoken them from their sleep. They went in the direction of the noise and found a silver orb smashed into the side of the cliff face, about 80 meters above the ground. On the back of the orb was a circular red that had a glassy sheen on it. A panel on the orb opened up, causing something to tumble out from it. Before Inko and Gohan could see what it was, it had already slammed into some of the rubble from the cliffside on the ground. As they approached, they bore witness to a small child in strange apparel, knocked out cold from hitting his head, which was now bleeding profusely. They brought him back to their home and nursed him back to health, and from then on, the boy regarded them as family, and Inko and Gohan did the same. Anyway, his kind, the Saiyans, are vicious and ruthless warriors, but your boy seems like a good egg, and Earth needs more of those. You saw how bad that one villain you just fought was, even All Might needed you too, which is why Cammy asked me to train your boy. Inko raises an eyebrow. You mentioned that name before, Cammy. Are you really friends with God? In a sense, yes. A few planets have a guardian and Kami is the guardian of Earth. He's also the guy who made those Dragon Ball. He wanted me to train your boy to help keep the planet safe from anything that could threaten it, so I pulled a few strings in Otherworld to make sure he can make it to my place to train. Inko feels a bit of relief wash over her. Her son was going to be alright, and whoever this King Kai was seemed to be supportive of the idea of helping him out. But one problem still concerned her. Thank you for telling me this, King Kai, but how am I supposed to find the Dragon Ball? They disappeared after the wish was made. Yeah, that's intentional. They needed a countermeasure to make sure no one abuses them. They also have about a year before they can be used again. However, that gives me plenty of time to train your son and you plenty of time to get ready for the journey. Kami made sure the ball didn't leave Japan, but he still kept them far enough apart to keep other people from finding them all. Do they have a key signature I can sense? Inko asks. No, but fortunately, you have a bit of an opportunity here. That guy you were fighting with, All Might, has friends in all the right places. One of them was the owner of another Dragon Ball and was working on a device to track them down. I'm sure you can convince All Might to help you out here. Inko's mood continued to improve. This day had been taxing, but King Kai had done wonders to take her mind off of it. Thank you, King Kai, for giving my son this chance. No problem. I'll be keeping in contact periodically to let you know what progress he's made. Do you want me to let him know he's a Scion? Inko thinks for a second. I'd like to know more about the Scions before you tell him. If there is information useful to his growth, then I believe he should know it, but I don't want him to feel bad about being related to, as you so eloquently put it, vicious and ruthless bloodthirsty monsters. Sure, I can tell you more, but we're both a bit busy right now, so it'll have to be later. Again though, I'll keep you posted on Izuku's progress and answer any questions you may have. Inko smiles. Thanks again, King Kai. No problem. Now, chin up and go speak with All Might. Inko rises to her feet, a great weight lifted off her shoulders. She breathes in before exhaling what sounds like a laugh of relief. Her son wasn't gone, he was just away. But she now had a means to get him back, and she was not going to let this opportunity escape her. When she emerges from the forest, the Urarakas rush over to comfort her, but they see her expression has shifted from a dull and empty stare to a more hopeful and determined expression. Aiko, who had snatched her friend up into a hug, separates and sees this new shift in demeanor. Inko looks down at her friend and pulls her back in for another hug, causing the other woman's face to flush. I just had a realization. Inko says, I can bring my son back. Aiko's eyes widened, as did the other two Urarakas as Inko explains what had happened to her in the woods. All Might sits on a small barrel outside the general store as his two companions, Sir Night Eye and Detective Tsukachi, stand in front of him. All Might had to come up with a cover story to calm the civilians and keep them from learning about All for One's existence, so he simply said that the sounds and lights heard were the work of a dangerous group of villains who had been hoping to collect something called the Dragon Ball. All Might stated that he, alongside a hermit in the forest, worked together to subdue the villains and successfully defeated them, claiming that a special police force had already taken the villains into custody and left. Tsukachi went along with the lie, claiming that he had authorized the villains' apprehension and they would be moved to the infamous Tartarus prison. The townsfolk seemed satisfied by this and went off to bed, a few sticking behind to ask questions or for autographs. Eventually, though, even those people left, leaving All Might alone with his allies. So what really happened out there? Tsukachi says. Did All for One get his wish? Sir Night Eye asks. All Might shakes his head. Fortunately, no. He had an underling with him who used the wish himself, hoping to steal All for One's own quirks, but instead he simply got copied versions of the quirks instead. So now we have two of them to deal with? I asks. Now, the underling was killed, but not before All for One stole his quirks. All Might explains. So in the end, All for One still ended up benefiting from that wish. Night Eye grumbles. All Might. Tsukachi says. We heard some pretty loud and disturbing sounds coming from over there. Several of the locals seem to be familiar with them. Was something else back there during your fight? The detective asks. All Might looked around, making sure there was no one else present before continuing. The forest hermit had a son, who also joined us in that fight. He couldn't have been older than maybe 6. And yet he fought with the same skill and ferocity that his mother did. For the most part, they even seemed to share a similar energy quirk as well, and both seemed very adept in its usage. Seems a bit bizarre, but nothing that would create that much sound. Night Eye says, yes, but during the fight the boy transformed after looking into the full moon. Like some sort of werewolf? Tsukachi asks. Yes, only instead of a wolf, he became a ginormous monkey, and became strong enough to overwhelm even All for One himself, even killing his minion in the process. All Might says. However, in a last-ditch effort, All for One managed to kill the child and he transformed back to normal. The hero says, his voice heavy. No one says anything for a moment before Night Eye speaks up. What of the other hermit? She survived, alongside a family that was taking refuge in their home. I owe her a great deal for her assistance, and for bringing the fight to her. The poor woman must be beside herself with dash. A whooshing sound fills the area as a cloud of dust kicks up. The three men shield their eyes as they see a figure emerge from the cloud, sliding across the ground. Out of the dust comes Midoriya, who slid to a stop before turning to face All Might, a determined look in her eyes. Oh, it's you. All Might stammers before bowing. I am truly sorry for allowing that monster to kill your son. I have failed as a hero. Inko shakes her head. Don't apologize, it was that monster's fault, not yours. Besides, you're going to help me bring him back. Huh? All Might asks while the other two men look at her strangely. The Dragon Ball will be active in a year, and I'm told you have friends in Island who have been researching how to track them down. Inko says. How do you know that dash? You're going to take me to your friend, so I can find the Dragon Ball and wish my son back. Now just hold on, you can't just make demands of the symbol dash. Night Eye's complaining is interrupted as Inko limply punches him in the mouth, not even turning fully to face him, though evidently the force was enough to make him both recoil and spit blood. You little dash. Enough. Tsukachi says. If All Might is willing, then sure. After all, he did say he owed you a great deal. Did he now? Inko asks. All Might nods. Without you and your son, All for One may have gotten his wish, and then he would have been unstoppable. Through the two of you's brave actions, we were able to overpower him for now. Night Eye grumbles. Are we just going to ignore Dash? Tsukachi leans in. Dude, she just lost her son. This isn't a fight you can win. Night Eye simply grunts in displeasure. All Might turns back to the woman. I can take you to Island to meet with my colleague David Shield. He was one of the people involved with trying to create a device to locate the Dragon Ball. Thank you. I need to get my affairs in order, but I will be back tomorrow. We can leave then. Inko then lifts off and flies back over the forest canopy. Tsukachi turns to face All Might, only to see a distant look in his eyes. You still with us here? All Might quickly snaps out of his daze. I'm sorry, she just reminds me of my old master. Was your old master just as rude and violent? Night Eye complains. The forest hermit wasn't rude, she was just direct. All Might counters. Jury's still out on the violent part, it seems. Night Eye says, spitting out a pink Tengade wad of saliva. And if I remember correctly, her given name is Inko. Right, I keep forgetting to ask her name. All Might says, well, we better find a place to sleep. Hercules has some room, but it might be better if we can find an inn or something. Tsukachi says, I'm not sure there is one in this town, but it doesn't hurt to check. Night Eye says. The three then begin looking for anywhere where they could stay for the night, as All Might sends a message to David Shield, informing him that they would be visiting soon. When Zen Shigaraki's eyes open, he finds himself laying half-buried in the mud deep within the forest. With a groan, he slowly emerges from the ground, feeling the caked dirt and mud slide off him as he does so. His back pops with a sickening crack as he straightens, and he realizes just how much pain he was in. Looking up, through the treetops he can see that it was still night, the light of the full moon still shone through, though now it was a bit closer to the horizon. I couldn't have been unconscious for more than an hour or two. Thinks. He turns to see his surroundings, but his nerves still seem to hold some residual pain from the earlier battle, and as he turns his torso, he feels like he got stabbed through the back. The pain is so intense he drops back to one knee and forces himself to take a deep breath. He appraises himself for a moment. All that remained of his once sharply tailored suit was a pair of blood-stained dress pants and the tattered remains of the belt that held them in place. His body, while not visibly injured, was dirty and his hair was a mess, not to mention he was still in pain. What happened out there? Not only had the Seeker betrayed him, but he happened along maybe the only two people in Japan that came anywhere close to his power. Throwing All Might in the mix made the whole thing seem like a bad joke. The only way that it could have been worse was if that woman had completely disintegrated him with that laser. That or her son might have stomped him into paste. He would rather have been ripped apart by All Might than felled by some random hillbillies. The more he thought about the situation, the more absurd it seemed. If only he had known about that pair sooner. He might not even need one for all if he had access to their quirks. But then again, he reaches down and wipes his hand on his pants, taking some of the blood onto his fingers in the process. He looks at it, recalling how he had burst through the boy's chest, meaning this was likely his rather than Zen's own. The boy was immune to his quirk, something that hadn't happened since the first time he tried to use his quirk to take one for all, though instead of being repelled, it was like there was nothing to latch onto. Something didn't add up, however, he wasn't going to waste this opportunity. He activates wrist pocket and retrieves a specialized device used to contact his doctor. A normal phone simply wouldn't work this far out into the woods. He presses a button on it and it starts beeping. A few moments later, a shadowy portal emerges in front of him and he limps through. On the other side, the dense forest is replaced with a dark, sterile laboratory with an operating table in the center and several computer terminals on each of the walls. A short, old man with thick glasses watches as his master walks through, immediately recoiling at the sight of him limping. "Sir, are you all right?" "Yes. I'm fine, doctor. Thank you for your concern," Zen says. "It's been several hours since we lost contact with you. Judging by the looks of it, I'm guessing something went wrong." "A bunch of things, doctor, a bunch of things." Zen waves his arm to the empty space beside himself. "As you can see, the Seeker is not here. That's because he attempted to betray me and stole my wish from the Dragon Ball. Then we met some rather interesting folk in the mountains who were able to fight on par with me and All Might, who also showed up. So yes, something went wrong." "People on par with you and All Might? How is that possible?" The doctor stammers, quickly scrambling over to a nearby chair and pushing it over to his weary benefactor. The man nods gratefully and sits down. "I'm not sure. It was a mother and son, both of whom seemed to share some kind of energy quirk that also improved their physicality. The boy also had some sort of lycanthropic aspect to his quirk as well, since when he looked at the moon, he became a giant monkey and started rampaging wildly. That form was able to kill the Seeker and nearly killed me as well, but fortunately, I was able to put a stop to it and kill the child. Then perhaps we can use his body for the Nomu project." "I wouldn't bother. That woman is more dangerous than I could have imagined, and I'm exhausted right now. Besides, she may have already buried him somewhere, and I'd rather not spend hours trying to find it." He then lifts his bloody hand to the doctor. "Besides, I managed to get a bit of DNA anyway. I don't know how much of the blood soaked into my pants is his, but I know it has to be at least some of it. I'd like you to examine it if you could. When I tried to steal the boy's quirk, nothing happened, so I'm wondering if something was up with his quirk factor in his DNA." "I'd be happy to help, Master." "Thank you, Doctor. It's good to know that at least one of my allies is truly loyal." Looking back at the palm of his hand, he activates Biomerge, absorbing the blood off of his palm and into his body. Immediately, his pain is reduced from intense to manageable, and his perceptive senses seem to become ever so slightly sharper. His eyes widened in surprise. "What was that, boy?" "Master?" the doctor asks, causing the supervillain to look back at the old man. "Please, get to researching this blood as quickly as possible," he says. Something about it isn't quite normal. He reaches down and tears off the bottom half of his pant leg, tossing it towards the doctor, who flinches as he gets red on his white lab coat, but then scrambles away to the nearest computer terminal to begin his research, leaving all for one standing alone in the center of the room. Usually, biomerge only affected him if he took the cells of a mutant quirk holder, but that boy clearly had an emitter, what with all of the lasers and flying. Unless, that wasn't a quirk. Well, no matter. Soon Dr. Garaki would be able to unlock the secrets of this boy's power. Hopefully at least. It was unfortunate that he needed to die though. He would have made an excellent enforcer. He thought back to the fight against the mother, briefly contemplating a kidnapping attempt before shaking his head. No, she'd earned her victory that night. Besides, she'd suffer plenty knowing that her son was dead. However, she would be someone to keep an eye on. All in all, Shigaraki wouldn't say today was a total loss. He had gained a duplicate of every one of his original quirks, plus the clairvoyance quirk from the Seeker, and he and his doctor now had a new experiment to work on. Perhaps the boy's blood was what he needed to finally topple the symbol of peace.